2022 has come to a close. We have made it to a brand new year with 2023, and that means it's time to look back at all of the new releases that I was able to see last year. Here's to 2022. This is going to be a long live stream, so I got a bang all lined up. So I get a lot of complaints that I talk too slow, and I thought if I chugged a bang, I could finally talk at an appropriately fast pace on one of these. That's a joke. People think I talk too fast. Anyway, so excited that you guys are joining in today for this live stream, celebrating, criticizing, dunking on all the movies that I saw last year. Please be nice and lively, yet respectful down below in the chat. And if you see me commenting in the chat, it's not me, it's actually my lovely wife who's right over here. She doesn't like to be on camera, but you should be able to hear her. Jennifer, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jennifer.
That's her. So if you see me commenting, it's not me, it is her. And if you guys can give any feedback real quick on whether I'm loud enough, she's loud enough, quality, all that stuff, before we dive too much into all of this, would love your feedback, help with anything like that so we don't have a terrible stream because we didn't know from the very get-go. But yeah, this is intended to be a little bit interactive. So I'll talk about 10-ish movies and then we'll pause, take some questions, hear some of your feedback on what some of the worst movies were as we get into the middle, what were some of those disappointing or mediocre films. And then we'd love to hear some of your favorites. And it's where it gets kind of fun because movies that are in like my bottom 20, some of you guys have them as top 5. Stuff I have in my top 10, some of you have in your bottom 5. So that's the fun part about all of this. We have different opinions, we have different perspectives, there's different things that connect with us, different things that draw big, gigantic emotions out of us, and for all these different reasons, it's fun to talk movies. And that's what this channel's about. It's not about me telling you right opinions or anything like that. It's about all of us sharing our opinions and having nice, lively, yet respectful conversations. And with that said, we're going to go ahead and get started with this. The way it worked out, I ended up seeing 84 movies released in 2022. If you saw the original version when this video went up, it said 87. I realized there's some movies that I saw this year that haven't come out yet. So I'm going to count those in next year's when they count and when they've released, that's when they will count. But as for this year, it's the movies that released in the United States. So I actually had to cut 3 movies since my original version of all of this. And let's get started with my pick for the absolute worst movie of 2022, and I went with Disney's Pinocchio. And one of the recurring themes that I realized as I was putting together my bottom 10 list was I was just really fed up and tired of just lazy, low-effort factory filmmaking. So many of the movies that I just went, ugh, why does this exist, kind of fell into this category, and a lot of them came from Disney, where it just felt like they were trying to milk every property they had just to produce content for Disney Plus. And so you're just like, why did this come out? Why is it the way that it is? And that became the recurring thing. Even when I started writing, I didn't even realize that. When I was just kind of like, what made me mad? And I started looking at it, writing my notes on these movies, and the one that just epitomized it the most was Pinocchio. Because there's no excuse for how bland and lifeless it was. It's directed by Robert Zemeckis, who's directed some of my favorite movies of all time. He has Academy Awards. It's written by Chris Weitz, who has been nominated for Academy Award, and it stars Tom Hanks, who has multiple Academy Awards, and even more nominations. And then you get this movie that's just this carbon copy of a classic animated film, except minus everything that mattered. It was just this generic thing sent our way, and some of the most just ridiculous moments imaginable. This movie has a scene where Geppetto in the 19th century has a clock collection, and all of his clocks feature Disney characters. I don't know who proposed that. Who thought like, oh, I know it's a great idea for our movie for Disney Plus. Let's promote all the other Disney Plus products. But it just felt so shameless, so tacky, something with no artistic merit or point. They just did it to point to their other stuff, and that was at the core of so many of the movies that made me mad. Because they're not movies, they're not cinema, they're products, they're content.
Don't ask questions, just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Number 83 on this list. This was one, to be honest, this is a movie I watched because I knew it was bad, and I I was looking for a movie that I could have fun picking on. So I comment saying from Disney had a very bad year. I 100% agree. Disney had a very bad year. There are a few things that worked. There were so many things that were below what they should have been. So many disappointments. So many misfires. And it was across the board. Andor's great, but other ones were not so great. Like, there were things that worked, but they felt like anomalies. But number 83 on here, Jeepers Creepers Reborn. And if you don't know the history of this franchise, basically it was started by this guy who's a convicted sex offender. And so eventually when the internet found out about that, they're like, I don't think that this is the franchise we need to be doing anything more with. It's like, let's just let that one die down in the past. But they didn't do that, and they decided to bring it back, this franchise that was kind of popular 20 years ago. Of all the franchises, this is the controversial one they decided to bring back, and it's weird, because it feels like everything was shot on a green screen. Everything. Like, just in a shed, let's do a green screen shed. Someone's in a gas station, green screen gas station. I mean, just in the worst green screen you've ever seen, you're like looking at it like, how did they get this so wrong? And I just showed some clips to my family, and even my 8-year-old looked at one of these shots and she goes, there's police cars in front of them with bright shining lights. Why isn't there any light on them? I was like, right. So they shot it with a green screen. They weren't there with any of that. And it's like my 8-year-old picked up on how bad the green screen was and said exactly what it was. That's a bad sign. And beyond that, like, the movie spends more time in the first half having a girl choose her outfit to wear to a convention than it does having the creeper kill people. Just unreal how bad this movie was on every single level.
Quick feedback, the clip was apparently a lot louder than you. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that.
Yeah, there's nothing much I can do about that. I can do this, but the tricky part we have is that the mics I have don't work for each of us to have a mic, and so then I'm having her use my mic at the same time, and so it's like a foot away from me, and then I go like this, it's a foot away from her, and I guess I can try turn it up and see if it works a little bit better. See how that goes. If I start clipping, I could turn that back down. Number 82, The Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild. And this came out in January, and it kind of set the tone for Disney, especially Disney Plus, where they took the Ice Age franchise. These movies were making buckets of money, barrelfuls of money, back 15 years ago. These are one of the top animated franchises of all time when you're talking about moneymakers. Disney acquires it because they bought Fox. And instead of making another big, gigantic Ice Age movie, they just put out this thing and dump it on Disney Plus. It was originally conceived of as a TV show. It was supposed to be like a Saturday morning cartoon. And then they converted it into a movie. And when you watch it, that's what it looks like. The animation looks like cheap CGI, computer animation. And then the voice cast is much below what it was before. And it just on a plot level, it feels like a series of episodes just kind of mashed together with some mild thread running throughout the entire thing. It does not come off like a movie. It feels like Disney Plus just trying to come up with more content to dump onto their streaming service. And that's, once again, that recurring theme. Disney seemed more interested in producing quantity of content rather than quality films and TV shows. And I started saying this like 6 months ago after Obi-Wan Kenobi and a little bit of my disappointments with some of the Marvel shows. It's like they are putting out too much content and it's coming at the cost of quality. And it was across the board. Number 81 on here, Firestarter. Firestarter. This is the latest adaptation of Stephen King's Firestarter. Back in the 80s, they did a version with Drew Barrymore. It's kind of like a cult classic one, a little bit cheesy, pretty 80s, and then having a very young Drew Barrymore in it kind of made it stand the test of time a little bit. So I decided to do a remake with Zac Efron, and it takes a pretty goofy premise of a girl that like shoots fireballs, and it plays it dead serious. Without no wink at the audience, nothing. It's just like dead serious, intensely like, this girl that shoots fire and screams, she's the real deal. And it's, when you watch it, it's generic stuff. It's just generic movie stuff. And it's all set up, like an hour of setup, no middle, and it goes straight to the finale of this final showdown. And so it's boring, bland, flavorless, and very awkward storytelling. Then, bringing us into our top 80 on here will be a film that will be number one for a bunch of you. Morbius. Morbius, one of the best comic book movies that has come out with the title of Morbius. And this is a movie that was delayed for 2 years because of COVID. At best, it feels like a throwback comic book movie that would have come out in like 2004. That takes kind of a lesser known character. It's a straightforward story. It's kind of some schlocky fun. At best, that's what it is. But this is not this movie at its best. It feels like there was 20 people in the room trying to decide what this movie needed to be and what audiences wanted. And so the writer-director wants it to be a little bit more character-based and explore this idea of a man that wants to do the right thing, but there's a desire within him to suck the blood out of people, and how different people respond to different things, and betrayals and friendships. And then another producer was like, no, we just need a real quick, fast-moving movie with a bunch of jokes thrown in. And another producer goes, it's a Spider-Man villain, so let's make this the thing that ties together our Spider-Man universe. So we'll have like an image on the wall of Spider-Man, and then we'll reference Venom, and then Vulture will show up. But each one of the things we mention will come from a different one of these Spider-Man universes. So like this is the movie that pulls it all together in our Spider-Man universe. And they were just pulling back and forth, competing for everyone's different visions for what this movie was going to be. They cut something, someone else would throw something in there. There were rumors they were still doing reshoots for this movie all the way up until like the month before the movie came out, and they shot it in like 2019. So for 3 years they just kept fiddling with it. It's choppy. There's parts where it just feels like you skip over 10 minutes. They'll say they might chase after her, and then it just cuts to them chasing a person. So just a jumbled mess of a film. And to add insult to injury, because it was memed so much after it came out, Sony thought, wait, memes sell movies, or sell movie tickets, let's put it back in theaters, make more money. They put it back in theaters, and it bombed a second time. Like, you guys on the internet, with all the memes, you trolled Sony into releasing a movie. Well played on your part. Coming in at number 79 on our list. Oh, wait, pause real quick.
Just a question.
Got a question over here?
Oh, no. Oh, Birdemic 3 released in 2022. Is it not in your bottom 10?
Birdemic 3 did not release in 2022. It hasn't released yet. It hasn't come out. So I said that at the beginning of this, and I'll kind of have another where I talk about it. I used the United States release dates. I saw Birdemic 3 at a film festival. When I was making my list, I looked for a release date. There's no release date. It hasn't come out yet. And that's same with about half the movies I saw at Fantastic Fest haven't come out yet. They haven't released in the United States. You've only been able to see them at film festivals, so I don't include those in my lists. That's why when I first posted this video, it said 87 movies, and then now it says 84, because there are 3 movies that I thought a couple months back had release dates this year, so I put them on my list, and then as I was doing the final version, I was like, I don't think anyone else has seen that, so it hasn't released. It hasn't released. You can't watch it unless you went...
Unless you were lucky like you.
Yeah, you're lucky. Like, legitimately, I don't know if it's played any other film festivals. The theater I saw it at, it was not packed. It was pretty thin, and it was the world premiere of the movie. So there's like 30 people on the planet that have seen Birdemic 3. So that's why it's not on the list. Number 79, Eraser Reborn. This was just a weird one to me. So the movie Eraser is a mid-90s Arnold Schwarzenegger vehicle. The premise, it's like very simple, straightforward action thriller from the time, but he's like a souped-up witness protection agent that fakes people's deaths. He erases them. But, just real straightforward, it exists for Arnold Schwarzenegger to shoot people. The hook for it was Arnold and a big slick, big budget. Eraser Reborn is a direct-to-video movie that's a remake. It's a beat-for-beat remake, except minus all the stuff that's expensive. It's the cheap version of it, minus Arnold. There's no star power here whatsoever. And it's not even like, let's get a wrestler who has charisma and an audience. It's just like a guy. I don't know that anything else he's done. And it's unfair to him because he's not Arnold and he never could be Arnold. But I just look at it like, why does this thing exist? Like, what purpose does this exist? Eraser has no brand recognition in the year 2022. No one's sitting around like, hey, what I really want is a remake of Eraser.
Me too.
Like, no one is saying that. Not one person was saying that. There's no brand recognition. So why did they make this movie? If you're in the mood for Eraser, there's no context where you'd be like, hey, let me watch the one that doesn't have Arnold and has no budget. You'd never do that. So the movie has absolutely no reason for existing. Number 78, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Roderick Rules. And this is a tricky one. Some people in the comments tried to fill me in on where I was wrong in my perspective on it. But it, to me, comes off as a totally lifeless adaptation that has nothing new to bring to the table. No, except Andrew WK. There's a little bit of Andrew WK in there. So, like, credit for that. Besides that, it just feels like more content for Disney+. We need stuff to come out, so we'll do this simplistic animated film that's a direct translation of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid book into a movie, even though it was already made 10 years ago. And some people point out, like, well, the guy that wrote the books, he wants all of the books translated into movies, animated films, and so that's why this is the second book, so that's why they did it. That's why they did the live-action one 10 years ago, because it was the second book. Like, okay, like, I can see a logic there that kind of explains it, but you've put out back-to-back Diary of a Wimpy Kid books that are just readaptations of things that were done better 10 years ago, done with more life 10 years ago. And so this just feels like empty content that, once again, why does this exist? You can read the book or you can watch the better live-action one. This serves absolutely no purpose. Number 77, Spiderhead. Another weird one on the list. Because it was directed by Joseph Kosinski, who had another movie come out this year, Top Gun Maverick. So, late May, he puts out Top Gun Maverick. 2 weeks later, he puts out Spiderhead. It's written by the guys that wrote Deadpool and Zombieland, Paul Wernick and Rhett Reese. So they've written like these very stylized, high-energy action comedies. They write this script. They get the guy that did Top Gun Maverick, and then it stars Chris Hemsworth and Miles Teller. So you've got a director that can make an awesome movie. You've got writers that can make awesome movies, and you have A-list movie stars. And you get this movie that's just utterly forgettable, that leaves no mark whatsoever. It's just this generic medical thriller film that's predictable, and you're like, okay, that's what I saw coming, and then it just kind of disappears. Like, the shots are in focus, you can kind of see the budget on the screen, but you just go, what on earth drew all of this talent to this movie? I don't understand. I don't get it. Number 76 on our list, Thor, Love, and Thunder. Anytime I have to put a Marvel movie in my bottom 10, it's heartbreaking because I only go in hoping to like Marvel projects. The MCU changed the trajectory of my life. This channel I have here grew because of riding the waves of the MCU Phase 3. And in fact, the movie that specifically launched my channel, where things started to take off, Thor Ragnarok. So, I have an indebtedness to Taika Waititi in the Thor franchise, but I have to give my honest opinion. And I've only seen this movie one time. I saw it in a context where it's a bit of an odd day because of some other kind of going on in my personal life. So it was a weird day. I literally left town right after Didn't even go home after the movie. Went stayed at my mom's and went to the airport. So it was a weird day. So maybe that factored into my experience with it. But with time, the more I think about it, this is a movie that just really disappointed me. And I had some people really loved it. A lot of people loved it. Some people liked it more than Ragnarok. I've got one dude, if you're watching, James, messages me every time I talk about it to argue about why he loves the movie. You don't need to message me again. I've heard your arguments and everything like that. Come to think of it, coming in at number 1, Thor Ragnarok.
Stop.
Best butt of the year. Or excuse me, Thor Love and Thunder. Best butt of the year. Is that not the right thing to say?
No.
She doesn't know. She hasn't seen it yet. So she's only seen the trailer that blurs it out. If she saw the movie, she'd agree with me. But, so...
She would not.
So, went in, saw the film, and it just disappointed me. Like, everything about it just felt the wrong balance, the wrong mix. And it's so frustrating because you can see the movie in there that's awesome. Like, watching it, and some of the stuff I was really worried about didn't bother me. Like, I went in, when they first announced they were doing Lady Thor, Mighty Thor, and Jane Foster's going to come Thor, I was like, oh, that's not a good idea. That's not the thing that bugs me about the movie. I think some of the logic of how it plays out, how she got the powers, I have issues with that. But the actual arc that they give Jane, it's way better than what they did with her in Thor and in Thor the Dark World. Like, it's way better. And you buy into their actual relationship much more in this film, and I have to be careful since she hasn't seen it, so I don't want to say too much, but like they actually have a good story there, and then they get Oscar-winning actor, comic book movie royalty, Christian Bale is the villain, and he's playing a character who is angry with the gods and is given a tool to strike down the gods, and our hero is a god. And it's like right in there, the problem of evil, and why does God allow bad things happen to people? It's right there. But that's not what the movie is. Instead, the movie is screaming goats, Jean-Claude Van Damme split kicks, Chris Hemsworth's butt, a Zeus that's just super goofy, some terrible CGI of like a floating head, and just so many ideas that there's a love triangle between Thor, a hammer, and Jane. Like, there's all these things that it's just, you went too far. And it's that irreverence that just hurts so much of the MCU this year, where it turned everything into a joke. And sometimes, there's just a quick little sight gag about Infinity Cones at New Asgard, and it shows the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, not Tony Stark's. It shows the gauntlet that killed everyone. And it's like one of those things that it's a quick little sight gag. It's just a joke. Some jokes land for others, some don't. But at the core of the joke, it's something that in that world doesn't make sense. And I've had people try and argue on Twitter, like, that's just a joke. Like, well, I mean, the gauntlet was also used to bring everybody back. Like, no. It was a weapon of mass destruction. The gauntlet that is pictured is Thanos' gauntlet. It killed people. That's what it did. And the idea that they would just like flippantly make it an ice cream parlor is ridiculous. It breaks the world because it's no longer believable. It's not just that I have to buy into the fact that there's space gods. You're just doing ridiculous things. There are no rules. There's no consistency at all. And that to me is where I just looked at it and was like, this movie is upsetting me. You have a statement for me? You got a question for me?
Statement.
Got a statement for me.
No, I've got super chat, got questions, got a couple things. Sorry. Thought this was funny. My favorite part of Thor 4 was when the end credits started. And then super chat, where did it go? Right here.
I'll drink some of my Bang.
After a lot of cookie cutter content in 2022, is Disney Plus still your favorite streaming service? Question mark. I'm glad you and Jennifer both love Turning Red.
If you don't
joking.
As much as I was negative on Turning Red, she disliked it more than me, and it was really frustrating because people were like, "You only disliked it because you're a man." I was like, my wife, who's not a man, was more irritated by the film much faster than I was. So it's not just that I'm a man, but I don't know what my favorite streaming service of this year was. I felt like the streaming services did this a lot this year, where Disney Plus had so much bad content, and then HBO Max didn't have nearly as many like good hooks. They didn't have the day-and-day release, so it came down. Netflix didn't have a great year. But then there was more stuff on Peacock. There was more stuff on Paramount Plus. And then, like, I watched a ton of stuff on Tubi. So it did this. It's not nearly as obvious who the winners and the losers are. We can hold off on the questions just a little bit until I get to 71.
Yep.
And then we'll pause for a little bit to take some. If some of the comments about movies, we can grab those. Do 5 more movies and we'll pause for it. Number 75, Don't Worry, Darling. And this was my pick for the last movie that was in my bottom 10. So this is number 10, worst of the year. And this is a movie that, once again, was so frustrating. And that's a lot of the times the ones that make it in here, where it just feels like the mistakes they made, I don't understand. There was some talent there, or it's a big studio. There's something about it where I just go, how did this happen? Because when it comes to Don't Worry, Darling, Olivia Wilde can direct. Like, she's got a good eye. The production design, the sound use, the score, it can be very eerie and unsettling. Very much creates that Twilight Zone vibe that you want for a movie like this. Of course, you got a great cast here. Front and center is Florence Pugh, who's like the top new actress of the last 4 years. And once again, she shows she can be a charismatic lead as well as deliver big emotional scenes. There's all this great stuff going on. It's just attached to a script that's not good. And it's like the bad M. Night Shyamalan films, where there's some hook at the beginning where you're like, oh, what's going on here? What is this one? Well, let me check this out. And then when it gives you the twist reveal, what's going on, you're like, oh, really? Really? That's what this is? That's where you're heading with this? And okay. And then it keeps on going. And it gets dumber and dumber and dumber. And by the end of it, I just found it pretty offensive. Because it's such a straw man. It's a caricature. And what you have is a privileged actress who's a millionaire and has access to tens of millions of dollars from a big studio. And she's making a movie dunking on people that she doesn't understand. And I'm not looking to defend incels or anything like that. But the commentary here is it doesn't. It's just like unbelievably superficial. There's nothing real to it. It's so exaggerated. It's ridiculous, and especially like she said in interviews that she modeled Chris Pine after Jordan Peterson. It's like one of those things like, what? What are you talking about? And it's just she doesn't know what she's talking about. But she made a movie about it, and that's at the core. Like, it's all about intrigue of a mystery, and once you get to the core and you get to like the big reveal of what all this is, it's stupid. And it does not work at all. Number 74, Halloween Ends. I had a bunch of people surprised I didn't have this in my bottom 10. It almost was. There was a lot of kind of back and forth and deciding which ones would be those bottom spots and which one movie annoyed me more. And like I always start with what my reviews were initially. That's my starting point every single time. But I have a running ranking going all year to where, I started making this list the first week of January. Whatever the first movie I was in January, that's when I started the list. But then I tweak it all year long, and there's movies that you leave the theater and you're like, that was kind of fun. It wasn't great. And then as you think about it, you go, oh, I didn't like that. And there's movies you leave and you're like, I'm not sure I felt about that, but months pass and you just only have positive thoughts. And that's like Thor, Love and Thunder was a movie that with time, with all the internet debate, I went, I didn't like it. It went too stupid for me. It turned into self-parody. And so that's kind of was factoring this one in. With Halloween Ends, I think what kept it out of the bottom 10 is kind of My Neighbor. My Neighbor let me borrow the movie Christine, which was a huge influence on me. I'd never seen Christine before, John Carpenter film. And you could basically, they were trying to do Christine in the Halloween franchise. So I could understand the movie a little bit better, what they were trying to do with this idea of evil taking over this guy. But at the end of the day, it's still a movie that is the wrong movie to close out this trilogy, this saga, it's the wrong movie because it's all about Corey. And if they'd made it Halloween and Halloween Kills, and it put the end of this movie on Halloween Kills, and then say, look, we're going to do an anthology series now, like they planned on doing with Season of the Witch back in the early 80s. And so this one, third film, was about Corey, and it wasn't about Michael Myers, and that was clear from the get-go. The franchise is now about the effect Michael Myers had on this town and the evil that he brought there. I think I would have liked the movie, or I would have liked it a lot more. But it's not that. It's fighting between, is it about Corey, and is it about the final showdown between Laurie and Michael? And tries to do both, and it doesn't work. There's also some stuff in here that's just unforgivable, where Corey is a grown man who gets bullied by high school band kids. Like, that's a thing that happens in the movies. Bullied by high school band kids. And later in the movie, he beats up Michael Myers in the sewer and takes his mask. You do not have a guy getting bullied by the high school band kids beat up Michael Myers and take his mask. Unforgivable. Number 73, Night at the Museum. Was it Qumran's Strikes Again or something like that? Whatever, the new animated one that came out last month on Disney Plus. Same as Ice Age, same as Pinocchio, same as Roderick Rules. It's just more content. Where they take this big, gigantic hit franchise that was a big deal back in the day. They have control of a property, so they decide we'll make a movie out of it, and it feels like the Saturday morning cartoon version. The voice cast isn't as good, and it's just kind of like little antics taking place. It's fine. It just doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like Saturday morning cartoons squished together. Disappointing. 72, Samaritan. You fell asleep during this one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so it's a superhero movie starring Sylvester Stallone. So essentially an original superhero story.
And I was stoked for it.
Yeah.
To start.
Stallone's a big deal. There's a Stallone poster right above her head right now. So I went in really excited. It's from the director of Overlord. It's a Nazi zombie movie that came out a few years back. If you like Nazi zombie movies, or if you like the zombie Call of Duty games, there's a movie Overlord it's that. You're mowing down Nazi zombies. It's fantastic. Not you aren't, because you're not in the movie, but in the movie there. So I was excited to check this one out, and it was a victim of COVID. So Stallone was posting pictures of it 2 years ago, prepping. I was like, oh wow, he's gonna be a superhero movie. And then we're watching it. She falls asleep. She hasn't finished it. She still doesn't know what happens.
Don't care.
And it just didn't care. Like, it's the movie that you go into like, oh, this is gonna be really cool. Then it wasn't. It just let you down on every level. It was just disappointing. So very disappointing. And part of the problem was, instead of digging deep on the character and what's going on with him, they treat it as a twist reveal. In which case, everything feels shallow, but it's not a good mystery. It's not a good twist. You figure it out. Like, do you know what the twist is?
No. I mean, I don't know what... Without you telling me what the twist is, I can't tell you if I know it.
She doesn't even care. If your movie's built around your twist, turn, reveal, she doesn't even care.
Is it who the superhero is? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the identity of the superhero.
I thought so.
Anyway, we'll talk about it after.
Okay.
But it just didn't work because you just weren't invested. There's no depth to it. All right, last one on here, and then we'll take a couple questions. Hutto, Transylvania, Transformania. And this one, it was tough for me to place on this list because I just don't really remember it. Some of that's that it came out almost a year ago, and the rest of it, it's just one more of these movies. I think Dracula's like on vacation and he's turned into a human, but it's just another one of these movies. More of this stuff. Not the best of this stuff, just more of this stuff. And so it just didn't make much of a mark. And then the other thing in there, when you reach the fourth movie in your franchise and the big draw, Adam Sandler leaves. That kind of tells you where things are at. And they brought in like a voice imitator. He's a YouTuber. I'm sure some of you are the fans of the guy that they brought in. I know some people are really excited that the guy that got to do that. You're excited for him. But that doesn't mean that it's good. It doesn't mean that it's actually something worth... it doesn't mean that it's a worthy follow-up. Because Adam Sandler was like the top comedic actor like 15 years. YouTuber guy doing an impersonation of him. It's not the same thing. So I barely even remember it. So there it is. If you want to throw some questions up here, we'll take a little break from our numbers. And then, yeah, let's go for it.
Okay. Sean, did you prefer 2022 or 2021? I assume for movies.
I don't know. It gets really tough when you see like 100 movies in a year. Because that means you saw a lot of garbage and then you saw a lot of really cool stuff. I feel like this was a year that was more surprising than last year. And there were a bunch of things that seemed like they were going to be really cool that weren't. There were a bunch of disappointments. Pixar for me. Really all of Disney for me. You know, Lightyear, that stuff was disappointing. A lot of lackluster Marvel stuff. Jurassic World Dominion was not as good as it should have been. A lot of you hated it. She had fun with it, but she liked it more than most of you guys. She likes monster movies, but it just simply wasn't as good as it should have been. And there's a lot of that. But then it was a great year for horror. Top Gun was of course great, and there were just a lot of little surprises in there. There was like, where'd that come from? That was really cool. But a lot of the stuff that I expected to be awesome wasn't. So I don't know how to compare, especially without looking the two lists side by side. It's tough to say, but that was my general feelings on 2022. Next.
Sorry, just a second. Big love from South Africa, Sean. Your content is superb. Question: most annoying actor/actress?
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't thought about that. And if anyone's just tuning in just now, we're taking a little break before we kick into the 70s. Just taking a few questions for a few minutes, and then we'll get back to the list at number 70. So we'll kick it off at number 7 in just a second. But most annoying actor or actress, the stuff that annoys me isn't normally the person in the movie. It's not actually their acting. The actors and actresses that annoy me is them in real life. And through social media, we actually get to hear a lot more of their opinions and stuff. And it's that stuff where they start coming off really condescending, really out of touch, that starts getting annoying. So like the one that comes to mind is Jennifer Lawrence. If you don't know, I married Jennifer Lawrence. This was a Jennifer Lawrence before you guys knew about the other Jennifer Lawrence. I married this Jennifer Lawrence and she became Jennifer Chandler. And when actress Jennifer Lawrence first came on the scene, one of the things that people really enjoyed about her is she had a very normal way that she carried herself. Just the way she interacted with people, a certain quirkiness to her that felt very normal and relatable. And then as she became major actress lady, it just seemed like she lost touch with reality and started saying more and more things that were like, what are you talking about? So she only got paid $20 million for Don't Look Up, whereas Leonardo DiCaprio got paid $28 million, something like that. And so she gave an interview where she's like, no matter what, no matter how far I strive in my career, I'll never be able to be as successful as the men. You go, what? What? You took like 3 years off from acting, and it's not like random guy, it's Leonardo DiCaprio. He's one of the few people that seems to be able to be a big draw, also gets prestige. He's like in a weird category of his own. And when you did Passengers with Chris Pratt, you made $8 million more dollars than him. It's not about she's made this argument that it didn't add up. And then she made this weird statement like a month ago where she said that, prior to Hunger Games, there had never been a female lead in an action movie. And we all misspeak. We all say things that are like off. That's like really off though. I'll say 1,000 things in this video like I'm a little bit off. But that's weird. To you say those words and you don't immediately go, what I mean was, she said it and just kind of went along with it. Now we can have female action leads. And everyone hearing that goes, what are you talking about? Some of the most popular action movies of all time have female leads. I don't know what you're saying right now. And so she's just, I don't know if the stardom went to her head or what, or she just spent too much time in Hollywood bubbles, but she annoys me because of these just crazy things that she says. That's the one that's been on my mind, especially because she made that statement a month ago, and then the one a few months back about Leonardo DiCaprio's pay. We're just like, what do you made $20 million? What are you talking about? So, I have another question.
I've got so many questions.
So I'll try and do a few of these pretty quick. I mean, I can ramble for so long.
Yeah,
Let's go for
that one was a little.
Yeah, you asked me something that got me worked up.
When the drama behind the scenes of Don't Worry Darling told a better story.
Yep.
Sure.
That was a lot of fun. If you don't track some of this movie news, it was like Spitgate at one of the world premieres. Like, did Harry Styles spit on Chris Pine? And people were like watching it in slow mo of like looking at a head turn and like what's that thing that came out of his mouth, and let's go frame by frame through
video footage.
Yeah, and like here's a second angle. It's crazy. That was so much fun.
Please hold. This did not have a question.
I'll take it.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I get all the super chats while we're on it. So the original Hocus Pocus is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, and being that I helped you watch the original movie by setting the 4K, I have no problem with your placement on the second. Thanks, Daniel.
So, he sent me the movie on 4K as well as the book. So he is a big fan of Hocus Pocus. I watched it for the first time just a year ago. I have no connection to it. Mr. Potato says he loves my content. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Okay, how many more are stuff?
Just gonna do one more quick question, and then we'll get just about back to it.
I'm trying to find one you won't give a long answer to. Sorry.
that is whatever it is. I will give my quick answer. I am so long-winded.
Are you excited for Star Wars: The Bad Batch Season 2 after the first reviews?
No. I haven't really connected much with so legitimate.
Short.
my son and I started watching Bad Batch, and we didn't finish it until a couple weeks ago because I realized season 2 was coming. I got access to season 2 a month ago or something like that, and I realized I hadn't finished the first season. So I can't say I'm excited for season 2 when I barely finished the first season. So, all right, I'm gonna throw a little video up here I shot a couple hours back. I'm gonna do some jumping jacks, and then we're gonna kick it off with number 70. What am I looking for? Here we go. All right, time to give myself a quick little break here. And once again, I want to talk about my upcoming events. Next weekend, January 6th through 8th, I'm going to be at Fan Expo New Orleans leading 2 different panels. One of those panels is going to be on how to grow a nerdy YouTube channel. It's a panel I've been doing for a while, but I'm doing a huge update of all the content in it based off all the updates to the YouTube algorithm, as well as the new tools, new strategies, all that fun stuff. That'll be Sunday at 1 o'clock. And then the other very cool one is I'll be leading a panel which is a live recording of my most anticipated movies and TV shows of 2022. It's a live recording for this channel. The video that I plan on posting on this channel will be recorded live. So I'm so fascinated by how that's going to work. It's going to be so different from anything I've done before because I've done live speaking and I've done video rankings. I haven't merged the two before. So I'm excited to check that one out. But also, if you're in the Louisiana area, you can be present for the recording of one of my videos. Then over the next few months, I'm going to be at Fan Expo Portland. That's February 17th through 19th. Fan Expo Cleveland, March 24th through 26th. And I'm hoping to have a couple of YouTube friends at that one. And then MegaCon in Orlando, March 30th through April 2nd. Portland, Cleveland, and Orlando aren't confirmed yet, but they're very likely to take place. I just can't confirm those are happening. And I want you to let you know about them in advance. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. And hopefully this year I'll be able to meet some of you in person. That's me. All right, number 70 on our list, Memory. This would have been on my list of most disappointing films of the year, but I forgot about it. I think it was Cody Leach mentioned it somewhere, and I was like, oh yeah, oh that's right. We got a Liam Neeson thriller from the director of Casino Royale and GoldenEye and The Mask of Zorro, and it was just as generic and forgettable as every other Liam Neeson thriller. And I like all of the Liam Neeson thrillers in the one sense they're just very easy movies to throw on and for me to just kind of have fun with. I just like the genre, and he's fun in those types of roles. But they're also just by now copy and paste, just these bland action thriller premises with a guy that really can't do the action anymore. He's 70 years old now, and unlike Sylvester Stallone, he's not pumped up on horse steroids. So, just the fact that I really thought, because Martin Campbell was directing it, that it would have something to it. It did not. Number 69, Hocus Pocus 2. As I mentioned just a little bit ago, I have no connection to Hocus Pocus. When it came out, I guess I was the target age for it, since it came out 30 years ago. I was like 12 years old, 11 years old when it came out. So I would have been the exact people that were supposed to go see it. And when it came out, I was not interested in seeing it. I was like, okay, whatever. So just a year ago, I got kids now, so let's check it out. My daughter had a good time with it. So having a new movie in the franchise, had no expectations, no care, no concern. And it just kind of felt like three people trying to recapture the magic from 30 years ago and rehashing what they did before and putting in like a weird redemptive arc too that just doesn't fit. And I think that like when you come back 30 years later and then you have all these people that dress as them, cosplay, and they're the favorites are the villains of it, you want to try and give them some positive spin by the end of it. But the appeal wasn't that they were heroes. That wasn't the hook. That was never supposed to be the reason we're supposed to be into it. So that did not work for me. Number 68. This will be a fun one to talk about. Turning Red. Turning Red. I've only seen it once. Sometimes you watch something in the wrong mood with the wrong expectations, and so you kind of leave. You pick up on the wrong things for different reasons. A ton of people loved this movie. It got great reviews. I watched it. It did not sit right with me. And I shared my thoughts on Twitter before we could post our full reviews. And Twitter promptly referred to me as a racist, bigot, sexist, whatever other cynicisms. And they hadn't even seen the movie yet. They're just like, because you didn't like it, you're this. Like maybe I wrote my tweet in a clumsy fashion. Maybe I could have phrased it better. Okay, I don't, I didn't care for a movie. And then I posted my full review, and it was a little bit different from a lot of my reviews because I was thinking more about my peers, other parents, and what would they want to know. Where normally I'm talking to like 24-year-olds. I'm talking to normal audience. Where that one was it was like had a different mindset as I was doing. So what did feel different? But there was a reason for it. I was thinking like, what would my sister want to know? And that's what I did my review. And so then people once again like, this is the review where you decided to do it different. It's probably because it's like, oh, well, I did it different because the subject matter rubbed me the wrong way in a different way than most movies do. So that was the reason. But so this movie has like a negative stigma for me simply because it was such an unpleasant experience talking about it. And it was almost kind of weird that people were mad at me that I didn't want to watch a movie about 13-year-old girls going to a boy band concert. It almost seemed like, wouldn't it be weirder if I was like, you know what I'm really into? Movies about 13-year-old girls going to a boy band concert. That sounds like that would be a weirder thing for me to be really into. But, so what didn't work for me? The girls themselves, or this group of friends, were kind of irritating to me. I didn't resonate with that. And then it keeps presenting the mother as so overbearing that she's just embarrassing her child. And then it keeps going down that path where it's like, you can trust your friends, not your parents. You can trust your friends, not your parents. And you get to the finale, and the mother's the villain. As a parent, that did not sit right with me. Like, what's the message that I want my kids to see? It's not that. Like, trust your friends. They really love you and understand you. Not your parents. And then it literally has the daughter twerking at her mother as an actual sexual freedom or something, and fighting back repression or whatever it was. Once again, it just sort of thing just doesn't sit right with me as a parent, so I did not care for it. Maybe if I rewatch it, I'll have a different take on it, but it was just a real unpleasant little experience.
When you mentioned it briefly at the beginning, someone said that their friends that were girls said it was unpleasantly accurate. And I that's what I felt. Like, I have no interest in reliving my time as a middle school girl. It was uncomfortable and awkward and way too hyper.
Yeah.
And that's what that movie felt like, was being immersed in middle school girl whatever.
That's almost to say, like, the thing that for some, and that's why it becomes polarizing. You make a movie that captures the awkwardness of an unpleasant phase of life really well. There's a group of people that go like, "That's awesome, it nailed it," and there's a group of people who go, "Why would I want to be entertained by that? Why would I want to sit in that?"
There's a difference between watching it too and feeling it.
Yeah.
And I felt like that movie made you feel it. Like, I felt awkward and uncomfortable, and I didn't appreciate that personally.
So maybe if, like, I don't know if I rewatch it. Same with like Thor: Love and Thunder. Maybe I'll have a different perspective, different mindset, proper expectations. Based off one viewing, I didn't care for it, and I really did not enjoy the experience of like I got off Twitter and stopped reading my comments for about 2 weeks because it was so unhealthy, and some of it I just had to drop out of the conversation. There were people that shared opinion. There's a guy another critic named Sean with a C last name that wrote things not terribly different from what I said, that Twitter burned him alive. Just went scorched earth on this guy. And I didn't know who it was at first. And I saw it when I found his name, it said Sean. And I was reading it being like, I wasn't sure if I had said those things or not. Like, that's not terribly far off from what I said. I don't think I would have said it like that. But they went scorched earth on this guy, just doing what Twitter does, taking what someone's statements out of context, not being in any way generous. And he said it was very clumsily phrased what he said. It wasn't a great way to articulate it, but I just like, I don't want to deal with this. And that's frustrating. It's there's two sides of toxic fandom right now. There's the people that just want to make 1,000 videos about why Brie Larson sucks. And they're just angry about everything Disney does, and they're always finding anything to be angry about. And then there's the toxic positivity. That if you don't like She-Hulk, if you don't like every Star Wars thing, if you don't like Turning Red, it's because you're... And then they come up with a series of explanations that are always an Easterism. Both of those are toxic. If all you're... if you... So positive that you attack anyone that's not positive, or if you only see the negative, those are both toxic worldviews. Number 67, Cheaper by the Dozen, the remake. Another one of these Disney Plus originals that's a remake. That this one didn't bother me as much as some of the other ones. I had a little bit more fun with it. It has a bit of a different plot to it. It doesn't, like, the jobs that the people have and the dynamic with the parents is different. So it had some new things it brought to the table. And even the nature of the family and the connections to the past. There's it had something new there. It's not great. It's obviously not a great placement on the list, but I felt it had more to offer than some of these other Disney Plus things that are lower down on the list. I also don't remember it very well. It's just kind of one of those ones you watch, it was like, okay, that's not great. At least you tried something a little bit different. Number 66, Senior Year. This is the Rebel Wilson, I think, Netflix movie, where she falls into a coma when she's in high school and wakes up 20 years later and has to finish high school. So it's like a 38-year-old woman going back to finish high school, and she was in high school 20 years ago. She has all the style from 20 years ago and doesn't understand all the new stuff. A lot of people hated this movie. There's a lot to there's a bunch of things about it that are really easy to dunk on. Even some stuff, I saw some other people's reviews pointing out some of the editing in it that's unbelievably bad. I didn't hate it. It was another one of those things of okay, it's like a throwback concept, simple setup. I think what I appreciated about it was that it didn't just try to villainize the kids. It didn't play entirely into obvious stereotypes. It had a little bit more complexity and nuance to it, which I don't know that describing senior year as complex and nuanced. I'm probably the only person to have accidentally described senior year as complex and nuanced. I don't really mean that, but it's not the most straightforward, obvious version. It adds just enough with the way the parents are behaving and ways in which the parents are misbehaving more than sometimes the teenagers themselves are, and where they set certain people up to be more look at first like they're doing the cliche, but it's not quite. But once again, it's number 66 on the list. I enjoyed it more than most people. That's still not a good placement on a list like this. Number 65, Moonfall, the latest Roland Emmerich movie where he blows up the world. This one is like all the Roland Emmerich films mashed into one, but twice as stupid as any of the other ones, because this one is about the moon crashing into the earth. And Jennifer hasn't seen it, so I'm going to spoil the plot twist. To give it credit, it swings for the fences on this one. Well,
I have a question about this one. If you
about Moonfall.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw it up there.
Well, I have to find it. You keep talking.
But so it's like you. I enjoy these Roland Emmerich blow up the world movies. They're absolute Taco Bell movies for me. This one fell into that list of like it was so dumb, so stupid. But I wasn't bored. It's indefensible. It felt like they adapted a set of books into a 2-hour movie. There's so much implications for the world building that takes place in it, while just being like all this backstory that exists exclusively for Roland Emmerich to blow up the world in a new way. So 2012 blew up the world, aliens have blown up the world, now the Earth's blowing up the world. The day after tomorrow, the polar ice caps shifting or something froze the world. Now, moon crash into world. Is it a Taco Bell movie? It's a soggy Taco Bell movie. It's the Taco Bell I get from my local Taco Bell, which is to say bad Taco Bell. Other parts of the world have good Taco Bell, where my taco's still crispy. The stuff I get, my tacos are soggy. This is soggy Taco Bell. It's not good. Like, normally, like a Fast and Furious movie, when I say it's a Taco Bell, a Taco Supreme, it's like, it's dumb, it's indefensible, but I had a lot of fun with it, and that's what is in my mind. This one is like, this is just not very good, but at least I'm not bored. It's kind of like that. It's a little bit, because there's a whole point of Taco Bell is that they're indefensible, they're stupid. This is even less of the good stuff. I don't know if that's helpful. VHS 99 at number 64 on here. So, if you could remove the text.
I'm sorry. Thanks.
Number 64, VHS 99. I haven't seen any of the other VHS movies, so I don't have a point of reference for the other ones. This is one that I saw at Fantastic Fest, and I saw it very late in the festival. Fantastic Fest is an 8-day long film festival where they show movies from like 11 in the morning till the last one starts at midnight. So if you went to every time slot, you could see 40 movies in a week. I wasn't that intense, but I am seeing like 20 movies in a week. So I think the next to last day is when I saw VHS 99, and I saw it at a midnight screening. So a week into a film festival. My brain is mush, and I watched it in that context. It wasn't the easiest experience for me. I literally felt sick because it's like handheld. That's the concept. Kind of found footagey little anthology deals. So shaky cam after a week of staying up late. I literally felt nauseous. I had to look away during some of the later segments in it. Some of them I thought were really cool and clever. Some of them were just not for me. It felt like, in particular, the one that kicks it off, it's like about a band trying to shoot a music video underground, and it felt like a 10-minute setup for a 30-second punchline. Like, the joke, you spend 10 minutes setting up your joke, and then it's like, oh, that was kind of funny. It's not worth this much setup for that little payoff. And some of the other ones kind of like that. Other ones, like I said, they made me feel nauseous because of the shaky cam. So we're kind of land on that one. Number 63, Strange World, the latest Disney film. And I don't know exactly what went on here. This movie had no marketing. I got invited to the press screening, and I went, that's coming out? Like, I didn't realize the movie was coming out so soon, because I had not seen a full trailer for it. I've still never seen a full trailer for this movie. That's how little marketing it had, so little buzz it had. And I'm not sure if they just realized they didn't have a movie that was great or what, but it's the sort of movie that, on a marketing level, I would think it would be very easy to market this film, because it's like a throwback adventure, superficially speaking, with a little bit of advanced tech, some weird creatures, some cute creatures. It has all the things that would be easy to market, but they didn't market this film. And my best guess is because they just kind of knew it wasn't their best output. Once again, very frustrating because superficially it's a good setup for some adventure, but it has characters that aren't very likable. In particular, the way they treat some of these dads. There's like the deadbeatest of deadbeat dads that the movie still kind of wants to treat him as like this fun adventurer guy while also being like, it just didn't work. And then they tried to do comparisons between the two dads that they were not level comparisons whatsoever. Like at all. And then by the time you get to the end of the movie and you get the big twist, it's like, I get what you're going for here, but I'm not buying into this. This isn't working for me. And then the movie literally ends with, it might as well be someone walking up to a podium to give a 2-minute environmentalist speech. Like, it might as well do that. That's essentially what it does at the end of the movie. And so it couldn't decide, does it want to be the adventure film, family drama film, or environmentalist film? And it kind of tries to do all of them at the same time, and they did not merge properly for me. Number 62, Jurassic World Dominion. I so wanted to like this one more, and I so wanted this to be my Taco Supreme of the year. My favorite Taco Bell movie that, sure, it's a little bit ludicrous, dinosaurs across the earth, but it's so fun to have the cast of the original Jurassic Park with the Jurassic World cast, with dinosaurs all over the world. I so wanted it to be that, and the trailers convinced me it was going to be that. Like, I went in thinking, oh, I think they did it. I think I think it's going to be really good. And then, instead of making a movie about dinosaurs all over the earth, they made a movie about dinosaurs at a dinosaur preserve in Europe that's like evil Apple headquarters, and Alan Grant is running around evil Apple headquarters doing corporate espionage. And there's a lot about locusts eating crops. What? You already set up the better movie. There's dinosaurs everywhere. Like, why did it just make it like a Noah's Ark situation of, we're trying to get, we can't have dinosaurs everywhere, so we're trying to get dinosaurs all into some desolate place where nobody lives. I like to find a place for them. Like, find a whole state that's dinosaur state or something. No, we're at a preserve. We're essentially at a new park, new isolated park, away from everything. I don't get it. Like, it's always fun to see dinosaurs. It was great to see the actors return, but why, oh why, oh why, oh why would you do it like this? 61, Blood Relatives. This is a Shudder original that I saw at Fantastic Fest. And a fun detail about this one, I didn't know this until last night when I was doing a little bit of research to make sure this movie had actually come out in the year 2022. They shot it right down the road, 8 miles that way, 5 miles that way in Taylor, Texas. They shot part of it, so they shot it all around the Austin area. And I didn't even notice that while watching the movie. But then again, like Texas cornfields, when you get the cornfield flat section of Texas, it all looks the same. So now they make me want to rewatch the movie. Like, oh, Taylor, like it's right there. I actually know that area. I wonder if I can spot more shooting locations. For me, it's like a story about a vampire that kind of lives on the road, wandering around. He drives around in a car that has tinted windows, and then he has to like put a sleeve over it, and just kind of wanders around and kind of discovers that he has a daughter, blood relatives, and so he's trying to teach her how to be a vampire person that's not awful. And there's a premise that's kind of nice, but it's like he didn't know when to end. And so it got to a point in time where I thought the movie was ending, and then it goes on for another 40 minutes. And this first part, I felt like this is a satisfying ending. Like this is the thing they need to overcome to become close as a family, and his differences, her differences. Okay, we did that. And then it feels like it montages through its sequel. And it's not nearly as good. It's not told as nearly as well. So it would have been higher if they'd just taken this part right here and made it like this, instead of let's do this and then tack on all this other stuff. All right, let's take a little pause right there for some questions. We'll do every 10. We'll pause for a little bit, and
There's so many.
I'll do my best to be quick.
Okay, I'm trying to find the super chats just real quick. Sorry, they're not as easily identifiable this time. Hey Sean, happy 2023. Big fan. I'm on a Nick Cage movie tangent and was wondering what your favorite is. Thanks.
That's the hardest question I've ever been asked in my life. Whew. Favorite Nicolas Cage movie. So I'm always partial to his trio of action films from the 90s. He won an Oscar, and normal actors, when they win an Oscar, they go, all right, I'm a serious actor now. I'm going to do more prestige films to try and get more Oscars. But that's not Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage's response was, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to do 3 back-to-back awesome 90s action movies. So he does The Rock, Face Off, and Con Air back-to-back. All 3 of them, for very different reasons, are like the epitome of 90s action movies. So The Rock has Sean Connery in it, and it's a early Michael Bay movie. And then Con Air is this stupid premise with this amazing cast, and that because it's so stupid, that's why it's so awesome. And then Face Off is a ridiculous premise about how if you take people's faces and swap them, you can do that. It's just ridiculous. But then you can morph people's bodies, so all of a sudden, John Travolta and Nicolas Cage are swapping faces and bodies, and voices, and then put chips in their throat, like so outlandish. And directed by John Woo, who's one of the best at choreographing action sequences. So like the whole thing's lively, over the top, and John Travolta and Nicolas Cage are the 2 guys known for being able to pull off over the top acting, and they're acting like the other person overacting, which is incredible. And this is a context where I'm overacting is not a criticism. In the case of them, they do it in a way that anyone else trying to do that performance, it's bad overacting. They're pushing it so far is what makes them so fun and charismatic. So 3 very different action movies back to back. And that was what he did. He wins an Oscar for a movie about a guy going to Las Vegas trying to drink himself to death with a prostitute. Gets the Oscar and goes, I think I want to be an action star now. And does action movies. And then right after they just Gone in 60 Seconds. The National Treasure movies are just really fun adventure films. And it's weird that we never got a third one. We got a Nicolas Cage movie on this list. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent is really good. So, anyway, that's not a quick answer.
No, that was not. Did you pick one, or did you...
No, I won't pick one.
Okay.
If you want to know an inside joke, back in beginning of the year, I hung out with Austin Burke for a week. We did a Fan Expo panel at in Philadelphia. So I spent about a week with him, and we were both going to do a short listing our top 5 favorite Nicolas Cage films. And what we were both going to do was have Con Air in all 5 spots and just give 5 different reasons for why it's his best movie. But coming in at 5th place, Con Air. But coming in at number 1 is Con Air. Both of us were going to do it, and then we didn't do it. We should have. It was going to be great. Disney Nerd says, what an appropriate spot for Hocus Pocus 2. Yeah. And if you don't know, he's also a moderator.
I did now.
So, yeah.
Hey Sean, I love your channel. You've helped me become more of a movie lover, and I watch your videos all the time. Curious to know what your most watched 2022 film was.
Very easy, Top Gun Maverick. Without, it's not even there's not a movie that's close. So I saw The Batman 3 times in a week. That's a difficult film to watch 3 times in a week because it is kind of a slow burn detective story and it's 3 hours long. I watched Top Gun Maverick in the theater 4 times in a week, and I could have watched it a 5th time, no problem. I tried to see it a 5th time. I tried to talk my kids into it. They did not go for it. They do not understand cinema. Someday they'll get it. So I watched it 4 times in a week. And then, even last night, I watched about half of it. We're going to close out the year. We got to watch Top Gun Maverick. So I watched half of it last night. I watched segments of it all the time, and we've watched it just here at home a few times.
Some of it last night was to prep Chloe for New Hope, and how similar the scenes were.
Though I didn't even play the part that was the most similar, so Didn't quite work out. But Top Gun Maverick is easily the number one there.
Sean, thanks for a great year of reviews. I hope you and your family have a great 2023. Keep up the great work. What's your most anticipated movie of 2023?
So I haven't done I haven't really started writing that list yet to be able to give a definitive answer. As I said several times in here, I've been kind of announcing a little bit. I'm recording that video, the full version that's fully researched, next Saturday live at Fan Expo New Orleans. So if you're in the Louisiana area, I'd love it if you come out. If we could fill out every seat, that would be incredible. But the full video will be next week, where I've done all my proper research to give my definitive locked-in answer. And we're going to record it live, and then that video will be posted like Monday or Tuesday a week from now. Without doing the research, the two that immediately come to mind: Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one was so special. With the holiday special coming out a month ago, we watched it 4 times. Like, we watched it back-to-back days a week ago. And then we put on the song. And my big criticism of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 was like the mean streak in it. One of the things I was pointed towards was Drax, this big, strong man, insulting Mantis about her appearance, and this insecure girl being insulted by this powerful man. Like, that sort of thing just didn't rub me right. And they were kind of cute and fun together, but it was just like, it always put a bad taste in my mouth. And you watch the holiday special, and it has all the stuff that I love about those two characters, minus the mean streak, and they're adorable in such fun ways.
And she's a lot stronger than she was, too.
Yeah, and so, like, right, like, so putting her with them as opposed to under the thumb of Ego, all of a sudden she gets to be a much, like, you know, she's shouting at Drax, arguing back with him. She's not just taking it, getting beat down by it. She dishes it out, too. It was so fun. It reminded me of everything I loved. It was like an appetizer of like, yeah, okay, I really dig this. And then the trailer makes it look like you're going to get all the laughs, but also probably some gut-wrenching emotion in there. Even just stuff like, I don't know if they spoiled a moment that they shouldn't have spoiled in a trailer, but the last shot in the first part of the trailer where you've got Star-Lord and massive Groot shooting guns, and he goes, "We are Groot," in that context. I don't know what that scene is, but you contrast it. We've got 2 "We Are Groots," so I hope they didn't spoil too much of that. First one is him sacrificing himself in this very sweet moment in the first film. Like that's a line that should not work in a moment that should not work, and it does. And so you put in the trailer, same line. The only time he changes from I Am Group is with them. And they're in this big shootout where Groot has 6 arms and is shooting 6 guns and is angry. That's as different of an emotion, but also you can see how they're similar vibes of, we're going to die unless we do this. Whatever that is, I'm so excited for that. And then the other most anticipated, I'm not very good with these short answers.
You're terrible.
Terrible.
Of all the flaws,
I literally talk about movies way too much. I'm talking about movies way too much. Getting excited about this movie, I'd say. And then Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Tom Cruise is on top of the world right now. Top of the world. And he hasn't had the level of excitement surrounding him like he has now in 20 years. And the Mission Impossible movies have always been profitable, always made money, but they didn't make Top Gun Maverick money. And there's a new excitement for Tom Cruise. And just this, like, everyone knows now. Everyone realizes, wait, Tom Cruise is doing what no one else will or can do. And so they put out this little 10-minute behind-the-scenes special on Mission Impossible about how they did this one shot. It's 10 minutes on how they did this one shot that's in the trailer and that's in the movie of him jumping a motorcycle off a cliff. And this special feature is better than anything behind the scenes for the MCU that we've ever gotten, because they're talking about how they spent a year prepping this one shot. And it was months and months and months of Tom Cruise practicing so that he could drive a motorcycle off of a cliff. And when you put that in the context of how exciting Top Gun Maverick was because it was real, he demanded that all the actors be willing to go up in a jet, be trained to be able to go in a jet, trained to be able to operate their cameras. He's just doing movies differently than everyone else. And it's this throwback style, but also being as this new modern level of spectacle like we've never seen before. And you just, when someone's that committed and to making good stuff, it's impossible to not just join in the enthusiasm for it.
Sorry.
What's your most anticipated? Is it?
Oh, I have no idea. I can't.
The new Hunger Games movie? Is it the Hunger Games movie?
No.
All right, the next question.
Well, someone said the fact that I can't even say it. The hardest question you've ever been asked is what your favorite Nicolas Cage movie is hilarious, and they are not wrong. Okay, here I've got this one. Hi, Sean. You probably recognize me. Just wanted to wish you a Happy New Year so far. I'm loving this live stream. Your content is amazing when it comes to movies. Just want to say thank you so much for the amazing content.
I appreciate it, and I do recognize your name. That's one thing that helps when you have something like Jets. You see it and you go, okay, that's simple enough that it sticks in your brain. So I do remember you.
This is not a question. It appears to be a statement.
Okay.
Attacking someone for their own opinion on what they like and dislike is just stupid, and some people forget that film is subjective, and every film affects someone differently, and I'm always honest on what I like and dislike. And talking out of turn, that's what I like about what you try to do with your channel.
And also, Tony, I remember you. We met in person in Orlando and talked for a good while. So, and that's essentially what we talked about, was how he has some takes on movies that most people don't have. And so, yeah, I talked with him a good bit in Orlando. And so, like, legitimately, that's what, like, when we do this fan expos, I do meetups afterwards, and, you know, I walk the floor, and, you know, I'm there to meet people. I'm there to talk to you. So if you could make it out to any of these, I want to meet you. I want to talk with you and all that fun stuff. And Tony Chappie, that's a guy I met at one of these and everything like that. So, we're not going to explain what that means. You've got to figure it out on your own.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say it.
I'll let that be an inside joke for all of us that know.
You want more questions?
If you got some, I can fire off with a couple of them real quick.
This is all on you, honey.
That's true. I'll do my best to do a couple of them real quick, and then I'll yeah.
Sean, do you watch that many films from other years? Is this about your average?
Do you watch that many movies from?
However many movies
so,
from this year that you're ranking.
This, if you're talking about for this year, I was lower than normal for a couple of reasons. One of them is I've just kind of realized I can't see everything. I don't want to see everything. I don't need to see everything. You guys don't want me to cover it. I can't cover. If I see 140 movies, I can't review 140 movies. So I tried to just be like, all right, I'm not going to go see all of these bad horror films that no one's saying anything good about. I'm not going to see every prestige film that other, like, film Twitter's talking about. This is not for me. But in general, total number of movies I saw this year, 331 is what my list says. 331 movies this year is how many I saw according to my list. So that's probably missing quite a few. So it's probably more like 350 total movies that I saw. So 25% of them are new releases. 2/3 of them are older films. And it's because when I do my rankings, I don't rely on old memories. If I haven't seen a movie in 5 years, then I rewatch it. So, and then I think we had 331 on 31s this year. And one of those was actually 33 on 31. So it's 95 movies for those 3 videos that I watched. Woo! And I watched 34 Steven Spielberg movies for a ranking I still haven't done yet. That's 70 hours of Spielberg watching for a video I have not made. I'm still planning on, basically, I watched all these Spielberg movies, and then the movie came out, kind of flopped. It was right at Thanksgiving, and as soon as I was like, all right, I'm going to do it this week, I got all the movies watched, got my notes written, I was sick for 3 weeks. From like beginning of December until about December 20th, I couldn't talk for any amount of time without coughing, and I had no energy. So that's where the Spielberg ranking disappeared to. But anyway, that's not a quick answer to it.
Nope, it's not.
I never have a quick answer.
Are you excited for the new Scream, or are you skeptical about it?
As of this moment, I'm only excited. I don't have any skepticism.
Period. All right.
No, well, quick answer, because there's two things about it.
Okay.
The Nev Campbell stuff doesn't. I understand. The Nev Campbell stuff doesn't bother me because I don't think she needs to be at the core of every story. I think that limits the storytelling potential and strains credibility if you just Nev Campbell's always there. Sidney Prescott isn't always going to be there, and you have other people that can take her place. You set one up in the new movie, but then you also have Hayden Penitentiary, Kirby, coming back. I'd love to have let's put. I don't know what it is. It's
penitentiary.
Yeah, Hayden Penitentiary is getting out of the jail, and she's coming back. Kirby is a great character, and the idea of having her more prominent, plus, I don't remember the name of the daughter character from the new one, but you have people, and Jenna Ortega, you've got people to take over, and then that it's in New York, I think that's a fun change-up. As long as it's not Ghostface takes a boat to Vancouver, we're good to go. I'm excited for it. And the biggest fear I have is the amount of time. There's not a big gap there. All right, I'm going to put a video up. It's a couple minutes long. If you want to run to the bathroom, this is your opportunity. And then we'll kick it off with whatever.
Real quick, while I'm running to the bathroom or whatever I'm doing while I'm away, I wanted to let you know about my Patreon page. And essentially, it's a membership site where you can join over there and you get access to more content and a bunch of exclusive live streams. The big thing in my mind, the big hook, is that you get kind of more access to me. Here on the main channel, 235,000 subscribers. I post anything. There's hundreds of comments. I do a live stream. There's hundreds of people in the stream. Tons of questions just getting dropped back and forth. I can't get to know people. I can't connect on that one-on-one level. And over on Patreon, because it's a much smaller community and there's a lot more live streams, I can actually get to know people, interact, get their taste, and we'll have kind of ongoing conversations throughout the weeks. Normally the weekly live, this year I did about 40 live streams over there, so 3-4 per month. Normally miss 1 week each month. But there's 15 people in there, so I can actually get to know them and answer everyone's question. So if you want to get a question answered for me, joining over there at any level is the easiest way to do it. So at $2 per month or $21, $22 per year, you gain access to all the live streams, all the exclusive videos. $5 per month, you get your name on the end card on my videos, as well as I follow you back on social media. And then at the top tier, $25 per month, you get a video chat with me, just one-on-one. We can talk movies. We can play Fortnite. That's what I did this past week with it. We played Fortnite, and that was cool. We talked movies and played Fortnite. That was a ton of fun. But yeah, you join in. You get 30 minutes of hanging out with me. Anyway, if you sign up for annual on any of these, it's like a 16% discount, which is the equivalent of a free month. So if you like my content, want to support the channel, want more content, kind of want a close connection, consider joining over on Patreon. If you can join, awesome. If you can't, still awesome that you're here checking this out. I'm so grateful for every single one of you. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let's get back to present time Sean.
All right, present time Sean feels better now. As it turns out, when you're chugging bang, you gotta go tinkle. Did I shout it?
All the words.
Hey,
I hate them.
You owe me a big thank you. I shot one of these little videos behind it. At the end of it, I went, I'm taking a break, maybe run to the bathroom, maybe making out with my wife.
Oh my gosh.
But I cut it, so they're not going to hear me say anything like that.
Yeah, they won't hear it now.
All right, number 60. Yeah, I only said that to the 568 people watching live right now. Coming to number.
You're muted. You're muted.
Ah!
Oh, wait, no. Wait, mine is muted. I'm sorry. It's just me. Forgive me. You're good. I think.
She doesn't have. We only have the same mic, and so it's right here in front of me, and I'm yelling and screaming, and right now it's pointing at me.
Yours is showing unmuted. Mine is showing muted. I apologize. That was super my bad.
Technology.
That's what you get for making fun of me.
Hopefully this next year I'll do a lot more live streams. Some people asked me about the podcast that I was running a few years back. I'm hoping to, in some capacity, bring it back more this year. Basically, my technology was terrible to do these live streams, and so my camera was no good, my internet was no good, so I have a new camera that's the same camera I do for my main videos, and got better internet, better everything. So hopefully more of these live streams, but in the process of that, we need to figure out how to do mics so two people can have a mic and not have to do this. That's one final thing to figure out. Number 60, Christmas Bloody Christmas. And this was kind of disappointing for me. I enjoyed it enough. It's fine. But it's from the director of a movie called VFW that came out a few years back. Another one I saw at Fantastic Fest, I think at its world premiere, back in 2019. And it's like a cool Grindhouse Carpenter-inspired movie about drugged out, freaked out mutants that got taken out by a bunch of veterans at this bar. My kind of thing. Same director. It's called Christmas Bloody Christmas, and it's about like a department store Santa Claus robot that goes crazy and starts killing people. So same director. Like, oh, cool. Grindhouse Santa Claus killing people. That'll be a lot of fun. And it kind of is, and it kind of isn't. It takes like 30 minutes for him to start killing people, and it spends the first 30 minutes with talking with like these really like cynical people that hate everything mainstream, and they're just like crassly trashing everything. And I don't know, it just like it was tough to like connect with them because they were so cynical. It's 30 minutes of that, just bantering about music, and then an hour of them running from an evil Santa Claus robot, and that was fun. So I was hoping it would be better, or that I'd like the characters more. Number 59, another one I watched just a couple days ago, Accident Man, Hitman's Holiday. This is the latest Scott Adkins direct-to-video action movie. And, they don't have a ton of money, but Scott Adkins is one of these martial artists that's really talented. And so, real straightforward kind of plot. There's someone kidnapped that has to be rescued by the hitman, and there's betrayals and all that fun stuff. It's lively. It's, he like fights an evil clown at the end. There's some memorable stuff in there. So in terms of like direct-to-video action movies, it's a pretty good one. In that category, if they don't have a ton of money, it's not the most original script. Even in the category of Scott Adkins direct-to-video action movies, this is a pretty good one. It didn't like leave a mark. It's not like, man, I can't wait to rewatch that. It's okay. Yeah, that was a fine way to kill 90 minutes of my life. Not much more to say than that. Number 58, Secret Headquarters. This is, either Peacock or Paramount Plus original film with, it doesn't really star Owen Wilson. He's more of a side character to it, but he's like a superhero, and it's about like, what is it? His kid finds his secret lair with his friends, and someone's trying to break in to steal the stuff for his stuff. So it kind of like turns into like Home Alone or Die Hard in a secret lair with kids. With a superhero backdrop to it. It was fine. It was cute enough. There's some of these... I saw a lot of people more trashing this movie, and I think I evaluate a lot of these films differently because I evaluate it through the lens of father. If I didn't have kids and I was just like watching this, I'd probably be like, okay, whatever. But when you watch it and you think, if my kids decided to watch this on loop, would it drive me crazy? Because there's so many things they watch that drive me crazy. This one I was like, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Fine family entertainment, some laughs, some action, some superhero stuff. Nothing really memorable, nothing remarkable. There it is. Number 57, and this is one some of you guys will probably be interested in, The Whale. And this is the new Darren Aronofsky film that is very much being touted as Brendan Fraser's big return. He hasn't done many high-profile projects over the last 10 years, and there's a lot of reasons behind that. And because he didn't do a lot of high-profile stuff for about 10 years, the entertainment industry changed a lot, both in terms of who is the main film critics, and then just the realm of online film critics. It changed the landscape to where Brendan Fraser, who wasn't taken all that seriously in his prime, because he was just like George of the Jungle, he's in The Mummy. But the people that grew up watching those movies are now the film critics. And so there's a reverence for him, or a respect for him, that wasn't there in his prime. And it's kind of been a real kind of sweet comeback story in a lot of ways, because he's getting praised so much, and a lot of chatter about will he get an Oscar and everything like that. And so the movie started playing at film festivals several months back, and to the early chatter, everybody loves his performance. The movie itself is actually pretty polarizing. A bunch of people that have in their top 10. I think Jeremy Jahns had it in his top 10. And then other people hated it. Like, hated this movie. Bottom 10. It's that kind of movie. if you buy into this, if like you really get involved in the narrative of it and the journey and the way that it decides to handle this arc, top. A lot of other people kind of not so much. I wasn't like offended by it. I didn't get mad about it, but it rang very artificial for me. That all of the drama, it didn't ring true. It felt like there were, these things didn't feel earned. The depth to which there was despair and anger and betrayal, all of it felt a little bit overcooked, and the lack of communication, and he hasn't seen her in so many years, and she wouldn't let him do this, and this person did this. Everything felt overcooked to me. So it rang hollow. It's also based off a play, and it was adapted by the screenplay was written by the playwright. And it feels like you're watching a play on the big screen. It's not a cinematic script at all. It transitions between scenes the way plays transition between scenes. Two people are talking, then someone knocks on the door. Next person shows up, so this actor leaves and this actor enters in. It just very much feels like a play as you're watching it. And then Sadie Sink, Max from Stranger Things, is the worst movie character of the entire year. She is just awful. And I think if she'd been less awful, I could buy into the journey of, was it Brendan Fraser's character's journey. I could have bought into his more if the daughter wasn't such a terrible person. Because he sees Charlie, yeah. He sees something there that the audience doesn't see, that is not earned. And some of that's like it's supposed to, like his perspective on the world. Like I get all of what it's going for, but she's terrible. She is a terrible person. So I just couldn't buy into some of this stuff. I couldn't buy into why she was the way that she was, why he would care this much but be this disconnected. Like it just didn't add up to me. So you have this phenomenal performance that if he wins the Oscar for the performance, I'm as happy as anyone. I don't think I would vote for him. I don't think he's my pick. But I'd be so excited if he did win. So I had a day where I had to choose between seeing Babylon or The Whale, and I saw The Whale because it was playing earlier in the day, and it's an hour shorter. And seeing Babylon, it started at 3 in the afternoon. It's a longer movie, so I went with The Whale. Haven't been able to see Babylon, but that's the quick little story about why I haven't seen Babylon. But I'm pretty excited to see it now that I know what happens in the first 5 minutes. Number 56, Death on the Nile, the latest...
You said the latest?
The latest Kenneth Branagh Hercules Powell. Is that how you pronounce it? Hercules. The follow-up to Murder on the Orient Express. They're standalone little murder mysteries, so it's not like a sequel really, but it's the next movie in the series. And it's fine. You've got a cast of A-listers. You're pulling from classic, was it Agatha Christie source material, a director that's competent enough. I just don't feel like there's any life in these movies. And it just doesn't feel like there's a spark to them. They're not bad. I'm not mad at them. They're not like, oh, that was awful, and here's my 10 reasons why. They just never come to life for me. Death on the Nile, I was like, that was kind of cool, but okay. That was kind of the same with this one. This one also has some like really, really bad green screen or just shots that look fake. Like whatever's going on, something's not right. So a movie that had a budget too big for me to be saying that didn't look good. Number 55, the latest Texas Chainsaw Massacre film, Texas Chainsaw. A lot of people had this in their bottom 10. I didn't have any big issues with this. I didn't go in expecting anything amazing, and I didn't get anything amazing, but I went and just wanted some Carnage candy, and that's what I got. Like an old Leatherface, like just mowing down a bus full of millennials. That's sure Carnage candy galore. Well, I'm for it. Did you not know he did that? Leatherface kills people with a chainsaw.
I'm aware.
I'd never seen any of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films prior to January of well, I guess last year, prior to a year ago. I hadn't seen any of them. And a bunch of them were filmed around here. So I actually did this whole project out of it, where I watched all the movies, and then I went to shooting locations for each of the movies when I shot my ranking. And so I was like, where the movie was shot is where I would talk about that movie. It was one of the coolest rankings I've done. And so maybe I have a little bit of experience bias. I mean, it was just a fun experience to kind of do all of that. But I didn't mind it, but also I don't have any history with Texas Chainsaw Massacre to feel like it wasn't worthy. There's a lot of movies in this franchise that are not so great. This one seemed less dumb than some of the other ones. Like when you have the one with Alexandra Daddario, where Leatherface is treated like an anti-hero, and there's literally a scene where she like grabs a chainsaw, throws it to him, and goes, "Do yo thing, cuz." That's in a Texas thing. Compared to that sort of thing, I was like, yeah, this one, sure. He's old now and killing millennials that want to convert a small town into an urban environment. Sure, whatever. I don't care. Number 54. I have a tough time deciding where to put this one. Lightyear. I liked it more when I first watched it. It has some humor that I thought landed. There were things about it that I liked, and my kids seemed to enjoy the experience. But it's the sort of movie that, when time passed, all I remember was, I really didn't like that plot twist. I really did not like the villain twist on that one. And likewise, like, why was it in such a drab setting? And why would you market your movie as the movie that made Andy love Buzz Lightyear, that led him to getting the toy that we've seen in all the Toy Story movies? Why would you make that your premise and make this movie? Because this movie does not feel like the movie that kid would be into. This feels like the third film in a trilogy with an older Buzz that's reflecting on his life. It's a Space Ranger movie where he's not a Space Ranger. Like it was just like such an odd story to pick with this dark, gloomy setting and a villain twist that really soured me on the movie, especially afterwards. Like, that's what I remember about the film. But I know I had fun watching it. Sometimes when I take my kids, it also like gives me parent bias or whatever. But I had more fun watching it than I did remembering it. Did you see that one with us?
Which one?
Lightyear?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to, in case someone hasn't seen it, I don't want to spoil it, but it just picked a twist that was like, I
hated the twist.
Yeah, it's this lady over here, she hated the twist. So it's just kind of it's the sort of thing like, why would you think that would be a good direction to go?
I'm reading the comments, so I apologize if you said it already, but one of the things that you said before that I felt explains the movie the best is it feels like a sequel to the original Buzz Lightyear that Andy would have liked.
So I said it felt like the third film in a trilogy.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like the beginning of an action series that would make any of our kids want an action figure except for the cat, which they all did.
And we have one of those cats in our house now. But so like he's supposed to be the Space Ranger, and this feels like he's had all these adventures as a Space Ranger. They established this whole backstory with his partner and everything, and then this is the story of an aged Space Ranger reflecting on losing being a Space Ranger. That's not the kickoff. That's not story number one. That's a story that works once you've told some stories. And
I thought it was good. It just felt like it was the wrong sequence.
Yep.
And not what our kids were looking forward to when you said, there's a new Buzz Lightyear movie. Can you get your numbers on the bottom? I don't know how to do that.
Whoops. Where are we at? This one. It's the brand tab.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
And then there's a bunch of stuff in there. So if ever I'm talking and you want to use one of these videos and just interrupt me.
Life.
How dare you?
How dare you interrupt me? Or like I say something, you're like, that was really dumb, Sean.
Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey.
See, now you have the power.
I'm not going to do
You
that.
have the...
This
you're
is
not,
already going to be long enough. I'm not going to inject videos.
Alrighty. 53, Uncharted. Another one that... Well, this one... Frustrating is often the thing that I say a lot of these, because there's something in there that could be really enjoyable. And then there's all the reasons that it's not as good as it should be. So I played through all the games during COVID lockdown back 2020. People have been telling me I'd love them. Finally checked it out, loved them, and heard Tom Holland's been cast as Nathan Drake and went, that's not good. He's too young. And then Mark Wahlberg's going to be Sully, and they're like, that's not good. He is probably the right age, but Mark Wahlberg looks younger than he is. That doesn't add up. And he definitely doesn't give off the energy of the character in the games. So you watch the movie, and there's some fun little twists and turns. There's some fun action sequences. But at the end of the day, it just kind of feels like generic adventure film. It doesn't feel like Uncharted because they stripped away some of the distinctives of Uncharted, and they're replaced with actors playing into what they're known for. So Nathan Drake just feels like Peter Parker now, and Sully just feels like Mark Wahlberg. They don't feel like the characters, so the uniqueness of Uncharted is gone, and it's replaced with the generic performances from these people we've seen before. They're not bad. It's an entirely watchable film. But it could have been so much better. You love adventure films. This is your favorite film of the year?
It's not my favorite film of the year, but I liked it way more than any fans of the video game did. I enjoyed it as a standalone adventure film, not having any preconceived notions as to who should be who or how old they should be.
And it's very much the same thing as the book was better than the movie.
Yeah.
When you read the book, there's all this stuff, and then you watch the movie and they have to trim it down and simplify it. And that's what this feels like. It's
weird. If you already have a built-in audience, and the whole point is you're kind of trying to give them something for them to love that they already love, why botch it?
Yeah, and anyone that has played the games would go, Tom Holland's too young, but Uncharted was put out by Sony. Sony also put out the Spider-Man films. So, who's the big popular actor that's in our studio that we can put in this role? And that's what it felt like. And this movie's been in development for about 10 years. So 10 years ago, you could look up articles, Mark Wahlberg was brought on to play Nathan Drake. So 40-year-old Mark Wahlberg's got a very distinct style to him, the way he talks, and it's not Nathan Drake.
No.
And it's not Nathan Drake, but at the same time, he feels like 40-year-old Mark Wahlberg feels much more of like Nathan Drake than mid-20s Tom Holland. Tom Holland has a very youthful 25. That's why he's still playing a high schooler, or he was playing a high schooler 2 months before this movie came out. Because he can do that, because he's youthful looking. That's not Nathan Drake. Anyway, this long explanation.
Shocking.
So it's great. It's my favorite movie of the year. 52, Triangle of Sadness. Another one that I saw at Fantastic Fest, and a lot of people love this film. It's like the sort of movie that it's like a real distinct thing to it, that if you buy into its commentary and its nature of humor, you'll probably love it. For me, I was just kind of like, I thought it... If you've seen the movie, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, but it feels like it runs out of steam 2/3 of the way through. And as soon as you have the vomit sequence, once you get past the vomit sequence and you move into the back half where the story goes in this whole other direction, I just felt like they let all of the air out of the balloon. And then you just have a empty balloon sitting there for the last 40 minutes of the movie. The movie is like 2.5 hours long. And so whenever you get to the point in time with the vomit sequence, I was like, all right, yeah, you did your deal. Oh, we're still going? And had it ended, found a way to end it at the point they did, perhaps it would have been 20 spots higher up on this list, but it didn't. So it just seemed really weird to me, the way that it was structured, and that they, I don't know. At times it made me laugh really hard. There's some interesting ideas in there, but yeah, it lost me at a point. 51, here's one that I know my wife would have higher up on her list. Spirited.
I've been waiting for this one.
So this is the Will Ferrell, Ryan Reynolds musical rendition of A Christmas Carol. And it was its own twist on it. But it's all that, but different. When they were filming it a year ago, they put out this little viral video of Ryan Reynolds singing, and then Will Ferrell comes in, and her and the kids watched this one on loop for 6 months. So this one was on our radar for a long time. So finally came out, we watched it, and like 2/3 of what's in this movie was a lot better than I was expecting it to be, and then there's 1/3 of the movie. And in general, it's not like the last third. I don't mean it in that sense, but just in general, 2/3 of the stuff they were doing was better than I was expecting, and 1/3 of it stepped on my toes. So it's a tough one to place because it's like, oh, that actually worked a lot better than I was expecting. That's kind of a fun twist on this, but there's a whole subplot that kind of ties into teen suicide. I didn't feel that they did not earn the right to do that, and that really bothered me. If you know enough about my story, you probably know somewhat why that would sit very poorly with me. But that, when you do what they did with teen suicide in this movie, you're being manipulative if you don't earn that. You better do some hard work, and you don't just use that as a little plot mechanism, like little cute way to have like, oh, let's make a point so that someone will change. Like, yeah, let's throw it in there. No, you need to earn that, and they didn't. They absolutely did not, and that made the movie go drop 20 spots on this list right with that. And likewise, where the movie ends, I think I get what they were trying to do, and they didn't want to be too obvious, too cliche. They didn't want to communicate the wrong message that everything will just be okay if you, and so they have this pretty shocking, unexpected ending to the film, and I just didn't like it. I was like, nope. I'd prefer the cliche. I would have preferred the predictable one. That isn't satisfying. Because of the way that you want character arcs to work and play out, this doesn't allow that. So, besides that, the musical numbers were pretty fun. There's some clever bits in there. Obviously, Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds are really funny. Obviously, they can banter with each other. And there's just some even just nice little heartwarming bits in there. And so, like, everything else besides the teen suicide and the death bit, I thought worked really well. But those two things dropped it back like 20 spots on this list. And we'll pause right there for a little bit to take some questions as we close out. Not as long this time. We'll go.
This is directly related to what you just said. So about Spirited, do you think the plot line could have worked if done differently?
I don't think this movie. I can't imagine a version where teen suicide would be the right direction to go.
I think it's too far removed from the main characters.
It
doesn't play. I mean, indirectly it shows how abysmal one character is, but it's not directly related to those people, and it's their character that is in question and trying to change.
Right, and so that it like it's not. It's just like this side character that is being used along the way. And so they don't do it, and he shouldn't have more time than that. It's not, the character's not supposed to be a major part of it. And they go, like, when you go so far as to say, then they committed suicide, it just feels like, whoa, too far. And because of the specific subject matter, in really poor taste. Like, for me, like, I think of some, I've done a lot of little skit work. I was in church world a long time, and like I remember one specific video I did that had like a suicide joke in it. And I did this in 2004 or something like that, and did it. And it was real funny when we were filming it. Like, it was real funny. And then as I played the joke, I was like, that probably wasn't in the best of taste. And so I kind of regret it ever since then. And then as soon as I actually had to deal with teen suicide, all of a sudden it's not funny at all. It's like, wow. And like I feel bad about a joke that I told 18 years ago. Like, as a point of reference, as soon as you've been in the world of something that dark, it doesn't feel like something that you just like, oh yeah, they did this, and so then he kills himself. Like, yeah, that's a good thing to like. It's too far. So I don't think that you could. I can't think of a version where I would think that would be earned for the character in the movie. I just don't see it. There's something different you could have done with the character, that would have felt like the actual logical next step that could have ticked their brains a little bit to like create the arc, the change of perspective that people needed. But just teen suicide's too far.
Okay. Hey, Sean, are you excited for the Last of Us HBO series?
Yeah. So I haven't played through the games yet. So on the one hand, I've got some homework to do to play through the first game in 2 weeks, which I doubt I'll be able to do. But it looks really good. Looks like it's really well done. Everyone that has played the games and finished them says they're very cinematic, and it's the story is what people love about it. So it's very transferable. HBO, they seem to do their shows right. They don't seem like they cut corners. They give them budget. You just look at the cast here, and you've got, the Mandalorian himself in there, and then Ghost Rider, the new Terminator from Dark Fate, is it Gabriel Luna? He's in it. He's here from Austin. I interviewed him and embarrassed myself when I did that. That's it. There's some pretty exciting stuff like that, but it just looks really good. And it's from the guy that wrote Chernobyl, which I haven't seen, but is highly praised. So it's like it seems like they're trying to do it right. He also wrote Hangover 2 and 3, so that's where if you write off a screenwriter because they wrote some bad stuff 10 years, you have to realize they're hired to do jobs. Screenwriters are hired to do jobs. They don't have much power. So sometimes people write really awful movies. It's not because they're not a good writer. It's because that's just what they got hired to write. So, as a little rabbit trail there. What do you got next?
Sorry. Does Sean use Rotten Tomatoes? I don't know if they mean in your ranking.
I'm not sure what you're asking in that question. I've been reading the site for 20 years. Ever since I started, I've been into movies since the on the internet since the late 90s, not early 90s because the internet wasn't really a thing then. But since the late 90s, I've been following internet stuff. So I've been Rotten Tomatoes for over 20 years now. I don't use Rotten Tomatoes to factor into my rankings or anything or a list like this. It's all my opinions. But I find it interesting, and I'm a Rotten Tomatoes certified critic. So my Rotten Tomatoes doesn't pick a score for movies. It's an aggregate. They take... there's hundreds, maybe by now thousands of movie critics out there for newspapers, YouTubers, blogs, and they try to have very different people from different countries, different cultures, representing all kinds of different groups, pulling from all these different people, and it's a binary thing. Is it fresh or is it rotten? That's it. You just pick one or the other. And so that score is the percentage of approved critics that recommend the film. That's what the Rotten Tomatoes score says. It doesn't say how good it is. It doesn't say how bad it is. It just says what percentage recommends it. So polarizing films that the people that like it give it a 10 out of 10, but the people that don't like it give it a 1 out of 10. They might be at 50%, but that means that it means something very different from other movies where it's like everyone's kind of mixed on it. Everyone, like people that like it, it's like it's kind of good. Other people like it's kind of bad, but it's just mediocre in the middle. Both of those could have 50%, but it means two totally different things. The Whale, the Brandon Fraser film, I think it's around 50%, or it's something like that. The people that like that movie love it. The people that dislike it really dislike it. But then you'll have a super mediocre adventure film. Nobody loves it. Nobody hates it. It's just that fine in the middle. They mean different things. But that's what the score is. So I am Rotten Tomatoes certified critic. My scores are on there. Sometimes it's fun. I use Vudu for my digital movies, and they pull in Rotten Tomatoes scores. So sometimes my name pops up. That never gets old. It never gets old even to see my friends on there. Sometimes Cody Leach's name will pop up. Austin Burke will pop up. Like, I know those guys. Those are my buddies. They're on my TV.
You're such a goober. It was good. Have you seen Wednesday on Netflix?
No, I have not. I haven't seen any of it. I haven't even seen a trailer for it. I'm not like a big Addams Family person, so it just wasn't really on my radar. Like, I knew it was coming out. I was totally aware of it. It just never even occurred to me to watch it. And she hasn't asked to watch it or anything like that, so yeah.
Do you think the Cobra Kai should keep going, or has it gotten too silly and should it end this next season?
So if you watch kind of my reviews of the last few seasons, I said at the end of season 3, season 4 should be the last season. Because there's a certain arc that you can see kind of taking place of our two adult leads, rivals, end of season 3, they come together. There's a worse bad guy out there, Kreese, who's going to get silver. So you ended season 4 with the All Valley tournament. Resolve it once and for all. That felt like a very natural landing to me. And then they didn't. At that point in time, they said, we're going to do at least 3 more seasons. And I went, that feels like we're going to stretch it out. I thought season 4 was great. And it ended a place that was very satisfying, but also like meant that they were going to keep on going. But it was like a really good season. And I felt this last season, season 5, you could feel them spinning their wheels a little bit. And they're trying to keep on going and do different things, but you're just getting so far detached from at the core of what made the show great initially. So I definitely feel like they're running out of fresh ideas. There's not enough things to do. There's only so many times that you could have Johnny and Daniel become friends and then have a falling out. There's only so many times you can do that before you overplay it. There's only so many love triangles. There's only so many times that Miguel and Sam can break up and get back together. And we've already overplayed all of those. So I think that they need to end it soon. Otherwise, it's going to just... I'm going to lose total interest at a certain point in time.
What did you think about Amazon Prime this year?
They had a lot of really good stuff. I think what I appreciate about their stuff is that it felt like they know who their audience is, or they know what their niche is. So they get Reacher, Terminal List, and then I haven't watched it yet, but like Jack Ryan, like 3 pretty high profile adaptations of books that are playing to a little bit of an older audience. People like me and older that like old school action thrillers. That it's kind of familiar, but the sort of thing you don't get in a lot of those movies anymore. These were the big hit stuff in 1995. You don't get a ton of them anymore. Like Jack Ryan movies in the 90s, huge. And they put one out 10 years ago, didn't do so well, but you put it on Amazon Prime as a TV show, all of a sudden it does great. So I felt like they really found themselves in that. And I wouldn't have said that at the beginning of the year, but you get to the end of it and you look back and you go, yeah, they've got a pretty consistent pattern here, and that it seems like they know what they're doing. So I thought, I would say they had a good year. They're not as, and maybe even some of that is they're not as prolific as Disney Plus and Netflix. Netflix puts out so much stuff that you can't even follow how much they put out, and so much of it is utter garbage, and then there's a few great things in there. Disney Plus has all these great IPs, and then they put out very mid versions of them. And the stuff that I watched on Amazon Prime, most of that stuff I thought was really good. Samaritan, not so much, but a lot of the other things, when I watched their originals, they were really good. So I thought they had a good year.
Okay. What did you watch on Tubi this year? I didn't know it was going to be funny.
So, Tubi, to me, the reason I've been watching a lot of Tubi this year, it reminds me of walking through the aisles of Blockbuster and Hollywood Video in 1999, 2000, 2001, where I'd go up to the video rental place and I'd just walk around for hours trying to decide, like looking at stuff and looking at these covers, and it's all the same ones from back then, except I can watch all of them for free. And so finally, American Kickboxer 2. I've seen that cover for over 25 years. Never seen a frame of it. Now I've seen the first few minutes. It's not good, so I didn't keep watching. But I've at least watched some of it now. So it's a lot of it's like when I'm going to bed and I want to put something on I'm not going to review, that I can fall asleep during it and pick up the next night. I'm watching a lot of that stuff, like Robot Jocks. None of you know what Robot Jocks is, but I watched that. While I was sick in December, and it's weird to say that I couldn't watch anything that I needed to watch for work, because we're watching movies. Why don't you just watch a bunch of stuff you need to watch? Because I was kind of like not all there, and would fall asleep. So I watched through the Nemesis movies. A guy named Albert Payan, who did a bunch of these direct-to-video action movies that were low budget and schlocky. He died a couple months back, so I was kind of thinking about him. And I was like, I'm laying here. I can't get any work done. I'm going to watch a bunch of his weird old movies. So I watched Nemesis, Cyborg, Captain America 1990. That one's not on there, but I did watch it. But watched Cyborg 2. A lot of Cyborg movies. But that's just because I was sick. I was, like, legitimately, I was watching dumb things on purpose. But it's all like schlocky 90s and 80s stuff. That's what I've been watching on there. But that's what I love about it. Just, it brings me back to just a different time. Different way of making movies. And so that's what I've been watching on Tubi. While heavily medicated. I talk about how Patreon, they have kind of different tiers.
Oh, that's good.
And I did a video chat with one of the guys. He was actually some in the chat. He might be in there, Kobe. So I did a video chat with him right after I watched Nemesis, and I watched all the Nemesis movies. So the chat with him, with the first 30 minutes, and it's only supposed to be 30 minutes, but I spent 30 minutes reciting the plot of the Nemesis movies to him. That's how much I hadn't talked to people about movies. So I was like, and then in the third Nemesis movie, the bodybuilding lady starts time traveling for 30 minutes, and he actually put up with this, and then I actually let him ask questions. We followed, but so he got an extra long video chat. But literally, someone out there in this universe got a 30-minute version of me talking about all the Cyborg movies I watched on Patreon. Turkey, is the Patreon worth it? That's
a follow-up question as well. Go ahead.
That's up to the individual. The big benefit is that I do weekly live streams. Like, if you're kind of a normal viewer, you might think I don't do live streams very often. From my perspective, I did 40 of them this year. I did over 40 live streams. I do them basically every week. But it's with like 15 people. And so for me, I get to interact with them. And so if you want to be in a context where you can ask me questions and get a response back, join at any level, and you can be in those live streams. And they're every week, and so you don't need to be there for every one of them. Whenever you have a question, you can join in. I answer everyone's questions.
And what's the minimum?
It's $2 per month. So $2 per month, you can ask me all the questions that you want in the live streams, and I will answer all of them. If you do annual, it's like $21 per year, and you get all of it. But yeah, that's but like if that's something you're interested in, you get that. And there's also some exclusive videos and other things like that. But it's all about, like, if you want to kind of that closer connection, that's what it's there for. And then if you get up to kind of the top tier, the $25, like if you want to have a one-on-one conversation with me, asking about YouTube, like really want to like have an in-depth conversation about the latest Marvel movie, that's what we talk movies. Played Fortnite with someone, like you get 30 minutes of my time, and it's just us talking about whatever you want to talk about. So yes, when it says Google Hangout for private conversations, is that a call or text a chat room? So it's actually not Google Hangouts anymore. I need to update the language on that. They don't use Google Hangouts. It's Google Meet. It's a Zoom meeting. It's a video chat. That's what it is. 30 minutes video chat. I mean, if you want to just have a phone call, we can do that. And like I said, I had to play Fortnite with a guy too. We just played Fortnite and talked movies while winning a victory crown. But yeah. You have another question for me?
Oh, so many questions.
So many questions.
Shave the beard but only have a mustache or a goatee? No.
Sometimes I'll go, like, she doesn't want me to do any of that. She likes the. Sometimes I'll go pretty short on the stubble. So this is stubble, but a little bit more thicker mustache. The Henry Cavill in Mission Impossible look. Definitely not going to do just the goatee. We're not in 2004 anymore. We played that game. We played that game for a long time. We are not doing that anymore. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not looking to be creative with the beard.
What's your wife's thoughts on the new Barbie movie? That's me.
You want me to share your thoughts?
Oh, do you know my... Yes, if you know my thoughts,
she watched
go
the trailer
for it.
and said, I've never been more excited for a movie in my entire life.
This is not reality. That's not what happened.
Thought it was real.
No. I don't know what it is. I don't get it at all yet. I don't know if it's a parody. I don't know if it's, like, literal. Like, is it going to be a fun Barbie movie that I can take my daughters to?
Right.
Is it going to be a raunchy, weird, like, film that adults want to go see? Like, I have no idea what to expect. So, the trailer didn't give me any more information than I already had. It just made me more confused. So I hope that answers your question.
All right, let's just dive into it, and I'm gonna try and go through these ones quick. It won't happen, but I'm gonna try
Which
to.
number are we at? I'll do it.
We are at 50.
If I can find it, I'll do it.
50 to 41. Try and fly through these, especially when you get into the middle. They're all kind of, it's the, right on that line of like, it was good enough, or it was like mixed. There's good and bad in here, not particularly memorable, but there's something I just really didn't like about it. But all watchable, kind of in that category. 50, Devotion. This is the year of Glenn Powell plane movies. So Glenn Powell, you probably might know him from Top Gun Maverick. I just know him as the guy that went to my high school. We're basically best friends, though he doesn't know I exist. But I perceive of us as best friends. I'm like 7 years older than him, so we weren't at our high school at the same time. But Glenn Powell, Hangman from Top Gun Maverick, went to the same high school as me. And one of the guys I go to the movies with a lot, knows him personally, or knew him personally is probably a better way to phrase it, and says he's a cool guy. So at least he was a cool guy as of whenever he was still able to hang out with people from the Austin area. But this is the year of plane movies from him. So he's kind of the kind of co-lead in this movie, and it's based off real life events of the most celebrated pilots from the Korean War. And it's a movie that, on the one hand, does a bunch of things that I really liked, but it has the problem of the real life events don't fit neatly into the movie structure. So you watch it and you go, oh, is that true? And you go, oh, that is interesting. But it doesn't make for the most satisfying movie experience. And so you try and make a movie that kind of ties together events and themes and everything, but reality doesn't play that way. So it kind of falls into this kind of frustrating spot of like, oh, they did a great job in it. There's some cool plane sequences, but the overall experience didn't come off as interesting as the real life people. It felt a little bit scattershot because life is scattershot. So as a movie, it didn't fully work for me while having great parts to it. Number 49 on the list. Here's one people have kind of been asking me for a little bit. X. This is the movie you were referring to. Thought I'd watched the other day, but I actually watched this a couple months back. X. This, a lot of people had as one of their favorite horror films, slasher films of the year.
Is that related to Pearl?
Yeah,
Okay.
This is the one. And so people wondered what my take on it was, and it's okay. It's good enough. I can't really get super invested in a story about a bunch of narcissists shooting a porno. So it was a movie that was like, all right, yeah, there's some nice, like, clever cinematography, and there's a certain more of a directorial flair to how, more so than most slasher films, and just a bunch of people that was like, I don't really care if any of these people die. I don't care at all. It's just a lot of stuff about like that about it that didn't work. Like when it's people being killed, is well done. I just didn't care about the people that were getting killed. So actually, I didn't rush to see Pearl, and just in the last few days, I was like, okay, I've got a couple empty nights here, and I think I'll check that one out. I liked Pearl quite a bit more than X because it's not about narcissists killing people. It's about a crazy person killing people. Number 48, The Lost City. This is a movie that the biggest thing working against it is that it's too similar to a movie that I like a lot more. And it's overtly similar to that film. And that's Romancing the Stone. Kind of the movie that saved Robert Zemeckis' career, where Robert Zemeckis had a bunch of flops, bunch of movies that didn't work, and then they had him do kind of a Indiana Jones type adventure story, but they're like, what if you made it more kind of trying to appeal to women? So it has all the adventure from Indiana Jones, but it also has like this romance novel skin put on top of it. It's very much about the romance and the adventure. And it's just a really fun adventure rom-com. Solid stuff, big hit, and then because of that, he was able to do Back to the Future and has become, one of the top directors of the last 35 years. I've seen Romancing the Stone dozens of times over the last 30 years. The Lost City is overtly derivative of Romancing the Stone. So I just can't turn that off in my brain. And especially like the way that it starts off, both of them kind of use this mechanism of you're in the middle of an adventure, and then it cuts to the female lead is an author writing that thing. It's like a really very specific way to start your movie. Very specific twist reveal in the way you start your movie. And this movie that was always going to be compared to Romancing the Stone copies that intro. If you remove all of that, it's fun to have Sandra Bullock in a rom-com again. Like, this is, one of her go-to genres, and she can still pull it off. Channing Tatum is at his best when he's the butt end of jokes, and that's what this movie is. There's a great cameo from Brad Pitt that you kind of sort of thing you wish they hadn't put in the trailers. And then Harry Potter's in it too. So, like, it's totally watchable, but for me it was too derivative. This was your favorite movie of the year?
It was not my favorite movie of the year. Would you say that Romancing the Stone is one of our favorite movies, like as a couple? Is that too bold?
I'd call that too bold. But, I mean...
We like it a lot.
Yeah.
So I agree with everything that you said about it being derivative of Romancing the Stone, and I cannot emphasize enough how much I wish I had never seen any trailers for it.
Yeah.
Like, I would have loved the movie so much more if they hadn't put, like, all of it in the trailers.
Yeah. That's kind of the thing. It's the kind of movie that, when it's derivative, and then you put the really good stuff in the trailer, the stuff that would be, like, the thing that out of the blue, Brad Pitt shows up, and, like, if you're watching it, and there's someone on the phone, you're not sure, he's like, that voice sounds familiar. And then this guy comes flipping over a fence, and he's got long hair, so you can't see his face. And then he drops into the tent, and he flips back his hair, and it's Brad Pitt. And they play the jokes. Like, if that was a surprise in the movie, it probably moves up 10 spots on the list, because you'd be like, oh, this is great. But when you market the movie as, like, and then Brad Pitt's the adventurer with them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say too much, but pretty much like 75% of the Brad Pitt that's in the movie is in the trailer. There's not much more beyond what's in the trailer. They showed like all of the stuff, almost all the good bits with Brad Pitt.
All the good bits. Like, a lot of the good jokes, a lot of the good reveals.
Yeah, the reveal that he's in it, and as well as, like, her being like, why are you so good looking? Well, my dad was a weatherman. Which is, what does that mean? But it was like...
And Daniel Radcliffe was great in the movie. But again, a lot of his...
Low key had a great, amazing year. Because he's not in, not the star of a new franchise. He's not in the new Harry Potter. But for the people, like, he was really good in this, in a small role. And then everyone that the movie the Weird Al movie was for, like, that was amazing. It wasn't her, but everyone else. All right. See, we're late. I said we're going to talk real fast about these. Next one, this next one I'll talk about real fast. 47, The Sea Beast. Did I get is it Sea Beast or Sea Monster?
Sea Beast.
Okay. I wrote the wrong title in my notes originally, and I think I even did some videos where it was like, The Sea Monster! It's like, wait a minute, there's not a movie called The Sea Monster.
Sea Beast.
So, How to Train Your Sea Beast is what I like to refer to this one. It's the same plot as How to Train Your Dragon. It's just with a sea beast. Like, same reveal, same, like, societal stuff. Is good.
A little deeper and darker, like, because it went into, like, how the monarchy was brainwashing them.
Maybe, but as I was watching it, as with most of this category, they're super watchable. These are all, like, as I look at everyone in this category, they're all highly watchable films. They just didn't have that thing that made them pop out to me, or they have that thing that makes them derivative. So The Sea Beast to me was. Yeah, it's a good enough new version of How to Train Your Dragon, but not as fresh and just didn't come to life. Like, you think How to Train Your Dragon, and you get Hiccup riding on a dragon, and the score starts playing, and you feel that. Like, it is like a fantastic score with these big sweeping images, and you don't have the equivalent here. And then when you get to, like, the third act of How to Train Your Dragon, they just have a moment where Gerard Butler goes, I'm sorry. And it's so powerful, and I don't feel like this one had it. It had like politics instead. So it like I don't have any actual negatives besides being a bit derivative. It just didn't do anything that stood out to me. In which case, I just go, well, if I'm in the mood for this kind of thing, I've got How to Train Your Dragon.
The kids liked it.
Yeah, kids liked it. They like everything.
They do like a lot of things.
46, The Gray Man. How on earth you get a $200 million movie from the Russos starring Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans and was it Ana de Armas, I think, is in it, and there's several Billy Bob Thornton's in it, and have it be number 46 on the list? I don't know, but this is a movie that should have been so much better than it was, because it just felt like generic action thriller with lively actors, and I'm totally cool with movies like that. But when you give it a $200 million budget, you go, why did this movie cost so much? And why did the directors of Endgame decide to do this? And that's back-to-back years where the Russos have made a movie that I was like, ooh, I was really expecting a lot more from that. If someone asked me, hey, do you want to watch The Gray Man? I'd be totally fine with it. I had fun with it. It was enjoyable. It's just kind of generic blockbuster stuff. It's the sort of movie we've seen before. We've seen better versions of it. And it just felt like it should have cost $50 million. It should have cost a quarter of what it did. And I don't even know where the money went. Like, is this a money laundering scheme? Like, just is this a mechanism so everyone can cover their drug costs or something like that?
Several people are like, The Gray Man? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Like,
Yeah.
everyone just forgot.
I think Cody Leach, my good YouTube buddy, loves action movies. He never even watched it. He's just like a Netflix, I don't know, whatever. No one's talking about it. Right. The directors of Endgame made a $200 million movie starring Captain America and Ryan Gosling. And it was like, well, who cares? How is that a who cares movie? Like, how is that a, like, forgettable movie? How does that happen? I wasn't bored. I didn't dislike it. It just was action movie comedy stuff. It was kind of nice to have Chris Evans play the exact opposite of Steve Rogers. But that's the only memorable thing about the movie. 45, Enola Holmes 2. I enjoyed it. It was fun. I enjoyed the first one. I thought this one was fun too. You got a little bit more Henry Cavill in this one. Maybe it was 20 minutes longer than it needed to be, but it didn't necessarily drag. It was just kind of like, why on earth is this 2 hours and 10 minutes long? Where's the plot going? But just kind of felt like, yeah, one more of these little stories. Cool. Watch it once. Fun enough. Don't see myself watching it again. You said Enola Holmes, the first one, was the greatest movie ever made. What did you feel about the second one?
I feel like you're misquoting me like a lot. Not even a little bit.
I was trying to set you up to be more, like, super interesting because of your insane hot takes.
I appreciate you trying to set me up to be interesting because I can't manage it on my own.
Well, when you put it that way.
The second one was fine. I liked the first one a lot because it was unexpected.
Yeah.
It was new.
Yeah.
This
It's
one
a
was
very lively
fine.
style to it.
I feel like they kept with the same thing. I'm still really confused about Helena Bonham Carter and her place in the whole thing. Like, it fascinates me that she's even in it because she's such a small part. Like, her character is pivotal to the other characters, but the role itself is small. So that's always weird. But it was fine.
44, Beast. A fun little lion monster movie. Strains a lot of credibility. But I kind of like these small survival films. I tend to like that genre, so it's fun. I think the frustrating thing about this one is that it felt like it's the kind of movie where you're watching it, you're thinking of all the ways that it could have been just that much better. Where it's like you just need one more pass on the script. The setup, I'm cool with it. They introduce all the right elements to tell the better version of it, and you're watching it, and then they do the version that doesn't make sense. So it's all about, like, there's people trapped, there's this lion that's hunting them, and they keep coming up with reasons why people go off on their own. And every time they do it, you're like, why are they doing that? But it's really easy to give a good reason why they would do that, because they're in a car. You could just say their water is 30 meters that way. There's a little car crash and their water jug threw over there, so they have to go get it. But it doesn't do that stuff. It doesn't give the reason that the audience would be like, right, you're going to die because you're in the car and you're dehydrated, or you'll die because of the lion, so you have to risk the lion to get the water so you don't dehydrate. But it never did that. And so I was like, it was frustrating. Like, I liked the survival side too. It was like, edge of my seat and everything like that, but also being like, you were close, but not quite there. You love lions eating people. What did you think about this movie? Do you remember it?
I do remember it.
I do too.
I remember being more excited about it, like, with anticipation than I was actually watching it.
Yeah.
So it was fun. I like beast movies or monster movies, like you said, but there's a lot more that could have been done with it. I'm just shocked that Idris was able to portray a normal human.
Yeah.
Like, he was so normal in which is fascinating.
And when he's playing not the adventurer, but he's the guy that has to try to be the adventurer.
Yeah, and he's he was a doctor,
yeah.
So he had skills, but he was very way more introverted and less showy than he is in a lot of his other films. Which is interesting.
And being that he is like a pretty gigantic guy, he's tall and built, he's able to both play normal guy because he's an actor, but physically when he needs to be able to like get in a boxing match with a lion, he can pull that off. 43, Minions: The Rise of Gru. I'm not ever since the first Despicable Me, I haven't been like bananas about the rest of the films in that franchise, and I thought this was one of the stronger ones. That they found the right way to blend the ingredients. It's like an origin story for a villain in a fun way. So I didn't love the film, but it was a movie that exceeded my expectations. It was much better than the first Minions film. Kind of had just like enough of the right little moments that I enjoyed it. I don't have much to say about it. It was like, yeah, just putting Gru in there as a side character, but he's there. It gives you an actual arc. The Minions inherently don't have an arc, and so when you watch the original Minions, it just didn't work. So putting just a little bit of Gru in there gives you that journey for them to be on. 42, Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald. Have you even seen this one yet?
Nope.
Yeah.
I won't watch it because of the beginning.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I still don't even know what happens, but I just can't.
A fantastic beast dies in a way that is unpleasant.
It's as gruesome as it's been implied and as heartbreaking as it's been implied. I just have no stomach for it.
I don't remember it being gruesome, but it's heartbreaking.
I don't, with the strength of it being portrayed to me, I'm out.
So I actually dug this one a lot more than I was expecting. I was not a fan of whatever the last one was, where it just felt like I had no idea what they were trying to do with that film. Here, it felt like they actually decided to, like, all right, we're not about Newt and his fantastic beasts and trying to find them. We are about the war between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. So it makes that the center. And so it kind of was like a spy thriller in the world of Harry Potter during World War II. Which I never would have said, like, oh, that's an interesting little idea there. But I felt it worked well enough, and it kind of came to a conclusion that was more definitive than so many of the other Fantastic Beasts movies that felt like they ended to set up the next movie. This one felt like it ended and finished its story. This franchise is still clunky and has an identity crisis, but I thought this one was a big step up from the last one in this series. Number 41, Terror on the Prairie. This is the movie that after Gina Carano was fired from The Mandalorian, the Daily Wire were like, we'll put you the lead in a movie, and that's what this is. It's a Western, and it takes a little bit to get going. The first 30 minutes is like pretty slow and rough. Like, they're living out in the middle of nowhere, and it's hard. And then once the plot kicks in of these bandits trying to get into her house and it becomes like a survival film, I thought it was effective enough. It did its job. I was like, that's pretty cool. That's kind of fun. Nice little Western. We don't get a lot of Westerns, and we got one here. And, Gina Carano's not like a world-class thespian, but she can emote simple emotions enough. And then, of course, she can do the action. So her as a mother trying to save her kids from outlaws and stuff, it's good enough, doesn't overstay its welcome. Just took a little bit too long to get going, but once it did, I got the Western action and tension that I wanted, and so it worked for me. I dug it. All right. Got some questions for me?
Oh, I do.
We're over halfway through now. We are on pace for, once again, a 5-hour video.
Yeah,
Woo!
gotta speed it up. Oh, man. Oh, no, my stopwatch is still going. Okay, good. Let's see here.
Are you timing the stream?
I am.
It's also right here in the corner.
Shh. What were your opinions on animated movies last year?
DreamWorks had a great year. Puss in Boots, so much better than it should have been. And then The Bad Guys, really good year. But both of them kind of underperformed, especially considering how good they were. But DreamWorks put out 2 really solid films. Disney had a bad year. Lightyear, that's their A material. That's prime stuff. There's even a bit of a clever idea there. I like the idea of let's make the movie that Andy saw. And then they didn't really deliver on that very well. And it's not awful. It's not bad. It's just not as good as it should have been and has a very ill-conceived villain twist. Strange World, there's the aesthetic that they did for it is really good. The story, the characters, the heavy-handed environmentalist message, those just didn't work. It was like, let's try really hard to put all the things in there. And so none of them really work. That was a good... I didn't end up seeing Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. I fully planned to, and then I had a weird December. It was a very strange December because I was sick in a way that was very odd, and it wouldn't go away. And she had a bunch of trips that she was on, so it just didn't end up happening.
We didn't see Disenchanted either, which
we
is
did
partially live action.
Yeah, Disenchanted. Big fans of Enchanted. We still haven't seen the sequel yet. It came out 6 weeks ago. So there's a lot of things that I kind of missed, but I don't know other animated things. Like a lot of these, Roderick Rules, Night at the Museum, those are animated.
As far as mainstream animated.
It didn't seem like there's a... I don't know. I guess those are my thoughts. It felt like DreamWorks had a good year and no one else did. Mm-hmm. There we go. And then DreamWorks ones that were good underperformed.
Happy New Year, Sean. After watching your 22 Disappointments video, I wondered if during the development of what became Lightyear, someone said, what if we made our MC Buzz? And it just stuck. What do you think?
First up, hey, Rob. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for the super chat. Man, that's what I like. Those are the sorts of things that I would love to know. How did it come about? What were the conversations? How much did they... how? Because I mean, especially when you have written in canon from Toy Story 2, the Empire Strikes Back twist that's established in the canon in Toy Story 2 that Zurg is his father, and then they so hard go in this other direction. What was the moment that happened? Was that always in the plan? Did they just decided to kind of... I don't know, and I don't get it, because it feels like the sort of idea that they'd be like, all right, let's do this twist with the villain. And a bunch of people would go, we don't know a lot about Zurg, but what we were told in Toy Story 2, it's not that. Likewise, does anyone want that twist? So I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know where it came from. What... And how long was it in there? Is that the original concept here of that's the thing they were excited about. We want to tell a story about Buzz and his inner demons and all this sort of stuff that, I don't know. But even the concept of doing a deconstruction of Buzz and what makes him tick and his failures, that's weird. That's a weird thing to do. That's a weird character to give that arc to. So I don't know. Did you have any extended thoughts on this?
No, but someone said that they liked your thoughts on it and that you should work at Pixar to fix it.
That's true. Now, just let me, bring me in as a guide. I can give you the everyman perspective on your crazy ideas. What do you got next for me?
I have got this. Just this second got back from watching Top Gun Maverick. So incredible, it blows me away every time I watch it.
Nice. You chose wisely. If you're not here because you're watching Top Gun Maverick, I can't complain. It's a good one. As I said earlier, I watched half of it last night. Probably watched the other half of it tonight.
Thanks for all your hard work and engagement this past year, Sean. What did you think of The Peripheral? Or if you haven't seen it, any interest?
I haven't seen it. Let me see what this one is. It's not even on my radar. I don't know if I've heard chatter about it. 2022 series. What do we have here? Okay, I recognize the poster. Okay. Technology, which... So, unfortunately, I can't... Like, I haven't seen a trailer for it, and I haven't heard much chatter about it. So, I don't know anything.
Oh, I super want to watch this.
Well...
I forgot the name of it, but yes.
So she's apparently seen the trailer.
I've seen it. It's just enough sci-fi and what in the world is going on that I need more information. So I can't... That's all I can say about it. I'm interested.
Yeah, so apparently, this is what we'll be watching in the month of January.
Okay,
Very little is coming out.
Oh my goodness, I just Googled it and something looks really disturbing. So we'll definitely have to, like, I don't know, see how that one goes.
So perhaps in a couple weeks from now, a month from now, I will have a better take on it. But we have not seen it up to this point in time.
Okay, this is nice. Patreon is 100% worth it, guys, if you love Sean.
So this gentleman right here that is talking, first off, I met him in person. He came up to one of my meetups in Georgia. So I met him in person. That was a lot of fun. So it's like literally that's one of the things about with the world opening back up, actually getting to meet people and be about. So like if you're wondering what did the person that met me in person have to say, apparently I'm not as awkward and I'm making people uncomfortable as I think I am. I'm better at pretending to be a good social butterfly. But also, this is the gentleman. This is the guy on Earth right here. He's the one person that has gotten my full thoughts on the Nemesis movies. I gave him a 30-minute rundown of all 5 Nemesis films. That's an exclusive right there that is certainly worth the price of Patreon. If you want to hear about terrible 90s action movies. I think we've reached the point in time where my brain is turning into jello.
Oh, what do you think could have done better with Halloween Ends without copying Halloween 2018? That, for me, is the big issue. I don't know how they could have done a better job without making it a copy.
I mean, I put out a video, How to Fix Halloween Ends. And essentially my thought of How to Fix Halloween Ends is combined the last 15 minutes of Halloween Ends and put it on Halloween Kills. The problem with Halloween Kills is that they wanted to make a third movie, so they can't kill Michael in the second film. So then all of a sudden, he's too indestructible and the people are too dumb. So if you remove that, we don't need him to move on to a third film. We could finish it here. So he escapes, as they show happening, and what... You have the mob form in the second one. I like the idea of the mob forming and killing innocent people. I like that it's not praising the mob, but also the mob's not fully evil, and so it's not repeating the end of the first one because it's not Laurie by herself with her mechanisms. It's Laurie with the town defeats him. And then Halloween Ends becomes an anthology film, like they tried to do with Season of Witch. Make it an anthology film that's about the effect that Michael's had on the town of there's a brokenness there, and tell this Corey story. And you do Christine, and this world's an anthology, but its own thing, and it's not sold. Like the trailers for... I said this in my trailer reaction for Halloween Ends. You can go watch it. I said, it just looks like generic Halloween stuff. Like, once again, Laurie's going to have her final showdown. Once again, they're fighting in a kitchen. That's exactly what they did in Halloween 2018. We're doing it again. And Halloween Ends couldn't be further from that until the last 10 minutes. The movie's about this whole other character that they introduce. So you market as an anthology film, like the Halloween Saga, Corey's Revenge. I don't like, that's a terrible title, of course, but like you make it clear it's an anthology film in that world where those events took place, and then do this other thing, I think I would have responded much better to that, I think, if I went in expecting the Corey Chronicles instead of expecting what the last 10 minutes ended up being, and then the Corey's kind of important, and then they close that off and then do the story that they promised in the trailers in the last 10 minutes.
Sorry. Are you excited for Mandalorian Season 3?
Not as excited as I would like to be. And I think just seasons 1 and 2 are just so special, both because I thoroughly enjoyed them. It was the right Star Wars thing that I needed at the right time. And then just watching with my kids was special. But Book of Boba Fett hurt my excitement on 2 levels. First off, it just wasn't very good. And it's from the exact same people. It's the exact same crew. And so you go, ooh, are they running out of steam? But the second reason, we got 2 episodes of The Mandalorian in Book of Boba Fett, and they undid the entire plot of Season 2 of The Mandalorian. The whole point, the whole buildup was, I gotta get this child and pass him off to someone. We find someone, and they're like, look who it is! It's Luke Skywalker! Wow! And then they immediately undo that. Before we even get to Season 3, they undo that. And that kind of makes me go, ooh, that doesn't feel like they're telling the story that they had planned to tell. That feels like they realized how much kids love Grogu, and so then we have to undo him being passed along because he's part of the formula. And he is part of the formula. My 4-year-old, I don't think she knows what the Mandalorian is. She loves Baby Yoda. She has a bunch of them. She has a Christmas Baby Yoda. She's got a regular Baby Yoda. And
she's got Baby Yoda pajamas.
Baby Yoda, like, she loves Baby Yoda. Like, the merch for Star Wars, it's a real thing. I'm watching it. 4-year-old that does not know what the Mandalorian is.
She does know his name is Grogu, just in case anyone's getting flipped out.
Slowly learning that. But doesn't know who Yoda is. So she doesn't realize that Baby Yoda is not actually Yoda. So I'm not as excited as I would like to be. I'd love to be won over. It's just tough to not be kind of cynical and skeptical after Book of Boba Fett. And Disney in general. They also put out Andor, but it feels like that was a fluke. How did it get through the system that we got something like Andor? So much of this other stuff, there's something weird going on at Disney. Even to the point they fired their CEO and brought fired Bob Chapek and brought Bob Iger back. That's big. Like, that's a very high-profile position, and you don't just flippantly fire your CEO and bring back the guy that left 3 years ago, unless you're like, we need to course correct. So I think something's very off, and has been very off at Disney. They have not had a good run for several years now. And some things have worked. A lot of things have had dramatic dip in quality. And I think at the core of a lot of that is Disney Plus meant they just have to crank out so much more content that it is about producing content rather than great quality.
Please hold. Super chats I need to find.
So yeah, I'll do a couple more of these questions, and then I got another video to play. So if you need to do a bathroom run in just a few minutes, that'll be a good time to do it. Or don't leave, because I really, 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 really want you to hear whatever I'm plugging.
Having Sean recite the plots of the 5 Nemesis movies to me for half an hour was one of my favorite 2023 memories.
It's like, if you want pure
movie moments. Sorry, I read that wrong.
Pure Sean Chandler of me just getting excited and not thinking about, like, well, what will my audience be interested in, and how do I package this in a way that'll have proper audience retention? But like pure Sean Chandler, Kobe got pure Sean Chandler, and it was, I didn't mean to do it either. I'd literally been sick for 3 weeks on this couch where my wife said, just laying on this couch watching Tubi on this TV, not talking about any of it, not even bothering her with it, and I just had to get it out. And so Kobe got literally 30 minutes of me, pure, unfiltered, crazy Sean, talking about 1990s cyborg movies. And it wasn't just the 5 Nemesis films, it was also all 3 Class of 99 movies. Class of 1984, Class of 99, and Class of 99 Part 2. And 2 cyborg movies. The first one with Van Damme, and the second one with Casey Jones and Angelina Jolie. And Jack Palance for some reason. But Kobe got that. You guys just get to hear that it happened. You got one more for me, and then I'll play this amazing video.
I clicked. Sorry, it's not working. Okay, I apologize real quick. I think this person said she had a super chat, and I'm trying to find it. This obviously isn't it, but I will keep looking. For now...
Yeah, with the problem with the tech we're using to put it on the screen, it's StreamYard. It's not actually with YouTube, and so stuff gets lost. Like, we don't... It's a frustrating thing that there's not really a way to, like, save it for later, and so then there's so many comments.
Well, there is, but there's so many I can't catch them all when they go through. So I've got them saved, but I can't find hers here. I will keep looking. So answer this question in the meantime, please.
Favorite Black Panther Wakanda Forever character? Shuri. I think easily. The Queen. I wouldn't say it was my favorite character. That could be that probably just best like acting performance. Just pure like, holy cow! We don't get moments like that in Marvel movies. Like she's in the throne room and like calling everyone.
She's not even acting. She
yeah,
is
it's like
the queen.
You're like in there, and it's you feel uncomfortable for these people that don't actually their characters that have world the country doesn't exist, and just that of just pure acting. Like you thought, well, Robert Downey Jr. That's a special performance, but like pure acting. That's I think the best we've gotten in the MCU. But as for character, Shuri, we take this character that in the first movie she's so innocent, sneaker puns and what are those, and this very lighthearted character, and they give her a very dark arc in this. Of it starts off and she's losing her faith and desperately trying to save her brother, and as the most brilliant person in the world, and she can't do it, and so she's like turned into an atheist. And has this very much crisis of faith, doesn't believe in what they believe in anymore. And you get to a point in it, and if you haven't seen the movie, just plug your ears for a little bit, where one of the definitive things of the mythology of the Black Panther films is, what is the vision that you have when you drink the serum? And you have this moment, and us as fans, like, well, who's going to be there, and what are they going to do? Like, is she going to see her brother? Is there a way to do that? How could they visualize her brother or her father? Who's it going to be? And the person that they bring in is the villain of the last movie. And you realize it makes sense in that context that she is so angry at the losses that she's faced that she wants someone that can teach her to be violent. And she takes inspiration from Killmonger. And that's our hero. That's our star. That's our new Black Panther. And it's someone that her brother, even as they said in that little scene, is so driven. He's too noble. And they give her an arc where she's not like an evil person driven by evil motives, but she is a person driven by rage that takes her to a place where it's not the best. I thought they just gave her such a good. In a lot of ways, she has a much more compelling arc than T'Challa had in his films, because he's always been noble, and always kind of set like he was a good person from the get go. And in Civil War, he's out for revenge, but not nearly as vicious as where you see kind of her go. So I thought that was I really liked what they did with her character. It took someone that was like, mid-tier side character, and put her somewhere. I was like, there's some really compelling stuff there.
Okay, let me do one more super chat. I'm still looking to make
that's
sure
right.
I
I said one more.
Hey, Sean, just was wondering if you got a chance to see Banshees of Inisherin. I am going to butcher that.
Yeah,
How do you say that?
It'll be in the next section. I'll be talking about it. But to give you the quick answer, yes, I saw it. I saw it at Fantastic Fest, and so I I saw it in a bit of a weird context. In the middle of a film festival, so 20 movies in a week, but my buddy Durbin, he, one of my YouTube friends, he's in California, and he got hired by the TV show The Chosen to be basically the host of their YouTube channel and all their behind-the-scenes stuff. So he moved to Texas. And so when Cody Leach, who's also friends with Durbin, was in town for Fantastic Fest, we wanted to make sure to meet up with Durbin. So on this day, we drove to Waco, which is an hour and a half away, met up with Durbin, hung out with him, and had to drive back 30 minutes to my house, but really it's 2 hours because the movie theater's at the opposite of town. So drove for like 4 or 5 hours earlier in the day, and then showed up, and that's when at the context where I watched it. So I watched it kind of like in a pretty exhausting state. So anyway, that's the backstory. Whenever I get into it, it's not super high up on my list. It's also not something it's not the kind of movie I normally super gravitate towards and connect with, but I have seen it, and we will be talking about it in this next section that we get to. But yeah, I saw it at Fantastic Fest. The director was in person there and kind of talked about it afterwards. And what's kind of fun about this one is the sister in it is I don't know the actress's name, but she's a character on Better Call Saul, and we watched through all of Better Call Saul both this year and last year, and she plays such a distinctly different character because on Better Call Saul she's like American and in New Mexico, and then you switch to this movie, period piece, very Irish. And she's not an American. I had no clue. And so she was there in person talking, and she has a dramatically different personality than what she was in Banshees or on Better Call Saul. And she's like much more feisty and energetic. That was kind of fun to see.
Take a break. I'm still looking.
All right. I gotta. If you need to make a bathroom run, which I do, you can do that right now. This video is a little bit longer. Oh, is it? Which one? What have I talked about already? What videos did I play in the past?
I don't know.
Did I play Patreon or live events?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll do live events next time.
All right, time to give myself a quick little break here. And once again, I want to talk about my upcoming events. Next weekend, January 6th through 8th, I'm going to be at Fan Expo New Orleans leading 2 different panels. One of those panels is going to be on how to grow a nerdy YouTube channel. It's a panel I've been doing for a while, but I'm doing a huge update of all the content in it based off all the updates to the YouTube algorithm, as well as the new tools, new strategies, all that fun stuff. That'll be Sunday at 1 o'clock. And then the other very cool one is I'll be leading a panel which is a live recording of my most anticipated movies and TV shows of 2022. It's a live recording for this channel. The video that I plan on posting on this channel will be recorded live. So I'm so fascinated by how that's going to work. It's going to be so different from anything I've done before because I've done live speaking and I've done video rankings. I haven't merged the two before. So I'm excited to check that one out. But also, if you're in the Louisiana area, you can be present for the recording of one of my videos. Then over the next few months, I'm going to be at Fan Expo Portland. That's February 17th through 19th. Fan Expo Cleveland, March 24th through 26th. And I'm hoping to have a couple of YouTube friends at that one. And then MegaCon in Orlando, March 30th through April 2nd. Portland, Cleveland, and Orlando aren't confirmed yet, but they're very likely to take place. I just can't confirm those are happening. And I want you to let you know about them in advance. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. And hopefully this year I'll be able to meet some of you in person.
Not quite. Almost.
All right, we're back.
I found that one if you wanted to do that real quick.
If you have something I missed, let's go for it.
Okay. Oh.
And we got to dive into it. This next section, I'm actually going to talk faster.
The Woman King, Hocus Pocus 2, Black Adam, Panther, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 are my favorite movies so far. We did have a lot of people asking if you saw The Woman King as well.
I did not. There are just several of these months where if I just missed something on the original run, something else came up. Just for like both of us, I tried to do a lot of travel to go to conventions. She's also done a ton of travel this past year. And so I'd be out of town, get back, be home for a week. Then she'd leave town for a week. And so I was, yeah, for work. So I'm on single dad duty. So there's got a lot of that stuff kind of going on behind the scenes. And just like being able to So I literally ran downstairs, grabbed a soda, ran back upstairs. So I'm actually out of breath. So I just missed it. It was kind of the movie that, it just kind of hadn't been on my radar, and then it came out, and I heard all this great buzz about it, and then I was like off to Fantastic Fest for a week. It was something like that. I don't remember exactly when it came out, but there's just always things that came, so I missed it. So unfortunately, I can't share my thoughts on it. But like I've heard just like great things about it, just people like praising it, and it was like one of those movies that, with the level of praise it got, it felt like it kind of came out of nowhere. But unfortunately, I haven't seen it. But Black.
Yeah, Black Adam and Black Panther.
So
I think
Black Adam, Black Panther, Sonic Hedgehog 2. They're all coming up in the list shortly. So we're getting to the part where it's more like things that surprised me, or we are at 40 to 31. And let's go for it. 40, Bullet Train. This is just a highly stylized, fun action film. Largely rests on the shoulders of having a bunch of charismatic actors play charismatic parts, and by just being so lively, so energetic, that it's tough to not have fun with it. Maybe it was trying a little bit too hard, goes a bit too over the top with some of the things that it tries to do, but just like it's a good time. It's from David Leitch, the secret director of John Wick. John Wick actually had two directors, and because of the way the guilds work and stuff, you can't credit two directors like the way that they did that. And so the guy that's the credited director, he stayed on, has done the rest of the John Wick films. And this gentleman went off, did Atomic Blonde, Deadpool 2, Hobbs and Shaw, now this one. And so he's kind of one of these guys that's become kind of one of these premier action director people. And his production company put out Violent Night as well. He didn't direct Violent Night, but he was behind that movie getting made. So, but you know, of Bullet Train, it's fun, but I don't know, it just didn't. It felt a little bit like some things I've seen before, just in a different context. Very much like Guy Ritchie from 20 years ago, except as an action movie on a train, which is a pretty big difference, but it's such a distinct style that the comparison fits in my brain. 39, Smile. I was actually at the world premiere of this movie. It was the opening night movie for Fantastic Fest, this film festival I keep mentioning, and so the whole thing is at this one movie theater, and you're just standing in the lobby. So the red carpet premiere for this movie was in the lobby of this place that I was at all week. So I was feet away from the red carpet for this movie, and so it's a real fun place to see it. And it's kind of a similar kind of story of something happens to a person, and then death follows them around for a week, and they have to try and figure out the mystery of this thing and how it kills people. But it's a better one of those movies. There's a lot of these types of ones that are more forgettable. This is one of those that did a pretty good job with that. It's not my favorite type of horror film. It's not my favorite subgenre of horror, but it was a effective enough, a good enough version of one of those movies. Number 38, Lyle Lyle Crocodile. Not really my thing, but it's really charming. It's a very charming film. I went like, oh man, Lyle Lyle Crocodile, taking the whole family to see it. I don't know what I'm about to get into. And it totally won me over. Am I going to be like on a Friday night like, hey, kids are gone, let's put on Lyle Lyle Crocodile and start singing? No, of course not. But as like
Liar.
as like a solid family movie, it was so much better than I was expecting. And like when I saw the trailers, like, what is this thing? And it was built into the plot, but the way they design Lyle, he's just, brings the best out of people, other than one guy. Just brings the best out of them, and so it's just like uplifting and fun. It's as predictable as can be, but totally it does its job of putting a grin on your face. 37, DC League of Super Pets. Another one, I didn't know what to think of the trailers because it's like several pee jokes, but it's like dogs of superheroes. Like, what is this? And the movie itself actually does a pretty good job of being both a pet movie with the stuff that you want in a pet story, like the common one of the single guy's dog and they're best friends, and then the guy meets a lady, and so the dog's not number one in his life. And it like has some of the tropes of the pet genre, but it also has tropes of the superhero origin story. But it's also like a team up movie, and it has tons of Easter eggs. Of course, you have Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, voiced by interesting people like Keanu Reeves as Batman, but it doesn't overdo it. It doesn't rely on them to carry the movie. Our super pets carry the movie. So it was good. Like, it's pretty simple, straightforward. Not like didn't blow my mind. But if you're gonna do a DC League of Super Pets movie, that's a good enough version of one for me. 36, Nope. This was a tricky one for me to place. Jordan Peele is so distinct in his filmmaking of the tone, the vibe of his movies, the way that he uses symbolism, the ideas that he's trying to like tackle, that it's kind of in a category of its own. And there's a lot of things, especially with this one, where I was like, I respected it more than I think that it necessarily fully worked. And in particular with this one, I felt like he was probably trying to do a few too many things and comment on too much of the way that Hollywood culture and the way that it chews people up and spits them out. Maybe even communicates about that too literally, way too literally. But that's also what made it unique and stand out. That it really goes for it. Like, he got to tell this crazy story that's in certain ways inspired by Jaws and Tremors, but is totally nothing like those movies. And it has his sense of humor, and then his commentary and stuff. Like, it's all together, and it's the kind of movie I was like, I respect so much of what you're doing. Does it all pull together? Does it like have a lot of things where you're like, what did that mean again? Like, what was that thing about? Like, there's a lot of things like that in this movie. And I've only watched it once, and it seems like the kind of movie that demands multiple viewings to even pick up on everything that's in there and everything that he's going towards. So, anyway, I know I liked it a lot more than Us. I know I definitely didn't like it as much as Get Out, so there it is. 35, Hellraiser. So, right before this one coming out, I had never seen a Hellraiser movie in its from beginning to end. Like 20 years ago, I started the first Hellraiser, watched about half of it. It wasn't what I was expecting, and I never finished it. So then, right before heading to Fantastic Fest, I watched the first one because I knew another one was coming out. And then Hellraiser ended up being a secret screening at Fantastic Fest. I went into a theater. I didn't know what they were going to play, and they went, "You're the first audience that's ever going to get to see Hellraiser." So it wasn't the world premiere, but it was the first. We were the first audience to get to see this new Hellraiser. And then afterwards, I watched the rest of the franchise, and then I rewatched this one. And as someone new to the Hellraiser franchise, I thought it was a really good way to reboot the series and capture the fun lore of these boxes and all these creatures that didn't feel like it was rehashing what came before. And I thought it did, of all of the movies, the best job of having a concise mythology and set of rules. Which I really appreciated, of like making it clear, like, if you do this, this will happen. And this is why these people are doing this. They think they're going to get this, and here's where the deception is in all of it. So, still not not my favorite horror franchise out there, and not one of my favorite horror films of the year. But of the Hellraiser movies, it's one of the better films, and one that kind of pulls the ingredients of the series together and packages them in a new way, for a new continuity, but does it in a way that really is much more focused. That'll bring us to Banshees of Inisherin, the one that I talked about just a little bit, all right, before we started this section.
I thought you said Ed Sheeran.
The
Like,
Banshees of Ed Sheeran. Very unexpected film. So I saw this at Fantastic Fest. I told the story just a little bit ago, but I drove for about 5 hours right before seeing it. So I went in pretty tired, kind of like drained. And it's a very talky film. And if you haven't seen it, it's about kind of a friendship that falls apart. And one of the people is trying to understand why. And the other person that broke off the friendship doesn't want to hurt his friend's feelings, but he's like, we're not friends anymore. And so it's all about what happened there, what's kind of going on. And some great acting, some really funny, very dark humor thrown into it. This just isn't specifically my kind of film. It's not a movie that moves at my pace or is on my wavelength. So I can watch it and be like, okay, yeah, that's kind of neat. Kind of some interesting ideas there. And I see all these other people like, top 10, best of the year. Sean, why didn't you have this in your top 10 of the year? Does it really seem like it would be in my top 10? Like, I understand other people love this kind of film. Like, I get it, but, you know, I like pretty straightforward things. And this is something quite different from that. It's like a whole bit about a guy chopping off his fingers and throwing them at a door. Which, if you haven't seen the movie and you hear me say that, like, what? How does that, like you said, it was about a friendship falling apart. Right. It's very odd. And there's an escalation of what they do to one another and stuff. And what other people got out of this film, I didn't get that out of it. Make of that as you will. Number 33, Jackass Forever. This is probably the movie this year that I laughed at the most. But it's not one that I'm like, man, I can't wait to rewatch that. It's like, okay, I'll experience a Jackass movie every 10 years, and that'll be enough for me. So it has to have a decent enough placement because it made me laugh so hard. But it's not like a plot, not character development. It's literally just 90 minutes of dudes doing unbelievably stupid things to one another and us laughing at them for it. It does it really well. Like, if you like the Jackass stunt humor, humiliation humor, and just like doing things that are just so bold that are like, oh wow, that's what this movie is. My wife would have hated it. Ambulance. This is a new Michael Bay movie, and I actually saw last night. It's on Amazon Prime, I believe, as of today. So I saw it.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jakey Gyllenhaal. I would think you'd like it. I mean, it's like a heist chase movie.
Nightcrawler's the one I won't like.
I don't know if you wouldn't like it, but what's wrong with Nightcrawler?
I have no idea.
It's dark.
You said ambulance, and I thought Nightcrawler. No, I'd like it. Okay.
No, it's not the one where he's an ambulance chaser, where he's committing crimes to be able to cover them as the news reporter. No, it's like a heist movie, and so then they're on the run, and it goes wild with drone shots.
Oh, I remember the preview, or the trailer. I remember seeing it. It's like they brought someone in for like one last job.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of straightforward. I said it, but it's the sort of thing Michael Bay does well with because it's not
Transformers.
It's not Transformers, and he does action well. And so this movie has like the craziest drone shots, if anything, too much. And you're like, you're having two cars driving like this, and these shots you weren't able to do until we have drones. And so then it's like the drone's next to the car and like pulls in front of all of them. But it's not CGI. It's an actual trace with drone shots. So it's shots that you see in animation, it's computer animation, and then in CGI action sequences. But now they're able to do it with drones, and so it's like the sort of movie that was like, oh yeah, that came out this year. I forgot about it. And at the same time, it's the sort of movie that as soon as I saw it on Amazon Prime, I was like, oh, Jennifer would probably have fun with that one. It kind of falls into that category of like not the most memorable, but the kind of ones that it's like, oh yeah, Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. That was better than I expected it to be. And unfortunately, it underperformed, which will send Michael Bay the wrong message, and he's going to come back and direct Transformers Rise of the Beast Part 2. Last one in here before we take a quick break. Bones and All, another Fantastic Fest film that I saw. I went into this one, I knew nothing. Like, I hadn't seen a trailer. I didn't know the premise. At film festivals, like 5 movies play at a time, and you kind of select which movies you're going to see. I selected a different movie, and then Cody Leach went, "Oh no, you should select Bones and All because it's by this person." I was like, "Okay," I just didn't know, so selected it because he told me to. And they did like an introduction where they're like, it's a really beautiful story with just some really shocking imagery that'll come out of nowhere. Like, I don't know what that means, but I did not know what the movie was about. And it's not like a twist or anything, but like it's about cannibals. It's like a cannibal romance. And so it starts, and there's like a sequence in it. The first time there's gore, and you think the sequence is going in one direction, and then it gets gnarly real fast. Like, oh, that's what this is about. Whoa, that just happened. So another one, it seemed like a lot of people really loved this. It's tough to know at film festivals because it's a different type of audience, but and that's where I more interacted with it. But it's like a road trip, coming of age story romance about a pair of cannibals trying to find their place in this world. But it's like it treats cannibalism like vampirism, like vampires. They're not vampires, but they're people that have a thirst. So it has that kind of mythological nature to it. It's not just like totally normal person like, I think I want to have a human burger, and they kill someone, cook a human. It's not like it's treated the way that vampires have a thirst that can only be quenched by eating people. But so yeah, a lot of things I really liked about it. Another one that like it's not really my thing. Not that I would like go re-explore it a lot, but it did what it was trying to do well, and it has some really sweet moments, and then it's like tragic and beautiful all at once, and very gory at times. Alrighty. Let's take a few questions, and we're in the final stretch here. We're in the final third.
Whew, so
Woo!
many.
And we'll take some of these real quick. I'm not even going to play one of my killer videos this time. We'll just go. This can is empty. This can is empty. Okay. Wait. This. How many? I had a whole other drink. I've got 2 open cans that are like full.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Sounds like after this next section, probably gonna have a long bathroom break. Is what it
Oh
sounds
my
like to
word.
me.
Okay. You've probably already been asked this, but have you played the God of War series? If so, are you interested in the Amazon show?
I haven't played any God of War, anything from the God of War series, unfortunately. So I don't think I've even watched someone play. I don't even know what the gameplay is like. I know kind of the imagery of sorts, but I don't know the plot, context, or anything like that. So it's tough to be interested in the show when you know so little about it. Like, even with kind of like Last of Us, I actually have played a little bit of Last of Us, but even like on that one, I have like an idea of the nature of the plot. Like, zombie apocalypse, this guy's got this girl trying to keep her alive. Like, okay, I know what that is. I know what category to put that in. I don't really know what the category plot-wise is for God of War.
Dr. Drum in chat asks, is Top Gun Maverick in your top 50 movies of all time?
That's a good question. I believe that... So last year I turned... Well, not last year anymore. Back in 2021 I turned 40. And so when I did that, I put out my top 40 favorite movies of all time, and actually had a companion on Patreon with 10 more. So I did my top 50 movies last year. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm almost positive Top Gun is in there. And I have said since seeing Top Gun Maverick that Top Gun Maverick is better. And even last night we were, I think, what did Chloe ask us about that? She was asking us, like, is it better than the original? And it's kind of interesting because I think Top Gun Maverick is better than the original Top Gun on every single level. It does everything better. One of the key points that, like, my wife said is, like, but it's, at the same time, the entire thing is built on a certain sense of nostalgia. It builds on everything that came in the past. It doesn't replace it. It just does a better job of it and continues it. Which it's very fascinating because it's better at everything. But the only reason it can be better at everything is because the first one did things that connected with people so well. And there's all these little like one of the big ones I talked about in the movies is because I rewatched the end of it. There's little sequence at the end of it, and this isn't too spoiler, but there's a section where some people are believed to be dead, and the people back at command center are like not sure what to do, and then they see a signal that maybe they're not dead, and that you just kind of like what's kind of going on here, and they're trying to piece it together, and then it just does the Top Gun boom, and the guy that's been adversarial towards Maverick all along goes, Maverick. And it's the guy that's always thought this is guy from the past. He's the first person in the room to realize, wait, this guy's as good as he's claimed. This guy is a thorn in my side. He's a terrible member of the Navy, but he is the best. Like he really is as good as he claims to be. And it doesn't need to overstate that. It's one musical note with the right sound, bong, that is so identifiable with Top Gun. That that wouldn't work if you didn't have the original. If I hadn't been listening to Bong since 1988, 1989, whenever my parents first showed me the original, it doesn't play the same. But you just hear that note. And even the trailers, when they put out the trailers for this movie and they show like a desert and there's like a plane in the background and it goes Bong, and you just feel it. But it actually pulled it off. The movie doesn't take for granted nostalgia. It went, people love the original, and we need to honor that.
It doesn't weaponize
it. It doesn't weaponize it. It doesn't do cheap things. It doesn't bring everybody back. It really says what's the best story. And behind the scenes stuff, they say in there, we spent 18 months trying to figure out how to put cameras in the cockpit of a jet. Because they didn't want to do it the cheap and easy way. And the final shot in the movie is Tom Cruise flying his own personal prop fighter plane that he owns. And he is flying it. And it's that passion of like, we're going to do it right, and we are not in any way just going to assume people will watch because it's Top Gun and just kind of make something because we know it'll make money. Spent so long trying to get it right. And even the fact that all the movies that were like, let's just drop it on streaming, or let's do this, let's put it, they went, we believe in this movie, and we are going to wait 2 full years until people will go back. And Tom Cruise, like, we never entertained the idea of dropping it on streaming. This movie was made to be seen on the biggest screen, and we would wait as long as we had to give you that experience. And it's awesome on the big screen, but it's also just a movie that's really good when you watch it at home, and it just works. So it's a long answer for a movie I'm going to talk about it later on, like, jumping the gun on all of this, but I think it's better.
Jumping the Top Gun.
Yeah. I think it's better than the original on every level, but that's because the original one laid a great foundation, and they respected and honored that, and they honored the fans. But I think also I have to say it's in my top 50 movies, and I think I could just say that because there's not a lot of movies that you think like some of the other movies that have been my number one over the last several years of having this channel. There's not one that I'm like pulled that big of emotions out of me, and that I'm like I just want to keep watching it. It just does such a good. What are those things in the background?
My feet.
What was that?
Just
Sorry, long answer on it's literally a movie I'm going to talk about later in here.
Do you think Disney Films will get back on track with the shakeup in the company as a Walt Disney World cast member in data? I'm always interested in outside opinions.
And I believe I met you in Orlando. I believe that's the case. That another person that made it out to one of the fan expos, and so I believe this is a gentleman that we spoke in person. Without knowing everything that went wrong over the last couple of years that have kind of made for some of these things to be kind of off, it's tough to know exactly. And Disney's always kind of had these ups and these downs. Different things cause them, but you think the original golden age of Disney every one of them is a classic that stood the test of time, and it's followed by the war era films, where because World War II, then they're not very good. But then you get to the 50s and like Sleeping Beauty and Alice in Wonderland, amazing things, and then you get to the 70s and you have the Dark Ages, the Bronze Era of like some pretty forgettable films for like 20 years. You think about like a lot of the stuff in the 70s, early 80s, like it just wasn't working, and it was like 15 years of not working very well. And then you get the Renaissance, and I would argue easily the best era. And there's some great eras, but just banger after banger for years. Like, these are so good back to back to back to back. And then you get to the year 2000, and you're getting like Home on the Range and Chicken Little, and it's like, what happened? Less than 10 years ago, you're putting out back-to-back Aladdin and Lion King. And now what are we doing with, like, making jokes about cow udder implants? Like, what is this? But then a few years after that, they have another revival. And all of a sudden, you're getting these Tangled and Frozen. And you have 10 years where it's really great. So they've kind of had these ups and these downs all along the way, for various different reasons. And the thing you kind of miss, or sometimes we miss, is that talent. There's only so many world-class talents. And one of the talents that Disney had for a while there was John Lasseter. So Pixar, unbelievably good for a long time, fully acquired by Disney, and then Disney has incredible run, and turns out maybe as a person, he's not the best person. I don't know what's true, I don't know what's not, but he did some stuff, and he's no longer there. So they lose a guy that is just phenomenal, of people, family entertainment, animated films, maybe the best in the last 30 years. They lost him. And I'm not saying that I am not in any way suggesting that you should keep a shady person because they're talented, but also acknowledging if you lose a talented person, you can't, you lose the secret sauce, the magic touch. You can't magically just have another person that replaces them. That human talent, being at the right place at the right time, the right genre, the right everything, sometimes you don't have it. So I think a little bit of that happened, but I think there's a few things that are just kind of off there. I don't think they have someone over Pixar that has that spark. Kathleen Kennedy doesn't have it for Star Wars, has never had it for Star Wars, and so Star Wars is all over the place. I think Marvel is spread too thin. So Kevin Feige, they still have the secret sauce, but instead of doing 3 movies per year, he's doing 3 movies plus 4 TV shows. And so there's too much, and so it's reached the point that he can't do that. So I don't know what the solution is. I think Bob Iger is better at keeping the machine running. He's not a visionary. He's a businessman. He's a very good businessman that knows you need to trust the creatives and knows how to make good acquisitions. But I don't think Bob Iger is the future of Disney. I think Bob Iger is like, let's get this thing stable again. And then they need to find a CEO that is more of a Walt Disney CEO, the guy that has a vision. Bob Iger knew how to acquire things and made them a ton of money. And was a part of making a bunch of stuff that I loved. But I think what Disney needs is a CEO that's a creative at heart, not a businessman, not that their skill set is raising the stock price. But hopefully Bob Iger can even things out and then figure out who that next person is. Another one of my short answers.
Super short. Are you looking for another question?
I don't know. Like I said, we are 3 hours and 18 minutes in. I don't really have much of a brain right now.
So, yes or no?
You give me one question and we'll play a video and I'll do some push-ups and then I'll probably wake me up.
Oh, my word. Oh, sorry. Oh, here we go. This one's easy. Short. Sean, you're the best YouTuber. Today is my birthday. It would mean the world if you said happy birthday. Happy birthday, Merrick.
Happy birthday, Merrick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. You even got me singing. That's my
That's
That's not singing?
No.
Who's like singing? Truly, happy birthday. Very cool that you're able to join for this. And it makes it really easy for you to know how old you are because it's like right on the first. It's nice. Like mine's at the November 28th, so it's the end of the year. So the math on how old I am, you have to calculate it funky because I'm more of an 82 most of the time than a 81.
More questions?
Did I say that was? Yeah. I don't know what I said. That was a long time ago. All right, this is a. Yeah, I don't want to do any of those. Those are too long. I want a quick one. We're running out of time. Let's go for it. Let's just go for it. Where am I?
What are we going for?
I don't know. My brain isn't working.
Are we doing more questions?
No, me.
Okay.
Continue on. At number 30 to 21.
Okay, I'll get it.
We're in the final stretch. Coming in at number 30, Pearl. And as I mentioned earlier, X was a movie that was like, okay, I think I get why a bunch of people went bananas for this film, but I just can't get into the subject matter. I just can't get invested in these characters. But there's a lot of interesting style to it, and the backstory on the movie is pretty fun because the movie itself kind of like this low-budget slasher kind of comes out of nowhere, and the movie ends and a trailer plays for Pearl, this prequel that, like, how are these even, like, what's going on here? But it like kind of came out of nowhere. There's two of them that are already shot and completed. So 2 movies in the same series come out in the same year. I connected a lot more with Pearl because it's not the subject matter of X. And it's a little bit... The comparison I had while watching it was Joker. The one from 3 years ago, where you have this character that you're rooting for them, but you know in rooting for them, you're rooting for this guy to turn into a psychopathic killer. And so it has that kind of descent into madness as you're watching this person that you feel bad for, and you want them to find their confidence, but you know the cost of them to finding their confidence will be a lot of dead people. And Pearl's quite a different character from Joker in a lot of ways, and she's much more dangerous and crazier much earlier on. But she feels so innocent that you feel bad for her, and she's so wants to be accepted and find her place that you care about this person. Even as I'm saying, there's like even with the stand-up comedy in Joker, there's even a lot of parallels while being wildly different films. And then having this aesthetic that's like borrowing from the Wizard of Oz and certain those color schemes, just weird, trippy stuff at times, and you're seeing the movie kind of from her perspective in certain moments. And a great final shot that I'd seen the picture of the final shot. When you see it, it's like it's a very like glaring, creepy, unsettling smile. What I didn't realize is that it lingers on that shot for like 2 minutes as the credits are rolling, and like, oh. So I found that one much more compelling. Not top 10 compelling, but a lot better. 29, The Northman. And this director is a lot more artistic than I am. And so there's some things about this one that weren't quite on my wavelength, but it was kind of like this artsy director doing his version of a mainstream film. So it's a revenge story. It's kind of Count of Monte Cristo-esque in this Viking setting. And so there's some great action, some weird, trippy stuff in there. It's certainly one that you remember on a bunch of different levels for a variety of different reasons, and several twists and turns that I didn't see coming, and a set of characters that almost are interesting in their inability to grow and change. Even our lead character in it. But it was the kind of movie that for me, I didn't go bananas for it, but I'm glad that I experienced it. So that's kind of my feelings on that one. I had some people ask me like, hey, The Northman wasn't in your top 10? Like, no, I didn't even consider it. It's not way up there for me. Like, I dug it. I'm glad that I saw it. I don't know when I would rewatch it. 28, talking about a big shift here. 28, Black Adam. This, I don't know what's ahead of this. This might be this year's Taco Supreme, my Taco Bell movie of the year. It's a big budget comic book movie, stars The Rock. It's big, it's dumb, it is a very simplistic plot compared to a lot of the more layered stories of a lot of comic book movies that we get now. But it exists to entertain, and that's what it does. It's a lot of fun to see Pierce Brosnan in a comic book movie playing. The character itself is quite a bit different from Doctor Strange, but visually and some of the powers and the way that they look, it's kind of like Doctor Strange. I thought it was just fun. And it didn't try to be anything other than that. It would just wanted to entertain. So it moves very quickly, a lot of action, big set pieces. Between the set pieces, there's always humor. So I had a good time with it. Is it groundbreaking? No, it is not. And I don't know. I'd have to maybe almost. There's a bit to how much I need to reevaluate the movie in light of the mid-credit scene. Got you excited for a future that's now not happening. So maybe I'd reevaluate it if I rewatched it now and you're not ending with that promise anymore. Now it ends with a lie. But we'll see. 27, The Bad Guys, one of our DreamWorks movies that came out this year. I did catch it in the theaters. This was kind of one of these recurring themes in here. I missed a lot of stuff. And so whenever it came out, I think I was out of town. And so I was 2 months late to watching this movie. So I haven't talked about it much on my channel, but I did watch it and I did like it. I thought it was a real good little animated film that is a combination of Zootopia and Ocean's 11. Mash them together, the pairing I never thought I would want, and it kind of worked. It worked, or not kind of worked. It just worked for me. It was a solid little entertaining film that had an interesting animation style, lively characters, and a genre that's just kind of cool. So, and this is the lesser of the two DreamWorks movies of the year. They had two of them. I thought they easily did better than Pixar or Disney. 26, here's one that kind of came out of nowhere. A Christmas Story. The latest sequel to A Christmas Story. If you don't know, A Christmas Story, actually, there's a ton of those movies. One of them, A Christmas Story that plays on repeat, is the one everybody's seen, but there were adaptations of it that came out on television in the years before that. There's a direct-to-video sequel, there's a 90s sequel, there's A Christmas Story 2 from about 10 years ago. There's all these other ones that nobody's seen. I haven't seen any of them. But this is the one that really feels like the real sequel because the little boy that played Ralphie actually came back. And so it's very much a sequel to the Christmas movie that many of us have seen over and over and over again every December. Kind of came out of nowhere. I hadn't heard anything about this, and then they put out a trailer, and it's in 2 weeks, A Christmas Story. And Peter Billingsley, he's back as Ralphie. What? What is this? And is it trying to be a send up? Is it going to be a different genre? And it's just a nice, sweet continuation, like a genuine story about a boy all grown up and realizing he's in charge of Christmas now. And it lacks all of the iconic, memorable bits. You're not going to get all the the tongue on the pole, Fragile, It's a Leg, very special prize, Oh Fudge, all of those. You'll shoot your eye out. You don't get all those memorable slogans, and when it tries to maybe come up with its own, that's the weakest stuff in the movie. But it's just and maybe that's almost kind of why it works, is that it's not trying too hard. It's just let's tell us how would a grown-up Ralphie remember his father, and how would he do if he was trying to be the man of the house, the guy in charge of Christmas. And it's funny, but in a more subtle kind of ways, and just like that, heartfelt, wholesome, I don't know. Some of it's even the surprise of it kind of came out of nowhere. It's oh, this is probably going to be bad. A direct to HBO Max original movie that's a sequel to A Christmas Story. What are we about to get? And then it was that was really good. That was a real nice little surprise. And like I said, it doesn't have flashy things. It doesn't do things to be real memorable. It's just a worthy follow-up. 25, The Atom Project. This is a solid little, I don't know, kind of feels like a Amblin 80s movie with a 21st century twist of Ryan Reynolds going back in time to hang out with his younger self and solve problems, and having like a nice family message, and a little bit of time travel stuff, and dealing with your grown-up you going back in time and spending time with your parents a little bit, younger self. Adventure stuff in there too. As a whole, it wasn't quite as good as the parts. I thought the parts, I was like, that's really cool. I really like that. Oh man, that sequence really that worked. The parts I felt were much stronger than the whole. Like the movie. If I'm like, when I think about it, it's like, oh, I really liked that, and that was fun. When you put it all together, I don't think, one of my favorites of the year. Thought like, yeah, I wanted to like it a little bit more than I did, but like a nice, solid little adventure that has the action you want, has the Ryan Reynolds humor, and like the little boy playing young Ryan Reynolds can keep up with him. So it was like, oh, that was cool, that was fun, and then some heartfelt moments, with family type stuff. I think, as I recall, there might have been a few too many moving parts. I think that was a little bit of what kind of made it not fully work for me. For that top tier, obviously we're pretty high up on this list, not in that top 20 for me. There's a few moving parts, and so it cheapened some of the stuff that was there. 24 is Sonic the Hedgehog 2. A real fun little piece of entertainment. Video game movies don't have the best reputation, and somehow the Sonic movies that, when the first trailer came out, they were infamous. It was the first infamous for being a terrible design that the internet hated, and then the movies themselves are really fun. And while the story they kind of tell is awfully earthbound, they capture the characters right. And I don't know, like, how you go off on these other worlds and just have, Sonic running in loops and stuff. That's not much of a story and plot. So I understand why they set it on Earth. It makes it much easier to tell a story. But they work because they get Sonic right, and they get Tails right. And it's really fun to see Jim Carrey as Eggman. Like, all the parts that need to work, they do. This one, maybe the thing kind of holding back a little bit is it spends way too much time turning into a rom-com, where there's like two separate plots going on, and they merge together eventually and stuff, but like you're off doing all the Sonic stuff, and then we cut back and we're going to a wedding, planning a wedding. It's like, can we just get back to Sonic over there? And if they'd resolved that, this one could have gone up even, I guess, my brain is shot. Could have made it in that top 20. Number 23, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. A tricky one for me because I love that we're getting a Sam Raimi movie in the MCU. And it's weird Evil Dead 2 Sam Raimi. And there's creepy stuff that freaked her out a whole bunch. And so I dug all that. And there's a bunch of things in this one that I really loved. And then at the same time, it's a movie that never really lives up to its title. I mean, you call it Multiverse of Madness. And what are we talking about there? Well, they go to this other planet and, like, they eat pizza out of a bowl. They go on red, stop on green. Pretty wild, mad stuff, right? No. If you're going to have that title, probably need to have a little bit more madness thrown into the mix. And so that's the thing about this one. Like, it's also feels like a movie that was half directed by weird Sam Raimi and half directed by Kevin Feige, where you're watching it and it feels like generic MCU stuff, and then you get to these other sequences and you go, that's Sam Raimi right there, that's him. Also hurt by, there's sequences in it that, like, it's really obvious John Krasinski was acting to a tennis ball. They brought him in to a studio with a green screen. He was never on set with any of the other actors, and all of his sequences were shot like that. Like, I don't know if any of those people in those Illuminati sequences were in the same room at the same time. I have no idea. because it feels like I'm watching people act to a tennis ball in very late read shoots. So it's frustrating because there's so much, like, it's MCU. Doctor Strange is a fun character. I thought this was also, I like the arc that they're giving Doctor Strange of, he is this egomaniac, but he's starting to learn, like, that he has his flaws, that he is incredibly talented, but he's not perfect. Is they kind of give him an arc, especially when you kind of tie in some of the stuff we learned about him in What If. Love all of that. Love the weird Sam Raimi-isms. I think Wanda's one of the great villains because she doesn't perceive of herself as a villain. She's just a hurt, broken person that goes to horrific places to deal with the pain she's facing. It's interesting. There's all these things that really are cool about it. And there's also the things that feel like Phase 4 MCU frustrations. 22, Rescue Rangers. This I grew up watching Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, and another one that kind of came out of nowhere of, well, we're going to do a Rescue Rangers reboot for Disney Plus. Disney Plus original movies do not have a good track record. And doing Rescue Rangers, this doesn't seem like it's going to be good. And this turned out to be one of the pleasant surprises of, like, oh, it actually works. It's like a modern day Who Framed Roger Rabbit of, like, with both the animation style of animated in the real world and all these kind of cameo appearances, murder mystery to it, but also that kind of is what Rescue Rangers was. It's like so much better than it had any business being. My kids watched it 1,000 times, and my 4-year-old made me listen to the song 7,000 times. But real pleasant surprise. Speaking of surprises, maybe not a pleasant surprise, but certainly a surprise. Coming in at number 21, Terrifier 2. Now, I hadn't seen the original Terrifier up until a few days before I saw Terrifier 2. And I didn't really, I was aware of its existence, but I didn't give it much thought at all. And Terrifier 2 is going to be playing opening night at Fantastic Fest, this film festival that I keep bringing up. So I was like, I need to watch. If I can see that movie early, I got to see the first Terrifier. So I watched the first Terrifier just a few days before, and it was kind of what I'd heard from people. Like, Art the Clown is like a fun, interesting new killer. The story itself is very bare bones, and the thing that kind of makes it interesting is the movie was shot for $35,000. So for $35,000, like, wow, this is a great job, but very simplistic kind of story. Terrifier 2, they got a budget almost 10 times what they had on the original film. So 10 times the budget, they could tell a much bigger story. Granted, 10 times $35,000 is still under $500,000. I don't know how they shot this movie for less than $1 million. I don't know how they shot this movie as cheap as they did, but they know how to stretch every dollar. And I went into it like, what is a 2-hour and 18-minute Terrifier movie? How does that even work? And maybe it's because I saw it at the perfect context, a midnight screening with a packed crowd at a horror film festival with the director and the star of the movie 2 rows in front of me, watching it with my best YouTube friend Cody Leach. Finish the movie, walk into the hallway, and Chris Stuckman's there, so I'm talking, like, he walks up, hey, what do you guys think about the movie? And I'm like, well, Chris Stuckman walked up to me to talk about Terrifier 2. That's fun. And then I'm standing in the lobby talking with Chris Stuckman about Terrifier 2, and I look to my right, and someone's taking a picture with the person next to me. And this guy bumps into me, and I'm like, what's going on over here? It's Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho. Because he's in Terrifier 2, so he's there for this showing. He's just standing next to me, taking a picture with someone. That's the context where I watched the movie. And the movie itself, it's so bonkers, it just goes for it. It's that you kind of just had to, like, I love it when directors can just go for it. And so there's like magic daggers and prophecies and all this lore. And if the first movie gave us this fun new killer, and I know that Art the Clown didn't originate with Terrifier, I know he goes before that, but if the original stuff gave us Art the Clown, this movie gave us this like epic mythological final girl where, because it takes place on Halloween night, she dresses up as this winged Valkyrie, and then it like plays it out like, so she's in the rest of the movie dressed up as this mythological figure battling this evil clown creature, and it's so, everything is excessive, everything's over the top, and that's what made it so much fun. I wasn't able to before the movie started, Cody ordered some Mexican street popcorn or something like that, where it's popcorn but it has all this stuff in it. Street corns, whatever it was.
It's like street corn. But
Street
it's
corn,
popcorn.
popcorn, something like that. So it has all like stuff in it. It's an odd texture to it. So we're watching the movie, and it gets to the bedroom scene, and I'm eating popcorn with like slimy stuff in it, weird textures. I did not feel great after that. Once that happened, oh, I can't watch the scene. And you think the scene's over with, and then it goes on, and you think it's over with, and it keeps going on. It's brutal. You'd love it, Jennifer.
Nope.
But such a movie that it's got me excited and giddy because it was so crazy. And then it's a movie. It was only supposed to be in theaters for one weekend, and then it made so much money. They're like, let's put it out for 2 weekends, and it doubled how much money it made in the second weekend. Which movies don't do that. And then the buzz started about how shocking it was, and these stories, like people fainted and were vomiting. Are the stories true? Who knows? But it became like if you're a horror fan, can you make it through Terrifier 2? So this movie that cost $250,000 and was crowdfunded ends up making $10 million. There's a chance that Terrifier 2 could make more in the United States than Babylon makes. Babylon cost $80 million and has all these big, gigantic movie stars in it. How wild would that be if Terrifier 2 makes more than Babylon? I mean, I don't know that that'll happen because Babylon's probably going to have pretty good legs, but it's a wild world we live in. Questions for me? So definitely...
Jeez.
What?
Are you alright? Did you have
No.
a stroke?
No, I'm not all right. My brain's... I only had one bang. And if I'd had 2 of these, I'd probably
Someone
be okay.
wanted to know what flavor you had.
This is Blue Raz. This is not my flavor of choice. That's just what they had where I was at. I like the Miami Cola because it's kind of like cola, except if it tasted gross. So, that's the one I go with. And then cotton candy, because who wouldn't want a can of liquid cotton candy with an excessive amount of stimulants in it? But this is Blue Raz because that's just what they had.
I'm your biggest fan, Sean. Happy New Year. You're my favorite YouTuber. Keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Some of that's still pretty wild to me that I would be someone's favorite YouTuber because I know all the channels that I watch and the way that I watch them, and it's still kind of crazy to me that I'm that for other people. And people tell me, like, yeah, whenever you put out a new movie review, our whole family, if we go watch the movie, then we sit down as a family and watch your review on the TV. And I think, well, that's what we do with Film Theory. That's what we do with pitch meetings. That's what we do with Dude Perfect. And Carly HD. But so I'm trying to think, like these things that we watch as a family together, and like people do that with my videos. That's cool. It's weird to think about because we're just here in the suburbs, totally normal life, and people actually like my content.
I'm trying to find it. Someone asked specifically for examples of things that your kids watch on repeat that drive you crazy.
Yeah, it's not as much movies or real TV shows. It's YouTube. Carly HD with all the Elf on the Shelf, Beck Brojack, Hobby Kids. Hobby Kids in particular is. I mean, it's not for me. It's very obviously not for me, but I just don't get it at all, or why they're into it and continue to be into it. Like when they were like 4, it's like, okay, we're into this other family doing goofy stuff, and now they're older and they're still into it.
I can't find that question.
But it's just a lot of like just loud stuff that I don't understand.
Hey, Sean, can you help me convince my dad that the new National Treasure show is awful? He won't stop watching it because he's convinced it'll get better.
It's the new National is awful. You want some?
Did you not understand me when I read it?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think about my response, like, because convince him it's all like it's a path of a
Yes.
question. I don't know if you don't know this. I have a review on my second channel, and it's me saying why it's awful. So that was after the first 2 episodes, and then we've now watched the 2 latest episodes. And I don't mean the latest 2 episodes were probably better than the first 2 episodes because the 3rd episode actually has like a. In my review, I said like hasn't been like an outrageous like heist thing yet, and the 3rd one has that with like this Elvis stuff, and then the 4th one gets a bump from having Justin Bernthal or the other guy Riley, yeah, whatever, JB Riley from the original ones being in it, and they're the whole thing they're cheating. It's like, hey, and he's on the phone with Gates, like talking to Nicolas Cage's character, doing stuff like that. They cheated some stuff, but it just when you bring in those legacy characters, I'm much more invested in him because I've been watching him in the first 2 movies for over 15 years. And then it kind of fleshes out the world a little bit, like the history of what are their lives like now. That stuff's interesting to me. But you asked me to convince him it's awful. I mean, I think that rewatching a little bit of the original after watching these up with my daughter, I think it's just it doesn't lend itself very well to a TV show. Because the part of the appeal is there's a thing out there we needed to get to first, and so it just moves at this real brisk pace from we're in the ice, we're stealing the Declaration of Independence, we're on the run from the feds, we're heading off here, we're doing, and it just kind of moves really quickly from all of these different locations. This one doesn't do that. It's taking its time a little bit, and so I think it just loses some of that momentum. It is kind of these big adventure, and when you don't have the budget to do big adventure, it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the star power. Like I don't know who any of the young cast are. They're not bad actors. They just don't have that it factor. And then I don't know even the best way to phrase it is, but like there's a certain like patriotism to the first 2 that it's a simplistic worldview and things like that, but it's kind of like this. They're dealing with the Declaration of Independence, and it's like we haven't always lived up to our ideals, but it's playing like this heroic music, reading the Declaration of Independence, and like that element is something that Disney's not likely to lean into, and so in one of these latest episodes, there's someone giving a speech, and it pauses to have a grown man talk down to the woman that's teaching, and so then someone goes, "Who's that mansplainer?" And it has that flavor instead of being like this simplistic but patriotic kind of energy. And it just has a lot of this finger pointer, finger waving stuff kind of going on, and when the energy of the lead character is, well, she's undocumented, so she can't be in the FBI. And it keeps reminding us of that. It has this flavor of like looking down on the nation instead of looking up. There are a lot of, I understand there's flaws in our country. There's these are relevant issues, but I don't know that national treasure is a context that's appropriate to deal with that. It's not fun, and it doesn't fit.
It's not on brand.
Yeah, it's not on brand. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like, you have a national treasure, and it's about artifacts in the United States and the Declaration of Independence, like Benjamin Franklin Gates, like founding fathers. Like, there's a flavor to that is utterly missing from the new show, and it's very much from the worldview of the writers and stuff like that, and the post 9/11 world had a patriotism that is not currently here. And so if you want to do national treasure, but you don't want to have that on-brand patriotism, or if you don't want to have that on-brand patriotism, if you have issues with that, I can understand that. There's a lot of things that as a nation we are dealing with. Fair enough. Don't do national treasure then. And if that's your worldview, this is not the franchise you should be writing for. If you have those ideas that you want to like tackle about the patriarchy and things like that, okay, this is a weird place to do it. Next.
Oh, sorry. Do you prefer Shawshank or The Green Mile?
Shawshank. I've only seen Green Mile once, and it was over 20 years ago. So I haven't seen Shawshank that many times, but it's the one that I have seen more times, and so I can speak to it. And I've seen it more recently. But if you don't know, it's both Frank Darabont, both Stephen King adaptations that aren't normal Stephen King adaptations. They're not like horror stories. So that's the connection there, if you don't know. But Shawshank.
I have a question that's been on my mind. Who are your favorite upcoming filmmakers?
I don't know, man, that's a tough one to answer in my current mental state.
Rain check.
I'm looking at my top 20 to try and think like who's in there that what's a movie that's exciting that's in there that some of these I don't even know who the person is, but they did something and I'm very excited about. Like look at like my top 10 spoilers if you didn't watch yesterday's video, but The Barbarian, Violent Night, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I guess his movie came out called The Fablemans. There's this guy named Spielberg. I think he's got something. That was a joke. But these other ones, I don't know who the directors are off the top of my head. I don't know their names. But they made movies in my top 10. So right there, like whoever these people are, they did stuff that I really enjoyed. Okay, what are they doing next? That's exciting. Maybe the people doing the Scream movies, they did Ready or Not. That was a solid little like horror thriller. And when they were announced as doing Scream, I was like, yeah, that's good. But I don't know their names off the top of my head. He's not really that new. The guy that did Prey, Trachtenberg, he hasn't done a ton of stuff. So he's still kind of up and coming. BJ Novak, Ryan from The Office. He did this movie Vengeance. I thought it was great. And I don't think he's directed a movie before. So I haven't thought about the question yet, so I don't have a list outside. So I'm just literally just looking at the movies I'm about to talk about and which ones are there people like, yeah, whoever did that, I want to see what else they're going to do.
Have you seen the show The Orville? I know you love Star Trek, so I think you would like it.
And I reviewed it. I have watched it. I reviewed it. I actually did a ranking of all the episodes of season 1. I covered it week to week when the first season ran. It came out right at the same time as Discovery. Is very early in my channel, so it was a very different era for me. But so not a fan of Discovery. And I was that first batch of people that was like, all right, we have a new Star Trek show, and we have a new Orville, this new other thing that's not Star Trek, but it's like Star Trek. And I haven't watched Family Guy or anything like that, so I was like, Star Trek with sex jokes, that's probably not going to be very good. And it easily was the best Star Trek show in 15, 20 years. The one that captured the energy of Next Generation. Like, it very much at its core is doing that allegorical storytelling. And it was actually tackling issues in a way that was challenging. It wasn't one-sided preaching. They touched on stuff that are hot button issues in society and didn't lean into the version of it that's simple or celebrated easily by either side. They picked resolutions that would make both sides angry. It's like, wow, they're actually doing this right, and they're doing Seth MacFarlane poo jokes. Wow, this is actually pretty good. I haven't watched it since then. I watched the first season, and I was really into it. It was kind of an unpleasant experience covering it on my channel. I don't know if it's the Seth MacFarlane crowd. I don't know if it's the Star Trek crowd, but it just kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. And it wasn't the show, it was the fans. And there was some stuff where, like, I missed... when you do videos and you're putting out daily videos, especially at the time I had a full-time job and doing the best I could, and there were just people that made that, like, they were insulting. Like, oh, the reason you didn't like this episode is because you're a Christian. Well, I made my arguments for why it didn't sit well with me, and I didn't claim otherwise, but yeah, Bigotry. That's a good argument there. Well, well played on your part. That's why I didn't continue watching it, and I probably need to check out seasons 2 and 3. But I really enjoyed season 1. As you said, besides Strange New Worlds, which I really dug now, best Star Trek season since the 90s.
Hi, Sean. I love your videos. Your videos are amazing.
Thank you.
DC or Marvel this year? Who won?
I think I'm going to do a video on this week, so I don't want to go into it. But I had notes to answer that. I had plans to do that in December. I got sick and I couldn't make it happen. I did my Patreon live stream yesterday. They asked that exact question. So I had it in my notes, and now 2 different people have asked me about it. So I think in this next week, we hit January, nothing's coming out. So and because my most anticipated is pushed back a week, I think I'll do a video about it. So.
Would you like a movie about Sylvester Stallone's career more or Clint Eastwood's career?
Stallone's, because I think it's a more interesting saga. Because you're talking about a guy that spent his 20s as kind of a failed actor. That just was getting small parts, not successful. I don't know how true it is, but I mean, there's stories of him. The dog in the original Rocky is his actual dog.
Okay.
There's tales that he sold that dog before he sold the script for Rocky. And then when he sold the script for Rocky, he paid an exorbitant amount of money to get his dog back. And there's stuff like they offered him this much money for his Rocky script if he wouldn't star in it. They wanted a Clint Eastwood. They wanted one of these other people to star in it. And he said, no, I'll take this much money, but I have to star in it. If you don't pay me as much, that's fine. I have to star in this movie. This is too much of my journey. That's really fascinating. Just that origin story is really interesting. So you could just do one about that early life, and it's a movie in and of itself, almost like behind like the rise to fame. But then you have this guy that goes from like rags to riches, get the true Rocky underdog story. And then you talk about someone that kind of gets into as glamorous, superficial 80s movie star as you can get, where he's like marrying Bridget Nielsen for 6 months because she starred in his movie, and like all this kind of stuff. Just all these shots of him in the 80s with the sports car and the sunglasses and stuff, and the growing obsession with looking perfect and taking an amino acid that is 16 times stronger than a normal amino acid to obtain his best physique. I don't know what he did take or whatever, but he literally said this amino acid's stronger than other amino acids. Like, you would just say the amino acid if you could just say what it was. And then he has this slump in the late 90s and has a comeback by returning to Rocky, and like just a really interesting kind of journey. That's the one that. Also, I like Stallone more than Eastwood, but it's just a real interesting story of the journey of his life or whatever. Ups and downs, setbacks, revivals, all of it.
What movie best describes your relationship with your wife?
John Wick. I don't know what I don't even know how do you even answer that one. Speaking of Rocky, we went to go see Rocky. That was the first movie we saw in the theater. We went on our honeymoon to see Rocky Balboa. That was like built into the plan. It's like, hey, by the way, if we're gonna choose this marriage date, if this date we're gonna get married, just so you know, the first section of our honeymoon is going to go see the new Rocky movie. That actually happened. That's not a joke. That's not a story I'm telling. That's what happened. That was the discussion about the first part of our honeymoon. So Rocky Balboa it is. Which one do you pick? Which one defines this?
I don't know. I like that answer a lot. Let's see.
And as we were planning our wedding, she goes, I don't really want the wedding march to
Stop
play
it.
at
Stop.
our wedding.
This is not true.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. She starts doing that, and
we're in the car with her dad, and I'm like, we're both like looking at each other like, does she really not know that she's humming?
I didn't get that far, but I did mix
the,
them up. That's true.
Does she not know that she just sang the whole Rocky song?
I didn't sing
And
the
like,
whole song.
we're like looking at each other like, what's going on? And then me and her dad go, that's Rocky. That's not the wedding march.
To be fair, they kind of start the same.
Sure. Alrighty, I'm gonna put up a video. This is a good potty break for you. This is what I should have done last time, because last time I barely made it back. I was out of breath. Got a little video. This is a longer break than normal because I need to get my brain out of mush mode. How do I get back? I can't even get my mouse on the right screen.
What do you need?
So normally my laptop, I have my laptop right here, and then I have my computer screen right here. Normally my laptop's over here. I have two monitors going, but it's on the other side, so my mouse doesn't scroll over. So now I'm like confused as to how I I scroll over here to get my mouse over here. If you're wondering what's going on behind the camera. See you guys back in 2 minutes. Real quick, while I'm running to the bathroom or whatever I'm doing while I'm away, I wanted to let you know about my Patreon page. And essentially, it's a membership site where you can join over there and you get access to more content and a bunch of exclusive live streams. The big thing in my mind, the big hook, is that you get kind of more access to me. Here on the main channel, 235,000 subscribers. I post anything. There's hundreds of comments. I do a live stream. There's hundreds of people in the stream. Tons of questions just getting dropped back and forth. I can't get to know people. I can't connect on that one-on-one level. And over on Patreon, because it's a much smaller community and there's a lot more live streams, I can actually get to know people, interact, get their taste, and we'll have kind of ongoing conversations throughout the weeks. Normally the weekly live, this year I did about 40 live streams over there. So 3-4 per month. Normally miss 1 week each month. But there's like 15 people in there, so I can actually get to know them and answer everyone's question. So it's like, if you want to get a question answered for me, joining over there at any level is the easiest way to do it. So at $2 per month or $21, $22 per year, you gain access to all the live streams, all the exclusive videos. $5 per month, you get your name on the end card on my videos, as well as I follow you back on social media. And then at the top tier, $25 per month, you get a video chat with me, just one-on-one. We can talk movies. We can play Fortnite. That's what I did this past week with it. We played Fortnite, and that was cool. We talked movies and played Fortnite. That was a ton of fun. But yeah, you join and you get 30 minutes of hanging out with me. Yeah, anyway, if you sign up for annual on any of these, it's like a 16% discount, which is the equivalent of like a free month. So if you like my content, want to support the channel, want more content, kind of want a close connection, consider joining over on Patreon. If you can join, awesome. If you can't, still awesome that you're here checking this out. I'm so grateful for every single one of you. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let's get back to present time Sean. Here I am, present time Sean. Nice to see you guys again. I guess I can't see any of you, but you can see me.
Do I need to like...
Probably. Final little piece. Speaking of Rocky, this is one of the images that's on my wall right in front of me. It's the famous get back up speech from Rocky Balboa to his son. But it's right there. And where that picture's taking place, I went there with Austin Burke and Guy at the Movies, a couple of my YouTube friends. We made it into the top 20 with Hustle, the latest Adam Sandler film.
Hold on. They're saying audio is weird.
What? Oh, yeah. Is it better? Was it quiet? Was it just quiet?
Hold on. I'm waiting for a response.
It's like a bug flying around. How did it get here? Hopefully it's better. Better?
Unclear. Normally there's a... Yes, it's good.
Yeah, I had the mic over there for her. Now it's pointing at Sean's face again. Hustle, the latest Adam Sandler film, and it's a sports movie, and it's mature Adam Sandler. Acting Adam Sandler. And this is the one that I want more of, that he's obviously really funny, but he also actually can act. And he spent so much of the last 15 years kind of playing to what's comfortable, going off and doing these comedies with all of his friends. I'm sure it's a ton of fun. But
I like the Adam Sandler that is challenging himself. And so it's a movie that plays into a lot of the tropes of the sports genre, but it does it just a little bit different because it's more about him as the agent and trying to like have his moment and everything like that. And there's a whole backstory of why he's kind of been written off. There's kind of a different perspective on a familiar genre and a nice, like, getting the Adam Sandler that's growing up. That's the thing that I like to see. Especially like when you hear stories about Adam Sandler in real life, it sounds like he's like actually a pretty like decent guy. Just even the fact that all of his movies have all of his friends in him from the 90s, they're all still buddies. That's normally a good sign that someone is good to people. And then there's like a story that came out from the last couple of years ago about like him going to an IHOP with his kids, and there was a long line. And they're like, it'll be 30 minutes. He goes, oh, thank you. I gotta go. And he walks out, and the person that was running the front desk that was like, no, it'll be 30. We gotta wait 30 minutes. He walks out, and then all the other employees like run up like, you know that was Adam Sandler, right? Like, what just happened? Like, wait, that was Adam Sandler? And so they found the camera footage and released this story of Adam Sandler walks in and is told he's gonna have to wait and doesn't use his celebrity to try and get a privilege. He was just like, oh, you know, I guess we'll just kind of head to the next place down the road to take a while. Doesn't in any way do anything that a normal person, like, acts totally normal. And that's what all the stories about him seem to be, that he's like a pretty decent guy. And so having him kind of like play a more mature kind of grown-up character, like, I like to see that, just even with the grander story on him. Number 19, The Menu. This is another one I saw at Fantastic Fest. I saw it like 2 months before it hit theaters. And it's a movie, it's almost tough to like describe it because it's like a dark comedy about foodie culture, but also about out of touch elites. And it's like tough to like put into words what it is, the experience of the film and how it works. And I've been trying to ever since I saw it in September, like, better way to describe it, but a very different type of comedy, different type of film that's like outrageous, it's shocking, it's twisty, it's turny, while also being fairly simple and straightforward in what's actually kind of going on. But yeah, I don't even have much to say about it because I don't even know how to talk about it because it was so kind of offbeat. Number 18, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Nicolas Cage, the movie. This was just a fun buddy film that takes the Nicolas Cageisms and like celebrates them, has a lot of fun with them, and the fact that it's Pedro Pascal with him, just it's the sort of movie that just puts a grin on your face. Especially if you're like, we earlier in this live stream had a whole deal about I don't know how to pick my favorite Nicolas Cage movie. I don't know how to do it because he's just one of those lively characters, just such a like ridiculous, over the top personality. And making a movie that's kind of about that, but also very human and about the desire for friendship. And it's also an action movie, so it's all these different layers to it of what it's trying to do. This was just a ton of fun. We took like the whole family to go see it. There's a whole joke about how my mom likes Nicolas Cage, so we literally gave her a Nicolas Cage blanket for Christmas this year. A year or two ago, she got Nicolas Cage pillows, and she doesn't understand the plot of Con Air. But she loves that movie and thinks that he's just trying to get home to his wife. She doesn't understand that he could have gotten off the plane because she's so enamored with long-haired Nicolas Cage and his wife beater. That's not running. It's now a 25-year-old joke with my mother. So we took my sister, brother-in-law, wife, mother, all went to go see it. That was a ton of fun. Number 17, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. I got it.
Chloe will be sad.
Yeah, sorry. Just don't show
Paris
it.
will cry.
Don't show her the
She'll
part
be
where I
like,
killed
"That
something
was
on
my
screen.
friend."
Yeah, easily the best MCU film of the year. One of the best of Phase 4. Granted, I don't think that Phase 4 has been particularly strong, but to me, this was a real. Considering everything. Pandemic, death of Chadwick Boseman, all these kind of parts, they did a really good job of creating a cohesive film that feels like a natural, organic follow-up to the first one that also honors Chadwick Boseman. With the hand that they were dealt, I thought they did a great job with it. We talked about earlier, I thought the arc that they give Shuri in it was very different from what I've expected them to do. And taking her to such a dark place, but also like earning that much anger in her. They earned that. And then likewise, the choices she makes at the end, I thought felt deserved. As likewise, some of the best acting in the entire MCU, probably would say the best, is in here. Probably 20 minutes too long. Still, it doesn't feel like this is a movie that was probably hurt a little bit by Avatar: The Way of Water. Because you had two different movies where the third act involves blue people in water in a ship in the middle of it. And this movie feels like it's small scale when it does that, and James Cameron makes his just feel huge. So maybe knocked back a little bit. There's a little bit of MCU fatigue. That's why it's maybe not like top 10 for me. But still, one of my favorite movies of the year. I thought it was very good. They thought that did a very good job with it. It's just not a movie that I'm as excited about as the movies above it. Like with 6 weeks removed from it, doesn't spark like a unique excitement. Like when I think Spider-Man No Way Home, I had issues with it, but it's like, man, it was so cool that we got that. And some of these other ones on the list, I love that we have this. And this was so surprising. And this one, it's like, yeah, they did a great job with the bad hand that they were dealt. Well, that's like prefacing saying it's really good. To be clear, I do think it's very good, but it's like prefacing having to say that. 16, Weird. The Weird Al Yankovic story, one my lady friend over here fell asleep during and did not like.
Sorry.
I, however, thoroughly enjoyed this film. It lives up to its title. And if you're going to make a Weird Al biopic, they make it very much a Weird Al biopic where it's a parody of the genre and it just tells this insane made-up story that pulls in all of these things that are all these real things about Weird Al and meshes them into this story that's not remotely what really happened. And it's so bonkers, it's so wild, it's so crazy. And the fact that it's Harry Potter's Weird Al almost elevates it. And this other thing that like he's like buff in the film, which is funny on both levels because it's Harry Potter and muscular, but he did that to play Weird Al of all people. And it's like every detail about it is just fun. Like talking about it puts a big grin on my face. This insane thing that they came out with. 15, The Glass Onion. This one I saw just a week or so ago. Follow-up to Knives Out, and just thought it was a great follow-up. Had everything that I want from one of these stories with the lively characters, great cast, funny bits, trippy, non-linear storytelling, misdirects, all that stuff that you want. Has everything that I want from this. You know, we talked about much earlier on this list, Death on the Nile, Kenneth Branagh's Whodunit series. Now there's 2 movies in that series. There's 2 in the Knives Out. I feel like Knives Out is so much better. Both of these movies are way better than both of those movies. And I don't like... These ones are just like, they're fine. They're good enough. I'm okay with them. And Rian Johnson has kind of like reinvented the genre and found this lively, energetic version of the Whodunit for now that these are just a ton of fun. You know, why is it not in the top 10? I think this is kind of the same with some of these other ones in this section. It's just not as fresh as and exciting. You know, when you had the first one, it's like, oh, wow, this is really neat and has this distinct style to it. It's like, yeah, another one of those. Very good one, lived up to it. It's in my top 20 for a reason. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Doesn't necessarily have that freshness to like make it stand out as this exciting thing. Same exact idea. Number 14, Scream. So we got a new Scream movie, and it's been 10 years since the last one. And what I really dug about this movie is that that my question was always, what's the meta commentary? If the original Scream was commenting on slasher films of the previous 15 years, and the second one was talking about sequels, what is it with this one? And it's the one from Scream 4 from 10 years ago. I didn't feel like that one found it. I liked a lot of the other stuff about that movie. Didn't find that the right commentary, and this one did. And it's a legacy sequel that is commenting on legacy sequels, and it's there's fans in the world, and so there's commenting on that stuff. It's like they found the right thing, and I wish they'd handled a couple characters a little bit differently with some deaths. Besides that, really enjoyed it, and but also kind of like with Wakanda Forever, Glass Onion. Since I've seen 4 Scream movies before, it doesn't quite have that freshness to like real stand out to me this year, but a real solid legacy sequel. Number 13, Vengeance. Talked about this one a little bit right before this, but B.J. Novak movie that is a Texas set film that's designed to be kind of like a true crime podcast, where the guys record a true crime podcast, and it's in the style of a true crime podcast, while also being like this Texas comedy. And I've talked to several different people who aren't from Texas, and one of them, I didn't really get the movie because it was not, all the Texas humor was just too specific. And I've talked to some other people not from Texas, they're like, I don't necessarily got all the references and everything, but I had an absolute blast with that film. As someone that has been in Texas for over 30 years now, I had so much fun with this movie. And it finds the right way to have fun with Texas and make fun of Texas without looking down on it. It's like the fun version of poking fun at Texas and all the quirks and idiosyncrasies and stuff. And the story at its core even is about the way that small town people look at big city people, how big city people look at small town people. And it's just did it really nicely. It would have made it in the top 10, but I think it loses it a little bit, and the last 5 minutes didn't feel earned with the choice that the lead character makes and where it ends things. I went, I don't know what the better ending is, but I don't like that. If you'd figured out that a little bit better, we're in the top 10. Number 12 on here, and the next two, this one and number 11 on the list, almost made it in the top 10. Like Vengeance, I was like, I don't like Vengeance and below. I was like, I don't think these ones I want to compete to put them in my top 10. This next one and the next two, there was a lot of me sitting there like, back and forth on some stuff. Number 12, Prey, the new Predator movie. And I had pretty good vibes about this one because they got the guy that did 10 Cloverfield Lane. And because they weren't giving it a big budget. For that reason, there was like, you got a director that I think can direct small films, but you're not giving it too big of a budget. You're not trying to blockbuster it. You're going like, let's get back to the roots and tell like the survival story. And when they kind of pitched some of the ideas about Native American tribes, I was like, I don't know how that'll work. I'm not sure exactly what you're going for here. And I think they found it. They found like the right way to deliver the action and the thrills you want from a Predator film, and the smarts, like the lead character in this. Some people are like, oh, this is ridiculous. How on earth would this little 100-pound girl be able to defeat a Predator? That makes no sense. Like, have you seen the original Predator? Arnold didn't win. Dutch didn't win because he could beat the Predator in an arm wrestling match. It makes it really clear in a just pure fist fight, the Predator is way stronger. He won because he was the most observant, and he was paying attention, and he was looking for weaknesses, and he used his smarts. That's how he survived, and that's how he figured out how to kill it. He was smart, and that's what they do with her. And they show her all throughout the film failing at things, and so much of even why she's able to win in the end is because others...
Spoiler alert.
Well, I don't go too far into that, but the reason she's the final girl, I don't say too much, but the reason she's the final girl is because other people did things all along the way to weaken the state of the Predator. But it delivered all the stuff that I want from a Predator movie, but in an all new context. And it's a movie that I watched it and I went, this is what I want a bunch of these old franchises that I love to do. Stop trying to make a $200 million blockbuster out of these aging franchises. That's not really where most of them started. Or that's not what they need to be now. To get back to the roots of what really works. Make them smaller budget. They don't need to appeal to everyone. They can be niche films. And that's what this is. I think this is the model for what I want a lot of these to do. Number 11, before we make it to the top 10, another one that I was going back and forth as it was in my top 10 or not. Elvis. I did not want to go see this movie because it's 3 hours long. It's like 3 hours. I've been exhausted with so many these epically long movies. Batman up so long, so many of them. So I wasn't going to go see it, but I got a date wrong for a press screening for Minions 2. Loaded my kids up, went to go see it, pulled up into the theater, and normally at press screenings they let general public in, and they have to wait in a long line outside. So normally you pull up to the theater on like a Tuesday night, and there's a long line around the corner. I pulled up, and there's no line. It's like, wait a minute. Oh, we were on the wrong day. So I'd saved the night to go see a movie. So I took the kids home, and I was like, I guess I can go see Elvis. And at the end of the day, it's like a very... it's a movie that kind of has the full spectrum of emotions. It's kind of got a little bit of everything. You have this rise to fame, you have underdog story, you have all sorts of setbacks. You have a story of someone who's so victorious multiple times with his original rise to fame and everything came with that, and then his comeback in the late 60s, and then the tragic story of the final years of his life where he wasn't really living the last few years. And so you get the victories, but you also have tragedy and a fantastic performance from Austin Butler, who, like, when you're doing Elvis, it's such a distinct style of human. The way he talks, the fashion, the way he moves. We've all been watching Elvis in certain ways in popular culture for decades and decades. But since he died before I was born, and he's just been all over culture, and you just see it. And so many people do impersonations, and in Vegas they're famous for impersonations of him. And then he's able to capture him, and you believe it, that's you see Elvis. And there's parts of this movie, especially in the final section, where, like, I was looking at it, like, are they using archive footage right now? Like, that could be Elvis, it could be Austin. I don't know. And I didn't look it up. I still don't really know, but that's like how convincing he was as the part. And he's playing 20 years of Elvis's life, and you believe it. You buy into the performance. And the piece that held it from my top 10 is it uses this mechanism of using Tom Hanks's character to tell the story, and I think that hurt it a little bit. I don't know if it would, like, it's what made it work, and it's also made it a little bit awkward at times because it's just such a strange perspective in one sense, and we're like a bit too much of a focus on this other guy. And I didn't think that fully worked, but it's also like literally the thing that pulls the movie together. It's also the thing that maybe made it not fully work. But it was so close to being in my top 10, and I did not even want to go see this film. But it is... I was exhausted watching this movie, got 30 seconds into it. Because Baz Luhrmann is so... Wah! And if you're doing Elvis, that's what you want. You want big and flashy, and it's way over the top. And it is edited and shot like crazy. But as exhausting as it was even in the first 30 seconds, you're able to go along for the ride for the whole 3-hour runtime.
Questions?
We are up for... We'll take some questions real quick, and then, we'll close this deal out.
Peter says, let's go.
Woo! Wow.
I think he posted that during Scream. I don't know if it was specifically related to Scream or what, but he's very excited.
Peter. Thank you. And whether you're just excited for the live stream, excited for Scream, thank you. The fact that is very generous, and wow, thank you so much. That's a nice way to end this live, or not. We're not ending, but get into the final stretch of our live stream, as well as kicking off a new year. Truly, thank you so very much. That is so generous of you.
All right. What movie do you hate that most love? 2001 for me.
I don't hate a lot of things. Because I don't, and that's like a, when the kid's like, I hate this, like kids. Hate is a word that you need to reserve for things worthy of hate. Like that's, I'm most regards terrible at a lot of parenting things, but like, that's one of the things I'm pretty better at. Better.
Be so funny.
This is messed up. They're like, I don't like the idea that, I hate pedophiles, child molesters, and I hate this movie. I don't, that to me, when I say that I hate child molesters, and not to get too heavy on this, that's disturbing behavior. Like, that's like the worst of mankind. That's what I think needs to be hated. And when I think about a movie like, I just didn't like that. That's not hate. That's, I just didn't like it. So I try to reserve that word. It doesn't very much factor into movies and criticism. Like, I just don't even use that, like that language. I just don't. I don't think that if there's a movie that's dangerous, and some movies have dangerous things in them, and maybe that's when you start moving into the hate category. But I try to make sure that the word hate is something worthy of hate. And hate is not a casual thing. Hate shouldn't be something that you just casually... And certainly don't want that to define me or my family, and much more would be about in a loving direction. There's an overly serious answer that's very much my mindset. Like, I just don't use that language. Also, I started doing this because I love movies. All kinds of movies. And one of the recurring jokes that I watched 5 Nemesis movies when I was sick, 4 of the 5 are bad. Just flat out, they are bad. One of them is direct-to-video, is like good for the category, but they're bad. But I love movies, so it was like I was fascinated, interested in the journey of it, because I love movies as a category, even bad movies. So I don't really hate a lot of movies. But as to what you're actually asking with the question, what's a movie that comes to mind that's one that I
Guardians of the Galaxy
strongly
2.
dislike? This is cheap answer because they're talking about it a little bit. Like, yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, a lot of people love that movie. So of reviews on my channel, I don't think they're as interesting. I go with some of the ones where I think one of the movies on my channel that I've gotten the most hate for not liking: Turning Red, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Those are some that I didn't work for me that a lot of people loved. But is there something it's not as talked about on the channel?
Think of things that like I like that you don't like, but that's not really the same thing that he's asking.
Yeah.
You're asking.
I don't know. I mean, that's even somewhat on my channel. I'm kind of a populist. I don't have like crazy wild takes and stuff. I'm kind of vanilla in a lot of ways, or very vanilla if you're for someone of my age. Like, you look at my top 10 favorite movies. Look how many 41-year-old white dudes have Terminator 2, Predator, and Die Hard in their top 10 favorite movie. Back to the Future. Like, that's kind of what I'm known for. And maybe can articulate what other people are feeling a little better, but it's not like crazy hot takes. But I wish I had a better answer for you that was more satisfying. But I don't know. Sometimes it's also a little bit tough because I've already reviewed 74 movies while we've been sitting here, plus more.
I would imagine your audience knows your answer better than you do.
Yeah, so if you guys want to throw some in there, what are some of the ones where you felt like I was like the negative person on something a lot of other people liked? So maybe that I talked about one reviews where you're like, wow, well, Sean didn't like that one, really? So if you guys want to mention that in there, maybe wife could catch it. But I'm not coming up with anything with my fried brain right now.
Have you watched Sonic Prime? And do you think the Mario Brothers movie will surpass the Sonic movie?
I haven't watched Sonic Prime. Liam,
Our son,
he like, I don't remember what it was. Like, we're trying to pick a movie to watch one night. And he's like, Sonic Prime. Like, what?
It was like right before bed.
It's like right. Yeah, it was
and
like.
he's like, let's watch this, and you just come down. And it was like you had all day to watch this on your own time. Why now?
Yeah, he's like, been on Christmas break, and he's like, yeah, we can all watch it together. I was like, what are you talking about? So we haven't watched it yet, but it has actually been a topic of conversation, and it's apparently we're going to watch it together as a family. But Liam forgot that he wanted to watch it every time he could watch it. So I haven't watched any of it yet, but it is on our radar as a family. Do I think Super Mario could pass the Sonic movies? I think it's possible. There's a lot of things that were pretty exciting in those trailers. You know, the fact that they're making Peach into Peach Warrior Princess. We'll see how it plays out. If they do that where she's the strong warrior and they keep making Mario the butt into jokes, that will not sit well with me. Like, I get it. It's not 1984. You don't just treat Princess as a damsel in distress that needs to be saved. Okay, sure, I gotcha. But if you reverse it to where the game was famous for, she's in this castle, jump on the pole, and he's trying to save her, and now he's a nincompoop that's incompetent, and she's the competent one. I understand the politics of the 21st century, but come on. You don't have to put Mario down to prop her up. You can have her be strong and also allow him to be heroic and competent. So that's the only thing I'm really worried about at the moment. Like, I don't think Chris Pratt has a great voice for Mario, but that's not really actually going to hurt the movie for me. If they've got when they were in the Mario Karts and they're doing all the Donkey Kong stuff, it was like, wait, this is the world of Mario. This might work. I'm not a huge Illumination fan though. They kind of always kind of go for that lowbrow dance numbers, songs. So that has me a little bit nervous, but the trailer didn't have that. You know, they took Dr. Seuss and all of a sudden there's pop songs dancing. Like, what happened to Dr. Seuss? That had me a little bit
not like that.
a little bit nervous about that. But I think it's within the realm of possibility that this could be top tier video game movie. This bar is not very high, but it is definitely with the realm of possibility. There was the full trailer. And when they were on Rainbow Road, I was like, "Oh, they're doing that? They're pulling like that." I was legitimately like, "That was so much better and bigger than I was expecting." So I am cautiously, maybe very cautiously, highly optimistic. Same time.
It was suggested Us might be one that you didn't like as much as everybody else.
Yeah, this one comes. Yeah, I was. Yeah, that was like 90%, or that was I think over 90% Rotten Tomatoes, and yeah, I didn't like it when I first saw it. I saw it with Peter, who's my kids
the
are.
one that said.
Wait, Peter's in here?
Yeah.
Hey, Peter, are my kids behaving? So my kids are over at this guy's house. That's why we're able to do this with the wife here. Otherwise, she'd be running and trying to make sure they're not destroying the house. But anyway,
or each other.
Yeah, so like we saw it, and we like it didn't sit well with either one. Both last time it was like, "Hey, Peter," we're both like, "Yeah, that was disappointing." And then got on the internet, and everyone's like, "It's amazing." It's like, really? Didn't make any sense. Like, why are there clones underground? Where do they get all the scissors and the outfits? And how do they? What if you? I don't understand the logic of any of this. What? So that's a good one.
Also, Harry Potter in general.
So the question was hate. I wouldn't put it in that category because I'm just not a fan. That's an important distinction because Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter are such beloved franchises, and the people that like them love them. There's not a lot of people like me that are like, yeah, they're fine. I don't have any big criticisms of these, but I don't get into them. I'm not in this category of I love them. And people take that to mean you don't like Lord of the Rings. I didn't say I don't like Lord of the Rings. I have never said that. I'm just not in this category of word. It's one of my favorites. So if you do top favorite trilogies of all time, you don't include Lord of the Rings, people are like, why don't you like Lord of the Rings? Well, it's just not one of my favorites. It's the way that everyone else has movies that are, it's a B, it's good. It's just tough because it's the quality. I could be like, yeah, of course, all three of the original Lord of the Rings trilogy are better than a B, but I'm just not super into it. Harry Potter ones, like, I know that these are well-made movies. I get why other people are super into them. I'm just not super into them. So I wouldn't put it in that category of hating something that other people like.
Okay. What was your best movie theater experience of the year? Mine was Top Gun or Avatar. I'm trying to remember. I specifically remember talking to you after we got out of a movie, being like, "That is the craziest audience I've ever been with," and I don't remember what movie it was. Do you?
Oh, I don't. Sometimes it's tough when you go to the theater so often.
Well, you go to the theater so often.
That's true. Well, it's easier for you to remember than not for me.
Right. So which one did I go to you with? That I was like,
I don't know.
That was amazing.
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Um,
The rest of our life. Do you remember this? No. Do you remember this? No.
Avatar Act was not a great theater experience for me because I was sick and I was drugged. I was heavily drugged, and I was trying to hold it together. I leading up to it, I was like, should I go? Should I not go? And then here we are 3 weeks later, or whatever. Still like, was it irresponsible for me? It was. One of the reasons I felt comfortable going is because it was a press-only screening, and at those, there's not very many people. So you have like a row to yourself. And I was like, am I coughing? I'm not coughing. Okay.
And we'd done all the major tests.
And we done all, yeah, like, I tested, like, I don't have COVID, I don't have the flu, I just have this weird cough. But I was sitting there breathing shallow to make sure that I didn't breathe. Like if I talked or if I did anything that it would like trigger a cough.
Oh, Tickets to Paradise. That was the best audience experience.
Yeah, it's totally random. Like even
George Clooney and Julia Roberts. Did you not put on your list?
I think I knew this too. I think I remember this happening. Did I skip over it or did I?
Sorry.
Every year, I think I realized this too that it was, and then I forgot to add it in.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. So, Ticket to Paradise, 85 movies this year. Every year there's that one that we miss. That was like of all the movies to have a great theater experience. Ticket to Paradise. Who would have guessed that? Who would have guessed Ticket to Paradise? But it was just a normal press screening. And it was kind of fun because it was just 2-3 weeks after my 22-year high school reunion. Why was it my 22-year high school reunion? Because nobody wanted to meet together in the fall of 2020 for some reason. So we did a 22-year high school reunion and go to this press screening a few weeks afterwards, and I run into one of the guys I hung out with at my 22-year high school reunion. It wasn't a guy I was like super buddies with in high school, but we were kind of in the same circle. So I ended up going to IHOP with this guy and his wife at my 22-year high school reunion. I had not seen him in 22 years. Go to the high school reunion. 2 weeks later, we're standing next to each other getting popcorn for Ticket to Paradise. So that's like leading into this. This is kind of fun, like weird coincidence. And this, by the numbers rom-com, and that theater was eating that movie up. So I was probably more positive on it than most other people seem to be. And that's the power of a theater. Like, they loved that movie. They loved seeing those actors on that screen in that genre. Didn't care that their characters were terrible people and it was a formulaic movie. Didn't matter. They loved that movie. So it was so much fun. So what was my best theater experience? It definitely wasn't Avatar. Now, the James Cameron delivered. He did his job. It is a very cool movie to see in 3D. She hasn't even seen it yet. So she doesn't know that Korch cuts off Jake's head and uses it as a helmet.
No.
Oh! Spoiler alert. She doesn't know what happens. But James Cameron did his job. But I was like heavily drugged on medication to stop my cough, and then hopped up on energy drinks to stay awake. So it was like the weirdest like phase. So what was cool about movies this year is I did a lot of fan meetups. I did Uncharted.
Not while sick.
Didn't do meetups while sick. Uncharted in Georgia with Kobe, who's been in here. That's where I met him. I did one for the Batman, Doctor Strange. Actually, I did 2 for Batman, 2 different cities. So meeting people was really neat. And then I did in LA with Top Gun. I actually did 2 for Maverick because it was in I went to a press screening in Las Vegas because I was there for a conference, and then I did a fan meetup the next day in Vegas. So I got to hang out with some people, and then the day after that I was in LA, and so I had a third night in a row with another meetup. So all of those Top Gun meetups were pretty fun because the movie was so well received, and a lot of my audience are young, and the opening weekend audience for Top Gun was like 50-year-olds because Top Gun is Endgame for 50-year-olds. But I don't know. I don't know if there's one that just really stands out. Like Terrifier 2 is that was really cool. Of all of strange movies to be is like, but it was like a film festival is a unique environment when you have the director, the cast is right there, and it just happened to be Chris Stuckman, one of those people. I was watching his stuff years before I started my channel, so he's one of those people I look up to. And it was an influence on me getting started, and I'm just talking about the movie I just saw with him at this very cool experience. And as we're doing this, the director and star of the movie are standing right next to us, as well as Chris Jericho. That's cool. That's cool. So I probably would go Terrifier 2. That was a long answer to a question.
That was a really long answer to a question. I had to think.
Yeah, what question led to all of it? Well, because it was like, that's that question, and then the Ticket to Paradise. It was like, I was sick at Avatar, and then it was Ticket to Paradise. Let me talk about Ticket to Paradise real quick.
Yeah.
Now I have to figure out where Ticket to Paradise goes in and pin a comment.
Yeah, because they, of course, asked.
I was real positive. I liked it more than Lost City. I had a better experience. Well, some of it was the theater. Some of it was Lost City. It just had that negative comparison with Romancing the Stone. But it's kind of like when I stop and think about it, it was like, yeah, why the people are real unpleasant in Ticket to Paradise. But the experience of watching it was
it's like I
shouldn't
have had fun, but this is a lot of fun.
Right. It was like, yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know why I'm very okay with these jerks, but I'm okay with these jerks. So a couple more.
They were all jerks, so nobody was really the victim?
Probably. Yeah. I think, I don't know. I'd have to rewatch it, but it was a fun day. It was a fun movie.
I've got a couple really funny ones. I swear to God, I was driving down the street and some kid was wearing a Sean Chandler I Talk Movies Way Too Much shirt. Couldn't talk to him, but that was crazy. That's my only story I have this year.
That's pretty cool. I hear a couple of these stories from time to time of stuff like that. I believe that the Peter that we were just talking about before that has my kids right now. And
he says they're fine.
He's one of the people I went to go see the Batman with. Andy, Peter, and I went to Waco to see the Batman. That was real fun. I believe Peter told me a story about like at the place of work. He walked in and someone was watching one of my videos. Some of my one of my former interns when I was in Church World, was also one of my former students. She was talking about how like she was hanging out with her husband's like brother who's younger. He's just watching one of my videos, and she's like, I know him really well, and it's just like. Those stories are still wild to me that just people I know sometimes discover. Like, even last year at Spider-Man No Way Home, before we go to the theater, you weren't there, but before I took the kids.
Gesturing to me, what?
Before you have this thing that you weren't at.
Right? Don't you remember?
But so we go to Target beforehand, and while we're at the Target, someone walked up to me like so excited to talk to me. It was like, wow, it's really you, and. Through the conversation, realized the guy that I'm talking to is her former boss's son.
Oh yeah.
But he didn't know about my content because of her dad. He just independent, just followed me on the internet.
His, not my dad.
Yeah, not your dad. The connection, like it wasn't that his dad told him about it. He just found me on the internet. He was watching like videos and the dad walked in and was like, you know that I know him. I've known him for 20 years. His wife actually worked for me for 6 years. Is that those stories are always just wild to me, that those little connections. What?
4 years.
They worked together 40 years.
No, 4. And never mind. Go ahead.
Time is a construct. You put a comment on the screen.
What?
You had you said along those same lines, and you put a comment on the screen.
You answered it. I thought you read it. It was like, do people recognize you when you go out?
No, I didn't read it. No, I didn't.
I don't have it anymore because I thought you read it. You answered it perfectly.
No, I was just telling that on the other side. So when I go out, do people recognize me?
the fun version amount of it. The fun amount. Like if you're a movie star, it's not fun because you can't go to the grocery store without being bothered. So I can do normal things without being bothered, but there's just enough of these little moments that it, I don't know, feeds your ego or whatever. And I can create moments where I get some of that stuff. But so, like at my closest theater to my house, I've never been recognized there. The one that's closest to my house, never. I have at some other theaters had little moments. And at when I went to go see Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, I'm just sitting there, and the guy in the row in front of me just like, he keeps doing this, and like, are you Sean Chandler? Yes, I am. And he's like really excited, like, I love your videos. Like, I went to 2 different early screenings for Black Panther. And he's like, I watched your review of this movie earlier today. I was like, well, cool. If you follow me on Instagram, if you look in my feed, there's a guy a picture like, hey, I got to meet one of my favorite YouTubers. That's the guy that he was at this early screening of a Black Panther that just recognized me. So like I've had a couple of those at press screenings where people do that, and there's some of it's interesting. Like that's just because someone recognizes me doesn't mean they want to walk up to me. So there's other times that people have like, hey, I saw you at this. Actually, at Avatar, I posted a picture of myself in the sunglasses and posted it on my Facebook, and someone responded on my picture on Facebook like, hey, that's me in the background. And so this is a guy like followed me on Facebook, friended me on Facebook, but we never spoken in person. He's like, I took a picture of him at Avatar, and so but we haven't spoken in person yet. So that's like, hey man, we got to talk to each other at the next press screening you're at. But like if I go to Comic Cons, every 10, 15 minutes, someone will walk up to me. But that's a condensed version of people that are likely to be fans of my content. Comic Cons, what I cover. So there's a lot of them there.
My favorite was when we were at the movies. I can't remember what we went to see, but we were in line for concession, and a guy in front of us, like 3 or 4 people, had turned around to talk to someone he was with and caught a glimpse of you, and his jaw just dropped, and his eyes got big, and he turned around real quick, and then turned back around and stared at you, and then turned
Dr.
around
Strange.
real quick. It was hilarious, and that was my favorite, because he was just so completely starstruck.
It's like I had very much of like the guy from my computer screen is in front of me. That was so pretty fun. Funny. But like I said, it's the right amount to where it's fun, and I've got these stories, but it doesn't interrupt my day-to-day life. Like I don't go to the grocery store and people are like, "What are you doing here?" The goofiest version of it is at church, where I've been at the same church for 14 years, and worked on staff there for 8 years. And kind of still work with the teenagers a little bit, but because I do something that's interesting to teenagers, every time the high schoolers or middle and high schoolers at the church see me, they act like I'm this big gigantic celebrity and put on a big show. And so I just walked into the youth room this morning at church, and someone goes, "Look, he's a celebrity," and yells that like yell it at me, and then this little group of middle school girls that like don't know me from years past are like, and they're like looking at me, and it's literally the church that I've been at since they were born. It's the one place where I am the least interesting, or should be the least interesting. It's the place where in certain ways I've burned the most bridges in certain senses, that they have seen the most human version of me of anywhere on planet Earth besides my immediate family. And then they treat me the most like I'm this celebrity, and they're joking. But it's kind of funny. We have a quick one, and then we will finish out our final little stretch in here.
So I'm sorry. There's so many. I have at least 50 pending, like just in this huge list. There's just not a chance for us to get through them all.
Yeah. So I need to get back to the main final ones.
It's not that we're ignoring you.
Yeah. So I'll do my top 10. Kind of I think I can do my top 10 pretty quickly because I did a video about it. So I'll do this pretty quick, and then I'll try and answer a bunch of your questions before I have to go get my kids from Peter before we take too long with all of that. Coming in at number 10, Barbarian. This is a movie that wasn't on my radar really. Even when I first saw the trailers, I was like, okay, cool. Airbnb horror film. Cool. How are you going to make a movie out of that? Like, how's that going to work? And I got a text from my inside man. And a buddy of mine out in L.A., he gets into a lot of test screenings. He's seen Batgirl. He's one of the 10 people on planet Earth that's seen Batgirl. He's already seen Aquaman 2. He's already seen the new Transformers movie. What was the other one that I forgot that he'd seen it? But he's seen The Little Mermaid. He's already seen, because he goes to test screenings. So I already know a little bit about the response to some of these movies. It's pretty fun. So he saw Barbarian, and he texted me afterwards. He goes, dude, get Barbarian on your radar. Take your wife to go see it. See it with a packed theater. You'll have the best date night of the year. She'll have the worst date night of the year. So unfortunately, she couldn't make it. But there's only been a handful of times ever where I've watched a movie and came home and was like, I just got to talk about it. I got to say everything about it. And I come home and I just recite the plot of the movie to her. And Barbarian was one of those movies. It's just so wild, so crazy, so unpredictable. It does such a hard cut. 30 minutes into the film, 20 minutes into it, you do this first little bit, and you're like, whoa! And then it just hard cuts, dramatic tonal shift, and it works for this movie. Like, what just happened? And the first one is the most like, what is this movie? And so the other ones aren't quite as shocking, but it does several of these just hard cuts. And so a movie just kept me guessing. Every time I thought I figured it out, it did something different. And then it's also a movie that, it's essentially a hashtag Me Too movie, but without lecturing the audience, without overtly stating what it's getting at. It tells a story, and it has a nuanced take. It's very clear where it lands, but it actually shows perspectives on where people are coming from on some of this stuff. It just did a really good job with it of doing something that so many movies do a bad job of and just want to talk at the audience. It tells a story that tackles a complex, difficult issue, and is entertaining too and unpredictable. Number 9, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. This, I wouldn't pay attention to a new Shrek movie coming out. I literally didn't watch any Shrek movies from beginning till end until a couple years back during COVID lockdowns. The first one came out after I graduated high school, and 20-year-old Sean Chandler was not like, hey, let's go to the animated movies. That was not what I was doing in my early 20s. So I didn't see it. I have no nostalgia. This wasn't something I had too many thoughts about. And they did some early screenings, a month early. They did some advanced showings of it, and the buzz was crazy good. My buddy Rachel, I think it's her favorite movie of the year. And I was like, what?
That's when I started paying attention.
Yeah,
when she was freaking out.
What? The Shrek movie? Because there's movies that people freak out about that you categorically you're not sure what to do with it because it's this weird different thing. But a Shrek movie, you know what category that is. I've seen Puss in Boots. I know what this is. It's that good of a version of it. And it was. It's the animation is very cool. It's funny. It has a nice message to it, and it's cohesive. The parts come together, and at the midpoint of the film, I started thinking that there were too many villains. There's too many moving parts. As soon as I thought that, its story starts to kind of make it clear what each of their purpose in the story was, and it was oh, I see what you're doing, and it came together, and it was really, really good. As someone that does not care at all about these movies, that was just a good movie, right?
Yes.
All right, it's settled. Number 8, Violent Night. And as I was making this list, I was going back and forth. Do I put Prey in the top 10? I knew I wanted an action movie. It's kind of going back and forth. And I just felt which one, some of it might be recency bias, but which is the one that I'm more giddy that it exists. And Violent Night was the one that I was more giddy that it exists. I love that it's such a simple concept that's, in a certain sense, not that clever. We've been doing Die Hard on A and Die Hard in A for a long time, but most of them just feel like that without any spark or life to them. And you go, Die Hard with Santa Claus, and you go, huh, that could be fun. And then you go, wait a minute, is David Hopper or Hopper from Stranger Things? He's merging.
That is perfect.
David Hopper Claus. Like, wait a minute, that's our Santa Claus? I love that. That, like, I would never in a million years be like, well, maybe 20 years from now, I currently wouldn't watch Stranger Things and think, that guy right there, he'd be a great Santa Claus. Especially after Stranger Things 4, where he was very skinny. I wouldn't think that. But as soon as, it's like one of those castings where as soon as you see it, you go, oh, that is so good. That's a good casting there. And, like, it's funny. It also has, like this mythology to it. And the way that it plays out some of these moments. Like, this isn't a spoiler if you haven't seen it. But, like, he drops his wedding ring at one point in time. And it, like, rolls. And it falls over. And then the camera, like, pans up. And he sees what's there. And the movie's set up what you know about him and giving you information, and there's a reason you've learned information. And like then like the Christmas music comes in, and it does like he's doing like hero poses and stuff, and it's just perfect for the movie that you're watching. And it's followed immediately by Santa Claus killing a bunch of terrorists. I love that that's a thing, and that it's David Harbour, and there's like fun kills, and so people are like, what was your favorite kill in it? And it's like, well, this sequence right here as a whole is my favorite, but the last one with the chimney, that was like, I knew they were going to do something with the chimney, but the way it played out, I loved that. So it just got me giddy and excited, and we don't get a lot of R-rated action movies. And this company, 87 North, it's the guy that did Bullet Train, his production company. They did Nobody last year, and that's 2 years in a row they've put out the best action movie. And it's always like, there's a thing about it that's very much what we've seen before, but then there's that hook to it that makes it exciting. So Bob Odenkirk as an action hero, I would never pick that. I love that it exists. David Harbour as Santa Claus in an action movie, I wouldn't think that. But they're finding that clever spin on the familiar. Number 7 on here, Black Phone. Black Phone. I am a sucker for like very simple horror thrillers where there's not a ton going on. There's not a ton of characters. There's not a lot of plot points. It's a simple setup, but every little detail matters. And you're watching this story, and they're introducing things, and you don't know why it matters, but you know that it matters. And as you're watching it, you just feel the pieces of the puzzle coming together. That's what this movie did so well for me. That's what, like, and I think that's why it was so satisfying. It's a movie that's very simple. Boy trying to get out of home without dying, and there's a black phone in the room he's in. But everyone you're introduced to, everything, little piece comes together. And they did something with the father in it that I really dug the way they handled the character, because he's not a good person. But they allow him to be not a good person. Allow him to be broken. They allow him to grow and change. And be gracious towards him. And so this was directed by Scott Derrickson, who was at Fantastic Fest. It's kind of funny, there's a couple times I turned around. That's Scott Derrickson, the director of Doctor Strange and Black Phone, one of my favorite movies of the year. He's just standing behind me.
I was like, where?
No, yeah, there's not actually another person in the room with us, Jennifer. This is at Fantastic Fest. I was acting out a moment in my life back in September.
You were very convincing.
Yeah.
I thought
thinking about getting into acting, but this is right there. But so he was supposed to do Doctor Strange 2. He decided this Marvel thing's not working. They want to do something different. He ends up doing this movie. And I thought this movie was quite a bit better. Certainly as a whole, this is a much better film than Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Now, like, Doctor Strange is a much bigger film, flashier, genre stuff. So there's a lot of flashy stuff that's real exciting about it. But as, like, which one did a better job of fully accomplishing what they were going for? Black Phone. It's kind of interesting. Like, literally, we went from big blockbuster film to, like, this small little film. And he absolutely pulled it off. Number 6 on here, Avatar: The Way of Water. And I've spent the whole history of my channel whining about James Cameron moving to Pandora and stopping making movies because he's just living on Pandora. But at the end of the day, I'm always rooting for James Cameron to deliver a good movie, and he only delivers good movies. Even as much as I pick on Avatar, I still think it's a very good movie. It's just too formulaic. And what both Avatar films are, and you especially like having been reviewing movies, having this channel for years now, and the experience you have watching a James Cameron movie, it really feels like an experience. It feels like something different, where there's just an immersiveness to what he's able to do with this incredible CGI, the amount of time you spend in the world, and in a certain, even the 3D, it just, he knows how to pull you into that world. And likewise, I watched Black Panther Wakanda Forever, and I was like, yeah, this is a better third act than the previous one. I think this kind of works. I mean, it feels a little bit small because it's on this ship, but yeah, it works. Watch Avatar 2, and it was like, oh, well, this is like the same exact thing, but way better. And it, like, when James Cameron does it, it feels huge in this big, gigantic war with all this part. Like, he's just so good with spectacle and action. So even as someone that's not crazy about Pandora in this series, that doesn't change the fact James Cameron delivers movies worth seeing on the big screen, and we still need to find a time for you to go see it. Number 5. Oh, oops. Forgot to switch pictures there. Number 5. Everything Everywhere All at Once. So I don't remember when I first saw the trailer for this one, but it was in the year before, and it might have been like Spider-Man No Way Home. They played the trailer for it, and I was like, wait a minute, they're doing like a Michelle Yeoh multiverse movie that's a standalone thing? Sign me up. I don't know if it was in my top 10 most anticipated for the year, but it was might have been in the runner-up video. Whatever it was, that looks cool. And my journey into movie punditry fandom started in the late 90s. I had a Jackie Chan fan webpage, and Michelle Yeoh was the co-lead of his second U.S. movie after Rumble in the Bronx. They put out Super Cop, and that's like, oh, cool. So I've been following her since 1996, and then right afterwards she was in a Bond film. And it's really cool that here we are, all these years later, and she's in a movie that's probably going to be the star of a movie that's probably going to be nominated for Best Picture, and she's still kicking people in the face, but it's also a prestige film that's trippy and weird. And it's a very artsy film in a lot of senses, but it's very accessible and mainstream with the humor, and there's even pop culture references, there's martial arts, and then there's talking rocks, and there's just trippy, weird, like, what am I even looking at? I mean, it's so many different things all at once. So, she hasn't seen this one yet either, so you need to check this one out. But and the other cool part of
so many times.
The other cool thing about it is that her husband in it, it's Short Round from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and he retired from acting decades ago, and only came back because of he saw Crazy Rich Asians, and he went, maybe there's something I can do now. So he starts trying to get into stuff, and now he's in this film, probably going to get nominated for Best Picture. He's nominated for a Golden Globe, and he's already been cast in Loki season 2. And it's like he gave up on acting decades ago, and he comes back at 52 or whatever, and people are just so excited, and he's like has this gigantic career resurgence, which is just a fun story. Number 4 on our list, The Batman. The Batman. Batman is tied for my 2 favorite superhero characters. I think he's a character that lends himself really well to live-action format because he has such a great rogues gallery. And whenever it was announced that Ben Affleck wasn't going to be doing his Batman movie, the first, if I were to do my most like, who do I want to direct this? At the time that they announced it, I probably would have picked Matt Reeves, because I love Dawn of the Planet of the Apes so much, and there's a complexity in the nature of the story, the tragedy of that story, while being able to do spectacle with apes on horseback with machine guns battling tanks. That you go, this guy can pull off a serious, very serious tone while doing outlandish things. That's perfect for Batman. It's a guy dressed as a bat, with guy as a penguin, but it's dark and serious. So I've been so excited about this since they announced it. And in most every way, it's the Batman movie I've been waiting for 20 years. DC Comics is Detective Comics. That's what DC stands for. He originated in Detective 27, detective story. That's his origins, great detective. The movies have always had that as like a secondary thing. So finally, they made a movie that put that front and center, pulled all these influences from like Seven and David Fincher films, gave us this rich lived in Gotham, and it was just like something I've been waiting for a long time. So loved so much about the film. Great cast, even Robert Pattinson. I would never have picked Edward Cullen. I've had a number of people correct me that Edward Cullen did not play Batman. Robert Pattinson played Batman, and I need to check my sources. Edward Cullen is a character played by Robert Pattinson in the Twilight movies. So it's the thing that launched him into the A-list, but it's also the thing that kind of haunted his career for 10 years, that a bunch of people wrote him off as the guy from Twilight, and everyone that was watching all these small indie things that he did knew he's a real actor. Like, this guy is not just emo Edward Cullen. He's not sparkly vampire guy that plays baseball. He can really act. And I would never have picked him to play Batman for a variety of reasons, but it worked for the movie they were doing. Like, he pulled it off. I had a couple issues with it, so it's the movie I would love to be able to put at number 2, but there's some stuff that just kind of held it back a little bit. And I talked about it in my review and everything, but overall, this is the movie I've been waiting for. We made it to the top 3. Number 3 on here, The Fabelmans, the semi-autobiographical Steven Spielberg film where he's telling a story about this made-up family, but the big idea is to capture the energy of his childhood, the big moments that kind of transformed him into a filmmaker. So it's one part, coming-of-age story about the brokenness in a home, and one part story about what made him love movies and love movie making, and how this boy uses filmmaking to kind of cope with some of the drama of his family. And I just thought it worked so well, of having very complicated characters that the mother in particular does some things that are incredibly selfish, and you certainly hold it against her, but you can also see kind of where she's coming. It doesn't fully villainize her. It allows people to be in these very uncomfortable middle spots. And you have these things where you see the father's faults, where he's has a very narrow worldview, and you can see why he was a great man and why he would be a very difficult person to live with. And just very interesting, like the way the characters are portrayed, and these little lines of dialogue that have so much depth to them, while being a story about how movie making in perspective, and I don't know, just did a lot of things really well while being funny too. Like, it's consistently funny and entertaining while being a very kind of serious family drama, coming of age story, and celebration of cinema.
Do you have a picture for that?
I forgot again. There it is. There is our fake Steven Spielberg shooting one of his movies. And even the way, like, it kind of goes into, like, the process by which this boy learns to make movies, and it's like, how do you move people's emotions and think about the camera and what they're seeing and what they aren't seeing. And so you see this teenage boy shooting these sequences, but you see behind the scenes of, like, he only has 5 friends, and so they'll, like, be extras and angles one direction, and the camera turns and they run over here and they're playing different people, like all this little stuff. That's the magic of movies, that it feels cohesive and it works when you see it as a whole, but if you see behind the scenes, it's all ridiculous. It's just all this stuff at the same time, and it all worked for me. Runner up on the list, one of the last movies I saw from this year, RRR. This one had been on my radar for a while. It played at my local theater. Is RRR worth watching?
I figured you would answer the question while you described the movie.
What? I'll say this. It won't be for everybody. Like, it's such, if you're used to Hollywood films, it might be too wild and different. Tessa Smith, Mama Geeky, did not like it. Most everyone else loves it, but she's someone that has tastes in the same ballpark of stuff that I like. Didn't like it at all. But so it'd been on my radar ever since it played at the local theater, and I hoped to see it in the theater, but I did so much travels that I missed it when it was there, and then they put it back in theater, but it was the wrong weekend, so I couldn't make it. And then, like, they had several times where it came back, and I never could make it. And then it was on Netflix, but there's other stuff I had to watch. finally, like, I was like, I'm going to watch this by the end of the year. I have to. And put it on, and Jennifer joins me in for it, watching it. It was like 3 hours. Like, this, okay, let's buckle up, get ready for this big epic. And it is so wildly different from anything Hollywood puts out. The tone, the nature of it, that it just felt like this fresh new thing that is just so joy-inducing. It goes for these action sequences, and they're just like insane of what's kind of going on, that they would never do it in a Hollywood movie this way. And it does it without winking at the camera. It's not being ironic. It's just like treating them as these superheroes just because that's the world that they've decided to make for the film. Just wild and crazy. And because it does everything with such sincerity, you really feel the emotions, the betrayals. Like when a friend shows up to help someone, you just get a grin on your face. When a friend feels betrayed, you feel it. When there's a misunderstanding, you're like, oh, if only, no, you can't do, oh no. When someone realizes their part in the misunderstanding, they feel so bad. And because they actually care about one another. And that was the thing that just stuck out to me so much. The treatment of friendship. That as soon as these guys see each other, like even the way the scene plays out, there's like two guys that like I didn't even know too much about exactly what the movie was about. Like I thought it was about two friends, and they established these two characters, and they're very, very different from one another. And this kind of sequence unfolds where there's some people in danger, and these two guys that are very far apart see each other, and they start like signaling, and you're like, what's kind of going on? Can they tell what's going on? And they do this like ridiculous like thing that it's this shot right here in the movie with a rope and trying to save someone that's in water down below, and they like
and fire.
And there's fire, there's water, and they like make eye contact, and they do this whole thing that like ends up with them doing this, and then they fall under the water, walk underwater, and do like a power shake, and two hands underwater. And, you know, these two guys that just immediately they just get each other, and then it does a montage of them becoming best friends, and it plays it with such sincerity and honesty, of like they just care about one another. And immediately, my thought was like, Hollywood never treats friendship like this. And then when I started reading follow afterwards, it really like it bothered me in a certain sense to like see a bunch of people they're commenting like, you know, were the two characters actually gay? And it was like one of those thoughts of like, in Hollywood, in the United States, we're not used to seeing friendships that are this close. We're not used to it. So immediately, as soon as we see people that close, the assumption we come to is, well, there must be romantic interest. There must be physical attraction if they're that close. That is so telling about how friendship has kind of been lost in the West, and certainly the way that it's portrayed in films has been lost. You have these two guys that they just would do anything for one another, and they like there's these shots where they're just like hardlining, making eye contact, and you just don't see that treatment between just friends in Hollywood movies. And also because it treats it so intensely, there's all these just amazing sequences. Like there's this epic dance battle an hour into the movie where one of the guys is getting kind of bullied a little bit, and it cuts into a dance fight, and it plays like this big heroic sequence as his friend is coming to his defense. Like he won't let his friend be wronged. Dance battle. It's wild, the way that it plays out. And he's so rooting for his friend that there's this little detail, like just this little detail, you're watching it and it's dance battle. It's just the two friends, they're like going at it hardcore. And the one of the friend that's trying to defend the other guy looks over and he sees the girl that his friend is trying to make like him. He just looks over and he sees that she's like tensely rooting for him, like so excited does he will her man win. And as soon as he sees this, he fakes a leg injury because he wants his friend to have the win. All he cares about is like, all right, every moment, everything that he's done there has been for his friend, to make his friend look good. And you fully understand the emotion of it, and they just care about each other. And then it cuts to them giving these grown men giving each other piggyback rides, like so you just would never see that in a Hollywood movie, and I loved that. It's wild, it's crazy, and there's just some other fun things in the casting. The governor in it is the Punisher from Punisher Warzone, and his wife is Elsa from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. So even some like fun casting in there from Hollywood productions and things like that. Of like, wait, it was her? That's who that was? Oh, that's fun. So it's just such a joy-inducing film, so different from any other movie on this list. It is unlike anything else on this list. It just was so enjoyable. We've rewatched a bunch of the parts over the last week because it's just so fun. Speaking of rewatching movies, Top Gun, where'd you go?
No.
Maverick. Speaking of number one movie, Violent Night. Speaking of number one movie, Top Gun Maverick. As soon as I saw it in the theater the first time, I was pretty sure I don't think anything can top this. This was as the early phases of the negative part, talking about these just cheap factory filmmaking, Disney taking a property they have and taking for granted that people will watch because it's Night of the Museum, Pinocchio, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, just taking that for granted and not feeling like that there's anything new brought to the table. Cheaper by the dozen, all of these things, and then a bunch of their TV shows for that matter. Just taking for granted that the brand name will get people to click on it, and it feels like that's as far as the effort goes. And then you watch this movie, and the story of how long they took to make it, the story of holding it for years during the pandemic, the stories of spending years developing the cameras to put them in the cockpits, spending months training the cast so that they could go in the jets. And with everything about it, they didn't want to do it the easy way because they didn't want to take for granted that people would buy a ticket. They wanted to make the movie that would make fans happy. If you're going to spend 36 years to make your movie, going to do it right. And as we had a whole discussion of this earlier on, but it's better than the original on every level, but in a way that it's building on what worked before. You need the original Top Gun for this movie to be as good as it is, but it's like the example of how you do it right.
It's made by someone who cares about it.
Yeah.
It's made by a fan for the fans, as opposed to, like you said, just using the brand recognition to get dollars.
Right.
Because, of course, Top Gun sequel would have still made money,
right,
but would it have made the money that it has made today if they didn't perform the fan service, not in the cliche, cheap way, but if they didn't give the fan service back to the
right,
fans in the form of Maverick.
Right. And this has been pretty well, the discussion points about Tom Cruise for about 10 years now, that this guy's crazy as can be, but based off some of the weird stuff he did 15 years ago, he's a weird guy, but he knows what his audience wants. And he is committed to entertaining his audience. Like, he goes for it. So whether that's dangling off of a building, dangling off a plane, jumping off a cliff on a motorcycle, or like, if we're doing Top Gun, we're going in jets. We're going to figure out how to do this. And, he talks about like some of the other movies that he did where he would intentionally put certain sequences in some of these other movies so that he could start developing the tech to figure out how to do Top Gun the way he wanted to do it. Other people don't think that way, and most people can't think that way. Tom Cruise is famous enough that he has the clout to be able to get away with some of that stuff, but they're not thinking on that level. And he is, and he treats it that way. And the other things about, like, when there's so many movies and things that come out that it feel like they're embarrassed by what came before, and this movie isn't. And how many movies feel like they need to deconstruct heroes of the past or put them in their place. This movie, if anything, treats Maverick as a mythological figure. He's better now as a pilot than he was in the past. And like they do all these things to where he's just like this very heroic person. It doesn't do anything to diminish him. It doesn't put him down to prop up other people. It's like, no, there's a reason he hasn't been promoted. He's a maverick. He doesn't play by the rules, but that doesn't mean he isn't passionate about what he's doing. He loves being a pilot. He loves just being on that level. And they allow him to be that and celebrate that. And it's just like, but he has his flaws. Without what, if you're one of the 5 people that haven't seen it yet, Brent Hagen hasn't seen it yet. Like, he was talking about, hey, is that Top Gun movie worth seeing? Like, how dare you, Brent?
He wanted to be famous on here. I don't think he wanted to be famously shamed.
And then he started talking about all the Hallmark movies he's watched. He hasn't. He was like, "Have you seen this movie?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, it's a Hallmark movie." He's like, "Brent, you haven't seen Top Gun Maverick, but you've seen."
Is this real?
This was a conversation I had this morning. Brent Hagen.
Oh my.
But like even like the way that it treats the relationship with Rooster and these little moments of kind of what went down with the falling out between them and why, like there's stuff that could happen that Maverick could resolve some of it for himself, but he's like, no, there's a burden I need to carry. I'm okay with being the bad guy here. That's important that I carry that energy's towards me. It's just the way that it's handled is like they just got everything right. And apparently the early scripts of it, the early versions of Hangman didn't kind of give him the redemptive arc at the end of some of the stuff that happens at the end of the film. And the little details of like just tweaking that a little bit to Hangman's this total douchebag, but he's not a bad guy. Like it's like, sure, he's a jerk, but like you give him that moment that even like giving him his heroic moment, it's so satisfying that the way that it plays out, it just does everything right. So without question, it's my number one. I was pretty sure it was number one as soon as I saw it. Then I watched it 3 more times in a week, and I was like, I don't know what's going to top that. I don't know what could top that. Top Gun, Maverick, it is number one. All right, we've made it to the end. I'm going to take some questions for a little bit, then I got to go pick up my kids. So if you want to try to throw some questions in there, I'll try and answer them really quickly. And by really quickly, I mean I will have long, detailed answers because I don't have quick answers for anything. What do you got for me?
Tell my words. Okay, so many. Sean, love your content. Which actress gave the best performance of last year?
I'm not really great at this sort of thing. I'm not the person.
Florence Pugh pretending she liked Olivia
Wilde. I'm not great. I'm not generally speaking great at that. I mean, the performance that stood out to me was Angela Bassett, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Maybe some of that's the context that you don't normally see. Those
She was amazing.
Powerhouse, like, oh wow, that scene with Okoye and she's talking down to the room. Wow, that's
Agreed.
the one that sticks out to me. I hope it gets Oscar attention. And hope that they don't just write it off because it's a comic book movie. But I mean that was something else. That's the one that stands out to me. Yeah.
What direction do you think the film industry is headed in 2023? I feel like there's been some really good and original stuff and also some really bland, quote-unquote, factory filmmaking.
Where do I think it's headed? I haven't looked too much at some of those. I haven't processed looking forward at 2023 and what's coming out. To speak patterns, I'm hoping that Disney kind of learned their lessons of some stuff, and they're not gonna feel like they're just cranking out content. I feel Disney's the big offender on a lot of that. It's tough to say because it's the big studios, it's the big franchises where that's where the factory filmmaking comes in because it's corporations cranking out content based off properties, and then instead of being movies, it's content for streaming services and things like that. And the small things, the surprises, the original stuff, it doesn't have the promotion, it doesn't have the brand recognition, so you don't know about it as much in advance. Barbarian, Black Phone, Everything Everywhere All at Once, you don't see it, but like way out, 6 months out. What oh, Aquaman, Flash. Guardians. Oh, what's the new Pixar movie? Like, the stuff from these big corporations, but it's the smaller ones that are original and not tied to a big thing. So I don't know. I don't have a good read on it.
Are you excited for Indy 5?
It's this for me. I watched that trailer. The music comes in. Harrison Ford is Indy. Oh wow, Indy's back. It's got the vibes. I don't trust Disney. I don't trust Disney at all. And then part of the Indiana Jones formula for me is actual stunt work. People doing this stuff. You watch that trailer. There's a lot of green screen. There's a lot of CGI. There's some pretty obvious face swapping, so you're not putting 80-year-old Harrison Ford, whose bones break very easily, on a horse. That makes me really nervous. And part of it, when you have Tom Cruise giving he's the guy that is doing that. He's doing the stunts. And he's the guy from a past era that's still holding on to, let's do real stunt work, let's put people in real jets. Hey, I'll spend a year learning how to ride my motorcycle off a cliff. When you have Tom Cruise doing that, and then you watch them continue Indiana Jones and not do that, you have the counterexample, and it stands out. And Keanu Reeves doing it for John Wick, where he's really getting involved in stuff. And I understand there's a difference between 60 and 80. But that also could be a reason why you don't try and do it. I don't know. I hope I love it. A few years back, was that 2019, Ford vs. Ferrari, the last movie from James Mangold. It was my favorite movie of the year. A couple years before that, Logan. Fantastic. Copland from 25 years ago with Stallone. James Mangold. Great. There's a lot of things in there that he can do stuff that I like. I don't trust Disney. I don't know what. Yeah, I'm this. I don't know where it'll be. It could be heartbreaking for me. Maybe they'll pull it off, and it'll be, wow, that was a great send off. And hey, maybe there was too much CGI, but they did it right. I don't know.
What did you think of The Watcher or The White Lotus?
I haven't seen either one of them. I don't really even know what either one is about. I don't know it. Like White Lotus, I've seen pop up places and images and I know kind of the cast, but Watcher, I don't even know the cast.
I wanted to know, do you still have hope for the MCU?
I'm not devoid of hope. I mean, I think it's currently very much feels like its best years are behind them. I'm not someone at all that thinks, oh, they should have ended at Endgame. I don't. They're like, well, that's where the story just came to its natural conclusion. Like, well, I mean, it could have. That could have been the end, but there's also not a reason with the robust set of Marvel characters. There's no reason it had to end there. So I think because I don't trust Disney, because I feel like they're emphasizing quantity over quality, because it feels like the stock holders are being like, we need you to have content for our streaming service to get the stock price up. And actually, interestingly, in doing that, I think they've hurt their stock price because people are like, this is not good. I just have a lot of concerns, but it's not an utter lack of hope. It just feels like maybe it can get a little bit better, but it's never going to get back to the excitement of 2019, 2018. I think they peaked with Endgame, and they got really high up, peaked, it stayed on that plateau for 2018, 2019, and even when we come back up, and maybe Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars will be a big bump. I don't think it'll get up to Endgame levels of excitement. And maybe I don't know. It's just, it doesn't feel like Phase 4. We got introduced some characters that I liked. I don't feel like any of them thus far. And maybe this is a thought I'm even having on the spot, that part of what got us so excited about the Phase 1 characters is that they had their standalone movie that introduced them, so we got introduced to them. But besides the Iron Man movies, those weren't like big hit movies. And then it was so fun seeing them together that it kind of amplified the whole thing. That they were stronger together than apart,
And then when they went off to do their sequels, you like their sequels more, and seeing them more. So like Thor after the Avengers movies was a much bigger character than Thor before them, and they didn't do that with these new characters. We just got them there's one standalone movie and like a cameo from Wong showing up, but we didn't really get them branching out a whole lot. And so you kind of lost the fun of that team up. And so there wasn't any characters they introduced that got me super like A-list excited. And then the people that are hanging around, Thor is not in his best days anymore, and they treat him like a joke. And I like Ant-Man, but it doesn't feel like Ant-Man's A-list. And that's what I feel's missing. Who's the star of the MCU? There's just no one that's in the category of Robert Downey Jr. from day one. As soon as that guy was Tony Stark, as soon as the 5 minutes into that movie, he was the star. He just was. He was so good. And I like Shang-Chi, and I like somebody that like them, but they're not at that level of what they got before. And it's missing that.
Sean, did you see Stranger Things Season 4 last year? I haven't seen Volume 2 yet.
Not only did I see it, which I saw it, I reviewed it, covered it on the channel, all the rankings and everything like that. They put Volume 2 out in theaters at the beginning of November for Stranger Things Day, and I hosted the event here in Austin. So it was like the studio reached out, I guess because I'm on the press list, and because I'm a talking head, not a writer, I guess they assumed I could host things, which I don't know why they assumed that. I can. My background actually allows me to do that, but I don't know why they knew that, but they asked me to host it, so I hosted this in a theater showing of Volume 2 with cosplay contest. It was a sold-out theater, so it was a really cool day. It was really fun, and because I work for myself from home, I don't have a lot of work peers, and the people that were working this event that I hosted, they're the guys that host the press screenings I go to. So I normally I have 5-second conversations with them every week, but I actually worked with them for like 8 hours. So it was actually cool to get to know them. It was like, oh, I have work buddies now. So yes, I've seen it.
Were there any movies you wanted to see this year that you couldn't?
Yeah, actually, a lot of them in the last 6 weeks. Babylon. I want to figure out what this elephant scene is. People keep telling me about. Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. Disenchanted. That's just from the last 6 weeks of the big obvious ones that I missed that I planned on seeing them. I talked about seeing them, and it just did not happen. There's several along the way too, but there's 3 of them that were like glaring omissions that I missed that I talked about, other people talked about, and I just didn't see them.
Sorry. Have you heard about Kaleidoscope, the new Netflix show, new way of watching a series? I think that's the one you can watch out of order. Like, you just pick which order you watch it in, and so it's a different viewing experience for everyone who watches it.
I have heard of it. I have not. That's like what you just described. Is like I didn't know when it said Kaleidoscope. I don't know what you're talking about. And as soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, I did hear about that. That's as far as it goes. I've just heard of this. Like, I don't even. Has it come out? Yeah,
I assume so.
So that's where we're kind of like we've heard of it. That's interesting, but we have not seen it.
Happy New Year, Sean. Do you think Leonardo DiCaprio will lose some of his star power in the 2020s?
Leonardo DiCaprio feels like an actor in a category of his own. That he's managed to stay an A-lister, but without doing the stuff that normal A-listers do. He's not he's not a superhero. He's not doing big sci-fi blockbusters. But he's as big of a star as the people that do those films. And so I guess that, all these top tier directors like to work with him. And so then Tarantino, Scorsese, he's working with the best. And it's tough to predict what his career will do because he's not following the current trends. He's not following the current stardom pattern. He's doing his own thing. And he's winning at it. But when you're in a category of your own, there's not a point of reference.
So it doesn't seem to me that there's no reason to think that it would diminish at all. Because other actors' careers declined at a certain point in time because their age hurts what they're going for. If you're a comedian, comedy's kind of timely, and if you're Adam Sandler and you're the 30-year-old man-child, that works. 40-year-old man-child starts to feel like an abuser, and by the time you're 50, it's creepy if you act like a 50-year-old man-child. So you can't. His bag of tricks didn't work the same when he's 50 as it did when he's 30. Or if you're an action star, your body starts to give out. If you're just a heartthrob, life catches up with you. Leonardo DiCaprio, his career is based off being an actor that all the prestige directors wants to work with. That works. You can keep doing that. And maybe, when he stops being able to play middle-aged and starts to look like an old man, the roles that are available for him will change. But I think he's got 10 years for that. With what he looks like now and how he's aging, he's probably got 10 years before time really starts to catch up with him and it starts to cost him. But he's going to keep able to get, and he's got a Scorsese film coming out, I guess this year, and everyone that's up here wants to work with him. And if everyone up here wants to work with him, so does everyone in here. That means he can do whatever he wants. And he's such a strange version of a star. Like, because I sometimes I don't even think about him in that way because I watch the types of movies that he doesn't tend to make. I love stupid escapist stuff. He doesn't do that. And so he can do whatever he wants. So you went to see Titanic 17 times in the theaters. How do you feel now that Leonardo DiCaprio is middle-aged? What will his career look like now?
I saw it, I think, 5 times in the theater.
Math is hard. Okay, where are we at? We'll go 10 more minutes, and we'll go to 5:45, and then we gotta go. So 10 minutes as soon as we can get down here.
Yo, broski, imagine if James Cameron doing a Transformers movie. That would be amazing.
Whoa, I just looked at that. Wow. Holy guacamole. Some of you guys are being so incredibly generous.
We appreciate all of you being
yes,
here.
But yeah,
that is a little shocking.
Some of you guys are catching me off guard with these super chats. Thank you so much. Really does mean the world to me. It's so very cool. But you asked me a serious question here. I think the thing about James Cameron is that he's been able to take some pretty silly stuff and do really cool stuff with all the spectacle, all the emotion. I know how much you make joking around with, but the question, that's like if you take someone that actually is a good director that can do spectacle and also do human emotions, and bring them to, that's like what's been kind of missing from Transformers, because Michael Bay is like, hey, look, ball jokes. Michael, please stop. So sure, that James Cameron doing that would be very interesting. He's supposed to
doing anything other than Avatar would be amazing.
That's actually kind of true. But even him doing Avatar films, I don't want him to keep making them, but he is amazing at making them.
Right.
But he was supposed to do a Spider-Man movie back in the 90s. He was doing like art and everything, and he did drawings that he did because he's an artist. He drew naked Kate Winslet that's in Titanic. That's his drawing.
And all the images in that book.
Like, yeah, he drew all the stuff
Jack
that
Dawson's drawings.
He drew those.
James Cameron.
But he did all these drawings for the Spider-Man movie he was working on, and you can find his pitch out there. So he's what could have beens.
Oh, I've got one related to that.
8 minutes.
Oh my word, you're talking too long.
I know.
Any thoughts on James Cameron considering a Terminator reboot? The franchise is dead, and he's pretty much the only guy who can save it. IMO.
I'm not going to answer this one. I'll just say I have a video on my second channel, Sean Chandler Plus, answering that. So just pay attention. That's the one with the yellow, the picture of me that's yellow background, Sean Chandler Plus. There'll be a video on that. Actually, let me turn this off real quick.
What are you turning off?
The mirroring. Let me check my...
Oh, My Little Pony.
So I don't have it yet, but I have a guy I've started having help me edit things. There's a piece that I answered that exact question that will be a video on the Sean Chandler second channel. I one with this kind of a lot of clips from live streams and stuff.
Okay.
So you get a video.
What's a video game you think should get an adaptation?
I mean, I think something like Legend of Zelda, you can see something cinematic there, like swords, bows and arrows, fantasy. That feels like if you can figure out how to do the tone for that.
Did you see ever? I think it was on Twitter. This thing went viral where they did Tom Holland was every character in Zelda.
If you can find the tone, that feels like something that's just like it's right there. I don't play enough. What? I guess I gave you an answer. Fortnite, because my son would have fun with it.
Yeah, Liam would watch it. Do you plan on ever watching Euphoria?
No, I don't think so. It just like it wasn't like high schoolers on drugs and doing drugs on each other. That stuff doesn't really interest me too much. I haven't heard anyone say anything that made me go, "Oh, that looks like something I'd be really into." I'm sure it's like the soap opera and drama of it would suck me in if I did watch it, but there's just nothing without starting to watch it. There's so many shows out there that are there's so much good television.
So much stuff you have to watch.
Yeah, that like being drawn. It's something I have no inclination towards. Despite film Twitter obsessing over it, I just don't care.
Sean Chandler talks about the Avatar video has broke so many records on my channel. Everyone was super excited to see me with a famous YouTuber. Thank you for doing that with me.
Oh, and I haven't even shared it yet. Yeah, this is a kind of fun. He messaged me quite a bit on like email and Facebook going back for a while. So he asked me several months back if we could do a review of Avatar. And like 3-4 months back, plan in advance. Yeah, let's do it. So I told him yes. I think it was like in August. Like it was way in advance. And then November rolled around, and I was just so backlogged. There was so much stuff I was watching because like 31 on 31, Spielberg ranking. So I didn't get Avatar rewatched. I kept delaying. And then when I finally did watch Avatar, then it was at that time when I was sick for 3 weeks. So it was like super, super late getting it done. So finally got to talk. I was going to do my own review on my own. I wanted to talk about it more, but I didn't get to. So my detailed thoughts on Avatar are over on Dylan's channel, which I can't. I just haven't shared it yet, but I meant to share it on my community tab because I wanted to talk more about Avatar and finally got to talk about it. And credit to Dylan, he disagreed with me and challenged me and could actually say why he had a very different take on Avatar than I did, and praised a bunch of things. And so it was actually a good conversation of two different perspectives, two people arguing their points without being jerks like most conversations on the internet. So I've been meaning to share it. I just haven't yet because I've been like literally the last couple of days trying to get my worst and best of the year. I was up till 4 a.m. to get those edited. Like I was up very, very late, and then I've been prepping for this and everything. So crazy busy time. But check out Dylan Goller's channel for thoughts on Avatar and a nice conversation. Two people
Do you like The Boys? Did you bother to watch season 3?
Yes, no.
Yes, you like The Boys. You did not
Yeah,
watch
so
season 3.
I've seen season 1 and 2 and I liked them.
No, that was good. That was good.
But when
Never.
season 3 came out, she didn't want to watch it with me, and I just wasn't in the mood for. I watched the first 2 episodes, and really that opening scene, creative, clever, but I just wasn't in the mood for something that intense to watch by myself. So that's why I didn't watch season 3. I'll watch it eventually.
What movie did your opinions change the most on?
You
can take that question, I guess, however you want.
Yeah, I don't have an immediate answer that comes to mind. Like I think of like, as time passed, my thoughts went more and more negative on Thor: Love and Thunder. Was time all I remembered was, man, why did you do it like that? Why couldn't you take anything seriously? You wasted. You had all the ingredients. You botched it. Lightyear. As time passed, all I could think, why did you do that villain twist? Why did you pick this bleak tone? So it wasn't that I can't think of a dramatic shift this year, but there were several of them that it was like.
Hey, I was wondering if you had any plans to continue your podcast. Love from London.
Yeah.
Good.
That's not my whole answer.
Well, could be.
No. This is not a promise, but this is my
Oh heavens.
my calendar.
Oh heavens. What are you doing?
Oh, that,
Oh my word. Oh no. No, just
no,
tell them what's on
that
there.
didn't it almost worked. It like for glimpses it almost if I
Sean, just tell them what's on there.
it could come back in 2 days. Could be back this Wednesday. However needed to wait. Could be back but that soon. Yeah, I'm planning on doing more of these live streams in 2023. I upped the huge update in my tech, my internet, everything to be able to do more of that stuff. It just didn't happen last year because I was just so busy. January is a dead month. It might be back Wednesday this week.
Do you know who you want to be Superman?
No, and that's
Tom
actually
Holland. Just kidding.
and that's actually my answer. I want that to be the case. I want to not know who they are. I don't want. That's usually across the board my default. I want them to cast someone that every casting director in Hollywood knows, but that the general public doesn't really know yet. Henry Cavill had been acting for a decade. He's in the Count of Monte Cristo. 10 years before he was in Man of Steel. He was almost James Bond, but then when he's too young, we do want to go a little bit older. That was back 2005, 7 years before Man of Steel comes out. Everybody in Hollywood knew who he was. If you watch Star Trek 2009, you like, wait a minute, the first 10 minutes of this movie star Chris Hemsworth. He's like the star of his own Star Trek mini-movie. How did that happen? Everyone in Hollywood knew, the casting directors knew, this guy's got it. This guy's got the looks, the act, he can act. And so they needed someone that you could get dirt cheap that everybody knew could carry a 10-minute mini Star Trek movie. So Chris Hemsworth stars in 10 minutes of the movie to kick everything off. And then 2 years later, he becomes an A-lister. Why? How did that happen? Because everyone in Hollywood knew this guy's the next thing. That's who I want them to cast. That's always my default answer. I've been joking about Robert Pattinson, Edward Cullen cast as Twilight guy as Batman. But that's what I don't want. Like, same reason I don't want Ben Affleck, Daredevil, and Bennifer as Batman. Didn't want Edward Cullen. I'm not cynical. I'm not mad if they do that. My default is I want someone that I just think of as that person. Christopher Reeves is just that person. When they cast all these James Bonds, they weren't famous for other things. You just see James Bond. That's why it defines their careers. That's what I want.
Do you think Creed 3 will be good? Yes or no?
I thought the trailer was good.
That's not a yes or no.
I'm not cynical towards it. I'm cynical towards the producer guy that Stallone's mad about. But even the stuff that he said, Stallone's not mad at Michael B. Jordan, and
That's
he said
important.
he said in interviews, I will not come back if this Winkler guy's the producer. I'd do another movie with Michael B. Jordan. So I'm optimistic.
What is the editing software you use?
I use the Adobe Suite. Really, all I currently use is Premiere and Photoshop. I have the other stuff. I don't really use them for anything. I've done some After Effects in the past. Currently, like for the last 2-3 years, all I've used are Photoshop and Premiere. Everything is in those. Even when I do some special effects, I just figure out how to do it in Premiere.
Sorry, I'm trying to rush you a little bit. Why won't you fix the other prequel movies like you did with Phantom Menace?
Because I wrote myself into a corner.
Oh, bummer.
So basically, where I ended my Phantom Menace and my How to Fix series was intentionally to dramatically change Attack of the Clones. That it kicks off the Clone Wars. In the way that I changed things, the Clone Wars start at the end of Phantom Menace, not at the end of the second, episode 2. And so then the idea of how to fix is, let me take what's already there and fix it. My pitch throws out Attack of the Clones, which is intentional. That's what I want to do. So I actually have I have notes written down. I have a lot of notes for episode 2, episode 3, even some stuff for the sequels. I have a lot of stuff written down. I probably should, here's what I would do. It also gets tricky because so much of the rest of the continuity uses Star Wars, so you unravel all this other stuff by doing what I'm doing. in which case you have to break some stuff that works in order to do my fixes. So also you kind of like, I don't want to put my video out there that's going to get people like, well, if you do that, the Clone Wars. Like, I know, I'm sorry, buddy, I'm sorry. But like I have a whole thought of where it's going. I have something in my mind, but it's also part of what I was able to do that my How to Fix Phantom Menace is because I kept the 3-act structure, whatever. I kept what was there and just changed specific little details. And I have to come up with my own story for parts 2 and 3 now. Someday, maybe.
Are you really going to Portland, Oregon?
It's not confirmed. But I guess the question's kind of odd. Like, are you asking if I lied? Did I lie all the times I said that? No, so, the Fan Expo is the company that I've been doing with these conventions that kind of let me lead my panels. And I've got a really good connection, and the guy that runs the creator stage, his name is Chuck Lindsay. He's so fun to work with, and so as best I can, I want to line those up. I said in a video, hey, I'm going to be at New Orleans. I'm planning on being at Portland. Chuck, who runs the stage, clipped that out and shared that across his social media. So he thinks enough that it's going to happen, but it's not 100% confirmed that I will be there. So that's why I've kind of said it the way that I am. I'm planning on being in Portland, Oregon. I think that's the one in February. But Portland, Oregon, Cleveland. Cleveland, I'm planning on having a couple of my YouTube friends there. And then Orlando, I'm planning on having some friends there too. But the way they do their scheduling, they don't schedule those panels like for the stuff that I do 2 months in advance. I was really hoping we could make that happen because I don't want to promote each individual thing. I want to be able to say, here's what I'm doing the next 3 months. So that's what I've been trying to do. But so that's like, I have it on my schedule. The guy that runs the stage, he promoted that out that I will be in Portland. And I would assume I'm going to do the two panels again. So it'll be a live recording of a ranking for my main channel. And then it'll also be my How to Grow a Nerdy YouTube channel.
Okay, love your channel so much. I really hope to see you in New Orleans. Do you have a favorite Hitchcock movie?
Not really.
We've been one.
I guess there's a lot of birds where we live during certain months. I normally say North by Northwest, but I haven't watched it in a long time. Like Hitchcock isn't someone that I just default to like rewatching his films. I've seen Psycho, I've seen Rear Window, I've seen those big ones everyone talks about, and some others, but I haven't watched them recently to be able to give a good answer. Or if you got like a great final question for me.
Oh, okay, well that's not gonna be it. Sorry. Thoughts on the movie Zoolander?
It's great. Watch my video on my favorite movie of ever with starting with each letter of the alphabet. Spoilers for the Z.
Okay, hold on.
Super funny movie.
I've got...
Great gasoline scene.
Oh, sorry. Where did it go?
I don't know.
This. Was watching you at 2 o'clock Chicago time. Left to watch 3 hours of Babylon and came back to see you still here.
Indeed. This somehow talking about 20 fewer movies. We went an hour longer this year.
Okay. I have just a silly one, I guess, and then we'll end it. Yes.
All right.
Which celebrity do you look like?
I've heard Dax Shepard. Heard some Josh Lucas.
Oh.
Are those the two that I've heard?
Those are the ones that I say.
Yeah. So
better looking than a lot of celebrities.
Those are the two that come to mind. What do you guys think? What celebrity do I look like? If you've seen the pictures of me in the past with long hair, frosty tips, goateed,
not all
there's
at
a
the
lot
same
of
time.
there's a lot of different looks that I've had.
Jeez.
Frosty long tips.
Okay, I'm Ryan Gosling. Someone said.
Oh, that's a nice. That's
Chris Pratt, Seth Rogen.
That's cruel. That's
you
people. That's
look,
people,
look like a Sean Chandler.
People. That's true. People have said that.
Lisa.
Ask me who I would cast for a Sean Chandler biopic, and I've said Chris Pratt. That fun energy.
Someone says a combination from all of them. Oh, the guy from Avatar, Sam. What's his face?
Sam Worthington.
Good choices, ladies and gentlemen. They wanted to know how excited I was about the next Fast and Furious movie? 10?
10, yeah.
I
Fast X.
Right now, I don't know. I am extremely cautiously not even close to optimistic. Just the chatter around all of the franchises and the people involved has not been very positive, and I don't.
Last minute replacement of the director, and it wasn't like a new guy to the franchise. It's Justin Lin, who's been around for 15 years directing these things. When he's like,
oh, Rip from Yellowstone, grow the beard down a little more. They said, sorry.
Oh, Rip from
Too
Fast, Too Furious.
Furious.
With a very different look. I imagine that would go well for me. That Rip. We've been watching that Yellowstone. We watched all of Yellowstone. Wait, what day is today?
It comes out tomorrow. Today's Sunday.
This is Sunday.
It's today.
We've got Tulsa King and more Yellowstone.
We also have children.
We've got Peter watching them. We can stay. With the live stream still going, Peter.
No.
Fine.
And then they asked my favorite and least favorite for the year.
That's what we're gonna close that on. You asked me for the list. You just got the whole list and a video with plus reviews and stuff like that.
But you didn't send it to me.
That's true.
So I'm great like you at being short and succinct. This is why I have my own YouTube channel. I don't, because I can't do this.
Should I point the camera at you?
Absolutely not. So the ones that I had on the list, no, I will kill you. Straight up murder. And it'll be documented, and I go to jail, and then Peter and Sarah would have to take our kids forever.
It's true. It's true. Definitely wouldn't. Yeah, that's how that works, legally speaking.
So I have a list. I did 5.
If you could just list them off, I want to make a video about it anyway. So
I don't know if they're my final 5.
These aren't the final 5.
Can I
These
change them?
Absolutely.
My biggest problem is they're not rewatchable.
That's fine.
That's my problem. I don't like saying they're my favorite.
I get it. I mean, that's why these are so tough. It's funny. I don't even like doing these rankings because I disagree with myself as soon as I say it.
All right, ready? Tickets to Paradise, Vengeance, Prey, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, RRR. Top 5. And then bottom 2 question.
You didn't have Top Gun in there?
Oh, well, yeah, but that's rewatchable.
Oh, so you're ones that aren't rewatchable.
Those, yeah.
Okay.
So top 6. Top Gun is 1. And then least favorite, I think, Turning Red and the Weird Al movie. I know.
What?
But the others on my good list were good, so you can't cancel me out.
Did you hear worst movie of the year, Weird, the Weird Al story?
I didn't like it.
Peter, are you hearing this? Peter, did you hear what she just said?
To be fair, I was completely unprepared for that movie. No. Completely.
Growing up, this Peter that is watching my kids right now that we've referenced several times, we were all super into Weird Al. And he had like the VHS tapes with the music videos. And we're also into Christian music. And these other guys started a DC Talk parody band called Easy Walk, which to this day is still my username on some things. So Weird Al was a big part of my childhood, and this woman right here just insulted Mr. Weird Al. Guys, thank you guys truly so much for tuning in for this 6-hour-long live stream, and we still got 350 people with us. I'm planning on doing a lot more live streams this year, like whether that's the podcast or just trying to do more Q&As. I actively spent money to upgrade my setup. I bought this new camera that's become my main camera that I love the color pickup and everything it can do because it can do live streams, but then my internet was terrible, so I bought a new modem, and then I do all this different stuff to upgrade it, so that's a thing that's very much on my mind to make a bigger part. The interactivity, I think, is great about these, but my tech was just so bad for a little while there, and hopefully it's better now. Thank you guys so much for your generosity with the super chats, for giving your time watching, clicks all throughout the year. Let's make this year even better, and I hope a bunch of you guys can come out to New Orleans, Portland, Cleveland, and Orlando. And I've got more planned. That's just what I'm planning for the next 3 months. I've got more planned after that. I would just only announce the next 3 months. I'd love to meet you in person at some of these meetups. Truly, thank you so much for watching. and keep talking movies too much.